stuff, and we are just about ready to go racing for the third round of the American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron. And we do have a fly past here, and in come 4 F-18s, which you will hear in a second. This is here at Laguna Seca, actually, when we used to be on the other side of the track, Jeremy. This is the site of the most scary fly past I've ever had. There was a Singleton aircraft flew by. I think it was an F-18, and he went through. And then he turned around and came back the other way, and I was getting my notes together. I don't know if you remember the old building on the other side, but you were up at height a bit. And I swear he came through at window height. And I was sort of putting my papers together, and he rattled the windows as he came through. And how I didn't say my final words on radio by going, oh, expletive deleted, I don't know, but I jumped out of my skin. Jim Martin and I, Jim, who's down on the grid at the moment, just about hit the roof as he went through. Absolutely fully lit. It was marvellous stuff. Yeah, but the closest one I ever had was, well, the most amazing one I ever saw was at Brands Hatch back in the 70s, I think it was, when the Red Arrows did their fly pass. And if you're in the grandstands on the top straight at Brands Hatch, you can actually look down on the Red Arrows. They've changed the rules a bit since then. Oh yeah, that was absolutely magnificent. And that Concorde, the Concorde flew past as well. It wasn't that low, but it was less than 1,000 feet, and that was pretty impressive as well. We heard from Johnny Morlam, and putting the 52 prototype challenge car on pole position for that class, the first time that they've been here in the American Le Mans Series. And in just a few moments the cars will roll. The pole sitter overall, of course, it's Guy Smith's car, who will roll Andy Merrick and Chris Dyson. Chris Dyson is in the car at the start as the official pace cars pull out, including the 50th anniversary GM Chevy Corvette and the V-Test cars. Let's go back down to Jamie Sellers, as the car leading them round will be the Arco Lola B09 86 Mazda. The man that put the car on pole position is with her to talk us round this marvellous piece of undulating tarmac that is known as Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. 2003 Le Mans winner with Bentley, Guy Smith.
Guy Smith with the quickest time of the weekend. Talk us around a lap of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, okay. We accelerate down to actually what we call turn 2. Turn 1 is actually a little bend on the straight, braking hard down to third gear for the very difficult double left hairpin. Very slippery through there, accelerating up through there into third gear, fourth gear for the quite slippery right-hander through turn 3, up to fourth, into fifth, the very, very fast right-hander. Small lift through there, trying to carry as much momentum as possible up into sixth gear as we approach the uphill turn 6. Very difficult corner, but it's so important to carry the momentum through there up the hill. Through there in fourth gear, up to fifth. As we approach turn 7 to the crest of the hill, small dab on the brake, turning, it's blind, the car goes light, it lands, as the car lands, it's hard on the power, up the hill, accelerating all the way up to the corkscrew. As you approach the corkscrew, it's blind, all you can see is sky. It's pretty difficult to find your reference points there, braking down from 6th gear down to 2nd gear, turning in before you even see the corner, turning left, turning right down the hill, feels like you're dropping off the edge of the world, accelerating through the gears, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, through the very, very fast left-hander there, small lift, back on the power, trying to carry that momentum down the hill, keep it in 5th gear for the next right-hander, again, small lift, very small touch of the brake, in tight to the curb, using all the curb on the inside, letting the car run on the outside, and then we approach the final corner. Very, very tight, very, very tricky to get right. A lot of time can be lost on this corner, so at this point you almost want to drive like your grandma, down to 2nd gear and just taking it nice and steady. Obviously trying to get a good clean exit, not too much exit curb, and then obviously as we approach the start-finish line, we complete a lap of the Mazda Laguna Seca Raceway.
All right, thank you very much for that, guys. I don't know if you realize it or not, but his eyes were closed. All of that just came straight to him just from pure memory, not looking at a track map, nothing. All of that stored in the back of his head. Can you do all that?
Yeah, that is brilliant. And I tell you what, he might think it was driving like his granny. He must have a very fast granny then, as they come up the start-finish line to complete the first of what will be 2 warm-up laps. You're listening to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network live from Laguna Seca. We are presented by Porsche and pretty much concluding the Nissan 370Z countdown, agreeing with Jamie Howe on the grid. More from her in the Nissan pit lane as the race progresses. Jeremy Shaw is alongside me. Hello, I'm John Hindhaugh, and this is RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision this weekend. If you haven't already clocked this new initiative from the American Le Mans Series, well, Intersport TV Productions, the people behind Truth in 24, are filming this event for a CBS Sports documentary that will be aired in the US in a week's time. They're making our camera, or their camera, footage available to the series to put on the World Wide Web. So sound and vision married together for the first time for an ALMS race since, I can't remember the last time we did this. It would have been Sonoma right in the very early years when we were turning around video clips as quickly as we could, but certainly not in the way that we'll be doing this live broadcast this afternoon. If you haven't already signed up, RadioLeMans.com/Laguna, where you can also see and hear the coverage we're preparing for you. If you haven't quite got the bandwidth, you can just log into us, of course, in the normal way on the Listen Now feature, particularly for those of you on your mobile devices. And don't forget, we're locked into Sirius Channel 127 and XM Channel 242 across North America as well. And welcome to everyone who's out and about this Saturday afternoon on the West Coast, Saturday early evening, of course, on the right-hand coast, and a bit later on still for those of you who are in Europe, as we bring together the world's biggest sports car community. We've got 6 hours of racing, Jeremy, and we know that whatever the drivers have been told by their team managers, drivers are drivers, and when the green flag drops, the red mist will occur, and nobody's going to be taking it easy down to the Andretti hairpins first time around.
And particularly watch for the guy on the inside of the second row. That would be car number 37. Clint Field is going to be at the wheel. He qualified that car third fastest, but that is very fast on the straight, so watch out for car 37. Because number 16 will lead it up to the green flag.
And green, as you heard being called, there is the flag being led, and it is the 16 car that leads them out. And Jeremy's absolutely right, as Clint Field's already moving up down the inside, challenges for the lead, up on the curb on the left-hand side, can't quite get it done, he's in second, and Klaus Graf trying to get back round the outside.
And Chris Dyson was pretty conservative going down there into turn 2, but at the same time he was trying to protect that inside line. That was a pretty dangerous thing to do. You've either got to be incisive and go for the apex and get on with it, or leave some room on the inside, not try and do both. They did get away with it, and hats off both to Chris Dyson, particularly Clint Field, who's now looking the outside going into turn 5.
Well, I'm surprised to see that Dyson is actually trying to protect the lead on the side-by-side going up to turn number 6, and there was a little wiggle there from Dyson, but he hasn't got the pace up the hill, as Jeremy mentioned, and what he's done there, he's compromised his speed there, and that could give up the position to Dyson, Paul Drayson has gone off the circuit. I was just about to say he was doing very nicely in 4th position, holding his own, and will that bring the first full course caution as the battle continues, coming down through turn 9 into turn 10, plunging down the hill from the corkscrew. It is a very long way down, and we talk about the 110-foot drop in the corkscrew, but it doesn't stop there, it keeps on going down.
Yeah, that was a great first lap there from Clint Field. I'd say that's the best first lap that Clint Field has ever done. Generally it's his dad John who starts the race, but Clint's been given the opportunity this time, and that was an excellent first lap. He was patient down into the first corner, he waited for his opportunity going up the hill there, and he took it incisively and quite beautifully, and has already put some distance between himself and the similarly shod, also on Dunlop tyres, that second place car of Chris Dyson, and then hot on his heels is Klaus Graf in that muscle milk Porsche RS Spider, right there in third place.
What I was as they come towards turn number 5, the Drayson car's been recovered, but that hasn't restarted. Looks like he just lost it under braking, and in fact that's what we're hearing. Well, that car hasn't restarted. That would be a shame. Remember last year, very early on, first or second lap, he was rather attacked by Klaus Graf, if I seem to remember rightly.
Yeah, he got himself caught out in some dramas there on the first lap last year, and again here as well. So that is a complete disaster for Drayson Racing. They were looking for a strong race. He qualified that car very respectably indeed, had Lord Drayson. He's not a professional driver. He does this for fun, but he does take it very, very seriously. He's worked very hard at his new craft, and he does take it seriously. He's getting better and better and better, and yesterday in qualifying was a pretty stout effort.
Now just look at the Mazda, the little 4-cylinder MZRR 2-litre turbocharged unit. Really has the legs on the Porsche down the front straight.
Yes, it does. It's got good straight line speed, has that Lola Mazda, but the Lola AER, the open top car out in front, has a lot more straight line speed. It's a 4-litre twin turbocharged engine in that car number 37, and Clintfield is making full use of it on the straights. He's just driving sensibly through the corners and then using that straight line speed advantage to his to make advantage of it and lead the race pretty comfortably at the moment.
John Field standing by watching your son Clint just took the lead of the race. Did you teach him everything you know?
You know, he learns well. He's a great kid. He's an awesome driver. I think he's underrated in the series, and he's capable of being up front for a while.
What's going through your mind as you're watching these passes being made?
He's worked a long time to be at the front of the pack, and he deserves to be up there. It's great.
How has the car felt all weekend long?
It's been good. I mean, the old car is always good. AER is an amazing engine, so, we just need to have some patience today and keep it clean. I think he can do well.
I know Clint can certainly do that. Daddy Fields watching by, big smile on his face, guys.
Jimmy Howe in the Nissan 370Z pit lane for the American Le Mans Series Radio Network. Coming to you live from Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, presented by Porsche, as we're looking at round 3 of the series, and working his way through traffic up to position 13 is Simon Pagenaud, who started at the back of the grid, Jeremy, and now he's got through the majority of the GT grid. All the GT grid, in fact, he's a little higher up. He's up into about 7th position at the moment. Now he's got the prototype challenge cars to go by.
Yeah, and there's a group of 4 of them nose to tail, pretty much
for the lead.
Yes, absolutely, battling for the lead in the class. So Simon has done an excellent job here again. He had to keep his nose clean. He appears to have done that. He's worked his way through all the GT traffic inside 3 laps, which is a pretty remarkable feat in of itself. And now the LMP challenge cars shouldn't pose too much of a problem for him as he goes past Elton Julian there, who is the 2nd place car in LMP challenge, and he'll now put his sights on the leader and up into turn 6 down the inside. He looks a bit tight there, but I think Tom Papadopoulos saw him coming, and that number 52 car will allow Simon Pagenaud in car number 1, that Patron Highcroft Racing HPD, to move up into what will be 4th place overall. Meantime, we've got a great battle developing at the front of the field. Clintfield uses the advantage of his number 37 car on the front straight and down into the Andretti hairpin. He's got a goodly advantage, but around the second half of the lap, the lighter cars of Chris Dyson and Klaus Graf really come into their own, and they make up a lot of ground on Clintfield, so that by the time they get back down to turn 11, they're virtually nose to tail.
Jimmy Howe is down in the pit lane with the number 1 crew, and Simon Pagenaud seems pretty happy at the moment, Jeremy.
He couldn't be happier, actually, Johnny. Radioed into the crew, said the car feels great. Couldn't be happier with the car that he has for the race today. He's already up to 4th when I checked into him, but he's moving up so quickly that could have changed right now. I can't see a scoring monitor, but expect him to get to the front in no time.
He's 18.5 seconds, 19 seconds behind Klaus Graf in 3rd position. Be interesting to see, Jeremy, just how quickly he can close that gap.
Yeah, I fancy he'll probably haul him in at a second or 2 per lap, because there's no doubt now, I think, that Clintfield is holding up both Chris Dyson and Klaus Graf, but because of the straight line speed advantage that the 37 car has, the lighter car's having a hard time getting past. So at the same time also, we're hearing that Clintfield has been told to look after his tyres, conserve your tyres, and make sure he started the race on the same tyres with which he qualified. So he already worked him fairly hard in qualifying, and he's now going to make sure that the tyres maintain their consistency and don't kind of go off and lose grip if he works them too hard in the early stages of the race. So tyre management is very, very important, as we see one of the GT Challenge cars off the road at turn 4.
Yeah, this is the 69 car, which at the moment is driven by Galen Beaker, who did pretty well in the series last year and has been a regular in the Patron GT3 Challenge. And by the way, I don't know why I said F18s in the beginning. I knew there were F16s. Thank you to everybody on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective on Facebook for pointing that out. Duh. The battle in GT is absolutely outstanding. Jamie Mello in the 62 red Ferrari leads Johannes van Overbeek in the Patron-sponsored black and green 01 car. Then it's the first of the GM Chevy Corvettes, the one with the black mirrors and the black shade band, is driven by Brit Ollie Gavin, the fastest man and the best sports car driver from Yardley Hastings in Northamptonshire. His teammate Jan Magnussen is in the red shade-banded 3 car in 4th place, and I think that's Bill Oberlin. Just behind it is Bill Oberlin in the 92 BMW M3 behind. So top 5 within, what, 5 or 6 seconds of each other, if that, battling for the lead in GT. Get used to this, fans, particularly for those of you who are going to be watching Le Mans 24 Hours in, what, 3 weeks' time, because this is exactly how the GT battle's going to play out there as well.
It certainly is, and they are running now in the same positions in which they qualified, and we're looking at the screen as they come into turn 11 of the second of the Ray Hall Letterman racing BMWs. Dirk Müller at the wheel of car number 90, holding off still Jörg Bergmeister in the best place of the 2 Flying Lizard Porsches. And Dirk Müller had an off this morning in the warm-up, a very uncharacteristic mistake. There was quite a lot of damage to that car, but that team has worked incredibly hard in the, 3 hours or so after the warm-up to get ready for this race, and the car looked to be in pretty good shape.
I was just going to say, the car is presented beautifully. Second of the 2 BMWs, the one with the blue centre part to the rear wing. All of the rear end of that car was completely deranged. There was bodywork damage, and we're getting a good look at the Crown Plaza number 90 with the blue number on the bonnet as it goes up the hill, chased by Jörg Bergmeister, who was disappointed with his qualifying performance yesterday, but said it's a long race. Yes. As he wasn't happy. He locked up his tyres a couple of times, didn't do a good job. But those 2 guys are fighting their way through the field, and well done to the Ray Hall Letterman guys, because they have done a fabulous job in putting that car back together. And it looked pretty much, Jimmy Howe, down in the Nissan pit lane, that it was, well, mainly cosmetic. Is that the case?
It was mainly cosmetic, John, but that wasn't all there was. They had to repair the front clip, they had to straighten out the right rear, the tub, everything did align properly, so they got all of that sorted. They say that they just keep telling themselves that Dirk just got the car broken in a little bit. That's all it needed. It just needed to be broken in a little bit. And actually, all of the work that was done after that incident, that's not the best of their concerns. What they're worried about is getting enough heat in the tires in order to perform well this weekend. But they're not too worried about the car. They say that the team did an awesome job getting it back together, and Dirk says everything feels great out on track now.
Dunlop tyres on that car, of course, as with the pole sitter, and we didn't mention that, actually. Very remiss of us. First time in a long time that Dunlop have had a pole position in the American Le Mans Series. In fact, I was wondering if Creation, I thought Creation might have been on Dunlop's when they were here, but although their parent company or sister company Goodyear have had poles, I think, Jamie, am I right in saying that was the first Dunlop branded pole ever in the ALMS? That
was the first overall Dunlop pole, yes. Goodyear, Yokohama, and Michelin were the 3 tire manufacturers who have had overall pole positions. So I think that one with Creation was probably back when it was still under Goodyear, maybe?
You might be right. Now, meantime, in the prototype challenge, we've got another one of these great battles. Elton Julian in the 99, the green. Somebody's blown a motor. That looked to me like a Fushu in the 55 fourth place car going up the main straight. That is very, very unusual. These GM V8s are super impressive. There's an off, and that's the 44 Flying Lizard. I hope, yes it is, it's the 44 Flying Lizard, along with the 23 Alex Job Racing GTC Porsche. and he's going nowhere, Jeremy.
That's buried in the gravel there. That will, I'm fairly sure, bring out a safety car for the first. So we dodged a couple of bullets, but you're just talking again briefly about that LMP challenge. Hats off to Kyle Marcelli, who started the race in car number 36 for Genoa Racing, has worked his way through from 4th on the grid now to lead this race. And there, as we're looking on the screen, is the number 55 car of Christophe Bouchou.
Yes, you can smell burned engine.
You can. It was really nasty. And I'm wondering where those other two cars got together conceivably because there was some fluid on the racetrack. That, of course, we don't yet know. Safety car.
And there you go, full course caution. We get a chance to have a look. Coming out of the final corner, Bouchou thinks he's got a run. No, and it's just gone early. Now let's have a look. Ooh, bits, all sorts coming off the car.
Oof, yikes.
That is
a
grenaded engine. He's got off the track quickly, though.
Yeah, he did a good job there to keep that off to the right-hand side of the road. They keep it off the racing line. So heads-up driving from I'm sure, bitterly disappointed Christophe Bouchou.
Just under 13 minutes gone, we have our first full course caution here at the American Le Mans Series Monterey, presented by Patron.
Oh, is it a 95 car?
It's the... No, I'm sure it's the 55.
No, it's not. It's the 95, isn't it? That's the one with the black and red. Yeah, I beg your pardon. It is not Bouchou. It is the 90. They've changed the colours on those cars, haven't they? They were both pretty much all black, but now the black and silver one is the 55. The black and red one is a 95. My mistake. I beg your pardon there. So it was Scott Tucker, indeed, I think. Did Scott start the car in number 50?
Are you sure? Because he was up behind the 99 car when it gave out.
I know, but no, I think you'll find it's a red and black car. So,
meantime, word from the 23 Alex Job Racing Porsche that's off at the moment with at the wheel. In fact, who is at the wheel of that car at the moment? The 23. It was Bill Sweedler who said to his team just a moment or two ago, heard by Bubba Clark on our monitoring station here, GHQ to my right, that I just can't believe that the guy tried to dive bomb me. That was the 44 Seth Nyman driven Flying Lizards. Don't forget, by the way, if you want to listen in to the Flying Lizards Pits to Car Radio, lizardms.com. And you're right, Bouchou's gone through again, so my apologies, because I assumed wrongly as well that was the third or fourth place car as it went through. What was he following there?
I think they were pretty much together. I think he'd caught up to the tail of that little group battling away for first place, effectively, in LMPC. By the way, I think number 44 car, after that contact with Bill Sweedler's Patron Porsche out at turn 5, did make a pit stop. So the 44 car has been in the pits.
Confirmed from Jamie. Yeah.
And has lost a lap, hasn't it?
It has indeed lost a lap. Now, let's have a look at that, because I've got a horrid feeling that we've split the GT field again.
Yeah, not too many, only the last two, I think.
2 or 3, yeah. Yes, you might be right, Jeremy. David Murray still on the lead lap.
61 car is the first car lap down, so there's Nick Johnson at the wheel of the number 61 Krone Racing. The bright green Ferrari is right behind the race leader, and therefore 1 lap down effectively to everybody else in that class.
Let's have a quick look at the rundown then. 15 minutes gone on the American Le Mans Series Radio Network. Here's how it stands, with Clinfield leading under our first safety car period in the 37 Intersport Lola. From in second place, the pole sitter Chris Dyson in the 16 Mazda powered Lola Coupe. As the whole feed goes past me, chose a bad time to start that, didn't I? Klaus Graf in third place in the white, red and black Saito Sport Muscle Milk Porsche RS Spider. Simon Pagenaud from the back of the grid gets a real break here and closes right up to the leaders. Was nearly 20 seconds behind, of course.
He was. And what did we say before the start of the race? They'd be praying for a yellow, so 20 minutes or half an hour into the race, where it came a little bit before that. But this is exactly what that Patron Highcroft team needed.
Should also say that Paul Drayson, who had that little spin early on, did drop off the lead lap, but is off and running again. So 5 hours and 43 minutes still to run in this time-certain race, and in 5th position is the first of the prototype challenge cars that Genoa Racing, bright red LMPC. Remember, these are all the same chassis, Orica built, running the V8 engine. Kyle Marcelli leading from Elton Julian in the very bright green Gunner Green Earth Racing team, sponsored by G-Oil. 55, Christophe Bouchou. The reports of his demise were somewhat exaggerated by us, and I apologise for that. What, Hindhaugh and Shaw getting overexcited early in a race, shocker? Hardly, I'm afraid, is that any kind of headline. Christophe Bouchou in 3rd in the 55 Level 5 Motorsport car, then Tom Papadopoulos taking the start in the pole-sitting LMPC car, holding on to the 3 leaders ahead of him, and that's good stuff from him, with Jamie Mello leading GT in the 62 Ferrari in 9th place from Johannes van Overbeek in the black and green Ferrari, the 01 Tequila Patron sponsored ESM car. Then it's Ollie Gavin in 3rd and his teammate Jan Magnussen in 4th, which are confusingly the 4 and 3 car. And then Oberlin Muller in the 2 BMWs, 92 and 90, and Jörg Bergmeister in the 45 Flying Lizard. Early pit stop for the RSR Jaguar on the Yokohama tyres. Might not be the worst thing to come in out of sequence. Not going to lose too much track position, and I think he was one of the cars that was a lap down, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was already lapped down, so absolutely nothing lost there by coming into the pits for a top-up of fuel.
Looked like he was getting a new set of Yokohama tyres as well. He loses a bit of track position there, but and also into the pit lane has come, presumably, that's the, not the, it is the O2 car, is it, Jamie, down there?
It is the O2 car. It looks like they just topped off with fuel. I didn't see any new tyres rolled out, and they certainly do a driver change, but it was the O2 car, yes.
And I think is the Lizards 44 back in there as well, Jamie, just behind you?
Cannot see that far down pit lane, but I did see them holding the lollipop out with the 44 on it, so I believe that they were going to bring the car back into pit lane. Immediately following that accident, they brought him in, took a quick look at the car, sent him back out so that they could get prepped in pit lane, and then get him back in so that they didn't lose too much track time. Yeah, they just sent him again. Thanks, Jamie. Jamie Howe down there in the Nissan 370Z pit lane. Yeah, and he has dropped the lap, but he is back on the circuit. The O2 just confirmed now as just a fuel stop, and actually only lost 1 position on track, so that's a freebie.
Absolutely right. That was definitely a smart move by the Extreme Speed Motorsports team, because that car was right towards the end of the cars on the lead lap. So come in, top it off with fuel, and now he will be able to go 20 minutes longer than everybody else when they have to make their first scheduled stop, which I think he's not really expecting for another 45 minutes or so. He is now.
Yeah. That's how he's dropped back just behind...
just lost a couple of places there, that's all.
Behind David Murray in the 40 Piloti car. Well, what have we learned in the first 20 minutes? Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, we've learned that Clint Field is driving quite beautifully at the front of the field in car number 37, that Intersport Racing Lola AER. He's taken full advantage of that straight line speed edge that car has over everybody else. He's driven it quite beautifully, hasn't put a wheel wrong, under a lot of pressure there towards the end of that first stint before this first full course caution of the day. And I think the 2 cars behind him, or now 3 cars behind him, because Simon Pagenaud, of course, is going to be right there as well. I think each of those 3 cars are potentially quicker, certainly, than the 37 car, but they've got to find a way past him, and that's not going to be easy to do. I think the best place to make a pass would probably be coming down the hill at the corkscrew or the next couple of corners, but then the 37 car has that straight line speed advantage going over turn 1 and down to turn 2 in the Mario Andretti hairpin, and so it's going to be a fascinating battle, I believe, once we go back to green, which shouldn't be too much longer now.
The venerable IMSA safety teams in the GMC Chevy trucks just putting down a bit of oil dry on the start-finish line there to ensure that no one has a problem, being aided by the fire and rescue units of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
So Paul Drayson is 1 lap down, as you say. I don't think they brought him in to the pit lane, did they, during this caution, which I'm kind of surprised by. I would have thought they would. He is 1 lap down, so he's going to quickly work his way through all the GT cars and GT Challenge cars that lie ahead of him that are also one lap down. I would have thought it'd be worth bringing him in now, top it off with fuel, and get a free stop. But those guys know a lot more than I do, and particularly Dale White, who's a team manager down there. So I'm certainly not going to second guess him. But Paul now is that one lap down. It's going to be difficult to make up that deficit.
Yeah, it's going to depend on what happens in the rest of the race. The problem is at the front of the field, the pace is so hot, as you said, Jeremy. It's unlikely that without some assistance from the pace car, if he somehow gets the right side of the race car when the pace car when the lap comes out, and he can get a wave around or something like that. But that is possibly the only way. As you say,
and there's going to be lots of opportunities, I think, as the race progresses. So, you know, it's a long, long way to go. There's no point in doing anything silly at this stage. And, you know, and track position is important. And I'm sure the thinking there is that Paul is kind of halfway up the pack now. So if he went all the way to the back, he's got a lot more cars to have to pass, and therefore more propensity to be involved in some kind of an incident.
As we get ready to come back to the green flag, Clint Field on the radio said was just been asking his team how far back the number 1 car is of Simon Pagenaud. He's been told he's 5 back and he'll be coming hard, but don't worry about him, just run your own race. Think he's worried?
Yeah, well, really, and that's a great answer from the pit wall there, because Clint just has to concentrate on doing what he's doing. He can't be worried about anybody else. He just needs to focus on his job, and that is to get out there at the front, lead the race, not make any mistakes.
Easier said than done. Pagenaud in that red, white and blue racing helmet, sitting behind a couple of GTC cars. Indeed, the 69 Verks 2 racing car that had a little whoopsie early on is back out on the track. But this is a nice bit of serendipity for him. He's had a bit of luck here because he hasn't had to fight back that 19 seconds that we were talking about once he got through the lap traffic. What he's trying to do now is just get a bit of heat into the Michelin tyres, ready for the restart, and he could be right there. Also, we've got to watch 5th, 6th and 7th, because they're absolutely together for 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Prototype Challenge.
They are. Carl Marcelli leads that group in car number 36 for Genoa Racing. 2nd is Elton Julian in car number 99, the Gio car. And then the only remaining level 5 motorsports car of Christophe Bouchou in 3rd place. But Tom Papadopoulos for PR1 Matheson Motorsports in the car number 52, he's right there as well.
And it just seems as though Pagenaud has dropped away from the leading group. He needs to close up behind here. And
in the championship battle for LMPC, the number 99 and the number 55, currently 2nd and 3rd in the race, are tied on points at the head of the standings coming into this very important weekend. And I say very important, well, every race is important in terms of scoring championship points, but because this is a longer 6-hour race, there are more points on offer here than at the normal 2 3/4 hour events for the American Le Mans Series. So that those extra points on offer make it a little bit more valuable than just a regular race, let's say.
3 ties in the championships as well as they stand. The Mazda CX-7 off the circuit, and green was the call, and Clint Field takes off as if you'd lit a firework under him there. The battle for 2nd place tears down to the Andretti hairpin. We're racing again, 25 minutes into the 6 hours of Laguna Seca here at Mazda Raceway. And there is the number 1 of Simon Pagenaud picking his way through the traffic, and Klaus Graf looking very racy indeed as he challenges Chris Dyson for 2nd place.
I think he's going to have a go maybe down into turn 5. They're coming up to that area now under the brakes. He gets hard on the brakes, and Chris Dyson a bit defensive there once again. He moves that car to the middle of the road going into the braking area. Klaus Graf isn't going to like that.
And there's a prototype challenge car off at the early part of the lap. It may well be 4th place Tom Papadopoulos. The PR1 Matheson car will wait to get visual confirmation of that. It has been off the circuit, so he's dropped down away from that battle for 1st position in Prototype Challenge. All the Challenge class cars running the Michelin Club Racing Tyre Range soft spec tyre for here today. This is a low grip. Oh, there's another spin. That's the Is that the General Racing car? Yes, I think it is. Is that the leading prototype challenge car? Yes, it's up at the corkscrew. And there's been a huge conflagration there. He's clearly spun right in front of the rest of the field, Jeremy.
Yeah, that is not the place you want to go off there. That's a very tricky braking area at the top of the hill. And if you get turned around there, you know, goodness knows what's going to happen. You're pretty much blind as you turn into that corner. And there's a tyre stack also on that apex of the corner, and that's doesn't make the sightlines any better. Let's have a look here on a replay.
Oh, he might have had some help there, Jeremy. Might have had some help from the 88 Porsche.
Yeah, but
might have had some help from Bushu, perhaps.
I don't know. It's hard to say because there seem to be some slower GT Challenge cars in amongst them as well. So I think he would have started to spin before we could see where the incident started, so to speak. So,
well, it's really shaken up the prototype challenge, and bad news for us because we were expecting and hoping and getting a fabulous race there. As we're back with the battle for second position as it charges again down the hell through Schwanz curve. Elton Julian has managed to get up into the lead of that class, and it's also affected, Jeremy, I think, the GT battle, because Jamie Mello now has lost the lead to the 01 Ferrari in that melee.
Yeah, it was just everybody sort of fanned out there trying to miss that spinning Genoa Racing car, and it's caused all sorts of mayhem. Absolutely right, everybody got shuffled around there, and we've just got to hope there's not too much damage caused amongst those cars. But Johannes van Overbeek came out with a pretty handy advantage over Jamie Mello in car number 62. It's still a Ferrari 1-2, but it's now the 01 car out in front of that GT class.
Jamie Howe is down with the team in the pit lane. Genoa Racing, what are they saying, Jamie?
They're saying that he had some help with that spin, and he had a little bit of a bump going down into the corkscrew, and that's actually what caused him to spin. The team looks like they are set up and ready for him to come to the pit lane and take a better look at it.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm still relatively convinced that the 88 car was in the vicinity there. It's been in and out of the pit lane, and I lived with a detective, my father, for some time, maybe putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5, but I think it might have been a clue. Meantime, Jamie Mello now is having to battle against Ollie Gavin and Jan Magnussen. This is Ferrari, Corvette and Corvette. The red Ferrari of Giuseppe Risi, and Giuseppe Risi's team with Dave Sims at the helm, Jeremy, have been super good in the longer races.
Yeah, absolutely incredible record that team has got over the last couple of years. In 2008, the Risi team won at Le Mans and the Petit Le Mans. And then last year, they won at Sebring, Le Mans and Petit Le Mans as well. So 5 long-distance races, major long-distance races in a row to that team. Quite a remarkable effort.
And they are gaining on Johannes van Overbeek, local driver, in the Lees GT car, and he has got a problem. He is very slow up the hill there, Jeremy. He's so slow, in fact, that one of the GTC cars, the Verks 2 machine, is gaining on him. And there's something not right with that 01 car. He's got a bit of a wiggle. I wonder if he's got a slow puncture in that car. My money's on a right rear slow puncture on that 01 car. He was very, very tentative coming out of the final corner and going up the hill.
Well, those GT Challenge cars are mighty fast. I mean, on the straights they are.
The rest of them's caught him.
Well, they've caught him, but I mean, you know, not hugely fast. And, you know, traffic is a big factor in this race. We knew it was going to be. If you get held up in the wrong place, you're going to lose quite a bit of momentum. And you watch the cars going up the hill there, and Jamie Mello again had difficulty powering past that GT Challenge car going up the hill towards turn 6.
Meantime, Paul Drayson has worked himself through this battle in the Lola Judd, the coupe. He's got to be careful now, but he's been living his normal log. We're told everything is good on the 01 car, so maybe it was a missed shift or just not being able to get on the power when he wanted to. And now Jan Magnussen is hunting around the back of the traffic, and the
2 BMWs in there as well, and he's mighty close.
Goodness me, at the final corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 GT cars in 2 different classes, and that's Seth Nyman battling his way back there. He's a lap down at the moment. The red Excuse me, that's not, it's Bergmeister.
He's where he started. Yeah. He's not made any progress in the early stage of this race. He qualified 8th. He's running 7th now, but that's only because somebody had a problem ahead of him, and he's running the same sort of pace as the BMWs. He might be a little bit faster, but he hasn't been able to find a way around them. Meanwhile, Clint Field, hats off to Clint Field once again. He's done a beautiful job there, looking after his tyres in that early stint, as he was implored to do by his team from the pit wall. And he's clearly running now, nice and consistent. The last lap around, he's just come past here to complete lap 20. It was a 1:18.6, which was actually a good bit slower than he'd been going the last few laps. He'd been lapping consistently in the 17s. And I'm presuming that was just because he came across a slower car somewhere around the lap. But certainly he's done a nice job. Chris Dyson there, still in 2nd place. The margin between the 1st and 2nd and 3rd place cars, it's not much between 2nd and 3rd, but about 1.3 between the first two. That's car number 37 and car number 16.
Just on half an hour into the race, we've had one safety car period, came out just before 13 minutes. But it is, as it has been from pretty much the end of the first lap, Clint Field leading by 1.3 seconds. The 37 Intersport car from the 16, white, red and blue Arco sponsored for this West Coast swing. The 16 Dyson Racing Lola. 3rd is Klaus Graf, he's just another 0.2 of a second back, and Simon Pagenaud just another half a second back in the number 1. This is the Tequila Patron High Club Racing car. In LMP2, Elton Julian leads, but it's being closed down by Christophe Bouchou as through come the leaders past us again. In GT, it's 0-1, Johannes van Overbeek in the Ferrari. From in 2nd place, Jamie Mello, and that's closing back up again with Ollie Gavin and Jan Magnussen, 0-1, 62, 4 and 3. And GTC category, Jerome Blegemolen from Paul in the Black Swan Racing Porsche. The 54 car leads James Safronas in the 32 GTC machine, GMG machine rather, as the leaders again, Jeremy, in traffic, and we're going to be seeing that a lot.
Well, we're going to be saying that a lot, aren't we, during this afternoon? And they're going up the hill now. It's very, very tight. The number 16 car just ahead of number 6, with Simon Pagenaud in car number 1 right behind them as well. He's just biding his time, is Simon Pagenaud. He's being pretty smart, as Klaus Graf got a big sideways moment as he turned in over the top of this corkscrew, just about held it together, and that Muscle Milk Porsche RS Spider holds on to 3rd place. But Roy coming down the hill then, coming down into the hairpin now, turn 11. This is going to be fraught.
Oh, 4-1
yes.
Coming into the final corner, just 1-2. And Klaus Graf saw a door, a chink, and just slightly ajar. Needed no second invitation. And fair play to Chris Dyson, gave him racing room there.
Yeah, he didn't have much choice because Klaus Graf stuffed it round the inside there. Great incisive move by Klaus Graf in car number 6. He saw his opportunity, as you correctly said, and he took it. He just dived straight for the inside, straight for the apex of the corner, and there's no way Chris Dyson could turn in because that Muscle Milk Porsche was right there. And into 2nd place now goes Klaus Graf. Will he now be able to close the 2.7 second deficit he has now to Clint Field in the race leading car number 37?
And Field, the quickest lap last time around, a 1:19.0, 1:20.3, 1:20.9.
Yeah, traffic for all of them.
Yeah, for all of those guys. And Chris Dyson now is going to have to deal with the charging Simon Pagenaud. And here it is again, Jeremy, coming down the last corner. It was the Pelosi Ford, and it was the GMG car as well there.
Yeah, and Chris Dyson thought about going down the inside of those 2 GT cars, thought better of it, and Klaus Graf said, OK, fine, well, if you're not going to do it, I am. Yeah. And he stuck it down there. Great driving by both of those guys. Hats off also to Pierre Eret, who's driving the Autocon Lola AER. He's running in 5th place, quite a long way behind the 4 leaders, but he's been matching them in lap times the last few laps. A couple of laps ago,
he went everybody on, actually. That's why he's so far back.
Fine, because he 2 laps ago, when everybody had a clear lap and they were all doing 1:17 second laps, so was Pierre Eret in that car number 12.
Yeah, so I saw him on the dirt early on in the race when we had that little conflagration between the two Porsches, the 23 car.
Christophe Bouchou must have had an incident on that lap. I was just going to say that Christophe Bouchou is in second place now in LMP Challenge in car number 55. He closed right up on the G-Oil car, number 99, Elton Julian at the wheel, but they were within a second or so last time around, and then he came past this time, and there's 10 seconds between them. So Bouchou in car number 55 must have had an off somewhere around that lap, I believe.
And just to add to what Jeremy was saying there about Pierre Arret's great drive, I forgot to mention the 12 start from pit lane as well.
Oh, did it?
So he fought his way through the traffic. So they weren't on track in time for the formation lap. So he's fought his way through along with Simon Pagenaud in fairness, in a car that has nowhere near the performance of the LMP1 I keep wanting to call it an Acura, sorry, HPD car.
Yeah, and Pierre, he doesn't have a massive amount of experience in prototype cars. He is another self-proclaimed gentleman driver, as we see Simon Pagenaud trying to weave his way through the traffic and make a move on Chris Dyson. And as one of the extreme speed motorsports Ferraris there in the GT class hampers that effort down at the hairpin in turn 11, Pagenaud still remains in 4th place.
That Mazda's got the ponies down the straight, hasn't it, Jeremy? That 2-litre turbocharged engine. Beautiful little Swiss watch of it. It's a tiny little thing. It's about 60 or 70 kilos all up, this thing. It's a fine little unit, and it's putting out a huge amount of horsepower. And Pagenaud's been stuck behind the 17 of Wolf Hensler. That's the Falcon Tyres Porsche, and that was Guy Cosmo in the ESM Ferrari that we were watching. Its teammate is leading the race. That's Johannes van Overbeek, leading the GT race at least, but he's got company now in the shape of Reese and Jamie Mello.
Yeah, and Johannes van Overbeek from San Francisco, local driver. He's taken advantage of that melee up at the corkscrew, got his way through into the lead, having qualified an excellent second place for that brand new team this year, and showing the way to Reese Competizione. These two Ferraris out in front, but it's Johannes van Overbeek who has a slight edge. Certainly the last couple of laps, Jamie Mellows has managed to close that gap down, and absolutely nose to tail coming through the turn 11 hairpin to complete lap 24. But it's a good old battle going on there for first and second in GT. Meanwhile, at the front, Klaus Graffi's got himself up into second place, and he is now beginning to erase that gap that Clint Field had. It's now down to 1.5 seconds between first and second overall.
Well, let's keep an eye on the GT bar. Remember, 4 different classes of car out there. The blue passing flag being waved with gusto by the marshal on the left-hand side of the circuit there. Trust me, I'm fairly certain Johannes van Overbeek knows that Jamie Mellow's right there in his mirrors, and they've got the leader, Jeremy, coming through to put a lap on them. And this is going to be interesting because Clint Field doesn't want to lose too much time in that black and red prototype. He splits them as they head up the hill with Klaus Graf in the white, or mainly white, RS Spider Porsche coming through. Field is through. That's one danger area for the leader that has been passed. Going through traffic, particularly traffic battling at the head of a class, though, is always going to be one of those little danger moments.
And again, lovely to see there, Clint Field. He takes them one at a time. Just no undue risks there. Just makes nice, clean moves. He got himself through that traffic very, very nicely, and he's at least maintained the gap, if not actually stretched it out a little bit over Klaus Graf in second place. The margin last time around was 1.5 seconds. They come across the line now. It's 2.2, so advantage there to Clint Field. But quicker than all of them, actually was not Chris Dyson, but both Dyson and Pagenaud, they're battling over third and fourth, and they are about 7 seconds behind our race leader.
Clint Field reporting that he's struggling a little bit with tyres. They set very aggressive suspension settings on that car to give it the performance that it has. Clint doing a great job in managing the tyre wear at the moment. In GT, it's Ferrari, then the two Corvettes, and then the two BMWs. Jörg Bergmeister, the first of the Porsches, down in 7th position. And the man at the top of Porsche is here this weekend. I think this is a bit of a horror show for him at the moment. You're hoping that the ace tactician, Thomas Brown, who's on the pit wall for the 45 car, can pull something. Oh, and there's a little mistake by Pagenaud at the top of the hill. I think he just clipped the tyres on the first left-hand apex. If not, he was very close indeed. But that tells you how hard he's charging up to the back of the Lola Mazda Coupe as they go down into turn 11. The sharp first or second gear left-hander that leads onto the start-finish line. And Chris Dyson is driving for his life at the moment, Jeremy.
He is again a little bit defensive going down into turn 10 there, but he's able to get through, maintain his advantage through there, and then make a move on a GT car going down into turn 11. In the meantime, Simon Pagenaud, he was held up by another of the Extreme Speed Motorsports Patron Ferraris going down into the hairpin at turn 2. So boy, he's really having a hard time with the traffic, is Simon Pagenaud, but there's still a long, long way to go. There's over exactly 5 hours and a quarter still to go in this race.
And a new leader in GT down at turn number 4 as through goes Jamie Mello, takes advantage of a slight mistake by Johannes van Overbeek. The Tequila Patron car just maybe half a car's width offline, and through went the bright red Ricci Ferrari.
Yeah, and I think Johannes van Overbeek there was trying to give some room to David Brabham. It was those two that got together, the two Patron cars in the two different classes, and I think that cost Johannes a little bit of momentum there and enabled Jamie Mello to make the move, and now he takes over the lead in GT.
He's just gone by the Alex Job Racing Mission sponsored 81 GTC car, gets right in the way of the number 4 of Jan Magnussen. There's your new GT leader coming down to the final corner, and Jamie Mello now knows he has to get his head down, Jeremy, and try and break the toe of these 3 cars behind, because it's going to be that close all the way through. And meantime, there's your Bergmeister right in the wheel tracks of the number 90 BMW with the German ace Dirk Muller. In fact, no, it's Bill Oberlin. Oberlin's lost a place. It was the 92 car. Let's go back to the pass for the lead just a few moments ago. And you're right, it was Brabham pushing the Ferrari offline.
Yeah, because Brabham had been held up a little bit coming out of the hairpin, and that put Johannes van Overbeek a little bit off his stride going into turn 3 there, and that is what gave the loss of momentum, allowed Jamie Mello to make that pass for the lead. Meanwhile, we've got a great battle for the lead now. Clint Field is under intense pressure from Klaus Graf.
You're listening to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche, and with assistance from Michelin and Flying Lizards Motorsport here at the track, as well as our new pit lane sponsor, the Nissan 370Z here in the States. 40th anniversary of the Z cars in America. And don't forget, if you're listening to us on a computer, you could be watching the action as we are here at the track, courtesy of Intersport TV Productions and To-Do-Cast with the American Le Mans Series. The pictures being beamed around the world for the first time, a full live video webcast of the American Le Mans Series. www.radiolemans.com/Laguna for more details on that. Chris Dyson saying he's losing grip on the tyres. He's struggling very hard indeed as the 81 Mission Porsche goes by, us pulling decent numbers across the start-finish line. And he is down in... Where is he? Down in 5th position. Juan Gonzalez at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, and his son Ricardo is now up into 3rd place in GT Challenge. In car number 80, the sister car, also run out of the Alex Job Racing stable. Those guys, it's Ricardo Gonzalez is sharing with Luis Diaz and Rudy Junco, another Mexican who is making his return to racing after almost 10 years out of it. And those guys, they were not fast in qualifying, but as at Long Beach, they've moved themselves up through consistency in the early part of the race. Ricardo Gonzalez now up into 3rd place in GT Challenge, really doing an excellent job.
45 minutes gone at the front of the field. It's just 7/10 of a second between Clint Field and Klaus Graf, as we've got a spinner, and it's the leader in LMPC. This is Elton Julian, who's looped it at the first 2 corners, the Andretti hairpin, and just showing he was not under pressure there from Christophe Bouchou. Now, I haven't seen Bouchou go by. He may have held on to the lead there.
Yep.
There is Bouchou, 3rd car back in the trim. Well, how lucky can you get, Jeremy? No pressure at all on former F3 driver Elton Julian in the 99 Gunner Racing, the Green Earth team Gunner Racing with the G-Oil sponsorship. Now he's got to get his head back together really quickly here and not lose the position to the car that's now right behind him, which is Christophe Bouchou. He's had his own problems early on in the 55 Level 5 motorsports car, and not least that we had him out of the race with a blown engine, which clearly was wrong. But has had a little off-track excursion as well, and he's been losing time back to almost a minute. But now he's right on it and down through Schwann's curb. Dirty tyres, I think he's drifted wide, but Bouchou has the confidence and the experience to pull the car back online.
Yeah, and Elton Julian there allowed himself to get a little bit offline through that very tricky corner. That's the last thing you want to do.
That's what I said, to get his head together.
Yeah, but you know, he's got a lot of experience.
We're P1.
There you go. That's
not like he didn't know.
Yeah, really. But Elton Julian, he a lot of experience in different cars, but hasn't raced regularly for a long time, making his comeback this year. An uncharacteristic mistake from him, but still a long way to go, and still very handily in second place. And just about everybody else in the class has had some sort of a problem or another. And Brian Wong in car number 89 has taken advantage of that. And I was going to say had moved himself up into third place. Indeed, was in third place, but has been passed just moments ago by Kyle Marcelli, making his way back after spinning out away of the lead of LMPC earlier on at the corkscrew.
Let's go down to the pit lane. Scott Tucker, the man at the head of Level 5 Motorsports, as we've got a battle for second place at the corkscrew, and round the outside, Pagenaud tries to pass on the dirt. Well, we've seen it done in IndyCar, but I'm not sure you can do it with a sports car. Indeed, clearly you can't, as Chris Dyson hangs on to second place overall by the skin of his teeth. Let's deal with this for just a moment down into turn 11. Dirty tyres now. The Michelin's full of gravel and crud from the outside of the circuit, but he's got a good run there. But we know that Mazda, the voice of reason, Rob Hill.
Yeah, that's he is the team manager there at Patron Highcroft Racing, imploring his driver. This is a long race.
Watch this, Jeremy. Watch this again.
Absolutely side by side they were. There was the 88 GT Challenge car was kind of in the way there, unwittingly, of course. Pagenaud tries to take the Alex Zanardi shortcut there and didn't pay off for him.
He had his nose ahead for a short moment, but
he realised they were going to make. If he stayed on that course, they were going to make contact.
That was going to be expensive. Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep our eye on this. Let's get down to the pit lane where the 55 of Christophe Bouchou is leading, of course, in LMPC. That will make Scott Tucker, the man behind Level 5 Motorsports, a very happy man, Jamie.
He is very happy about leading right now, but Scott, you were in the car when the motor blew in the 95 car. What did that feel like?
It's not a good feeling when that happens. It's just one of those things that there's no power, and you can see the oil coming out the back.
Now you have to get your head straight because you're actually going to get behind the wheel of the 55 car as well. Is that correct?
Well, I'll be getting in the 55 here probably in another 20 or 30 minutes and driving it for a stint or two.
How challenging is it for you to be switching back and forth between cars throughout the weekend?
Since they're the same car, it's not that challenging, but it's still a lot of work.
We wish you the best of luck. Congratulations on leading right now.
Thank you.
Classic case of good news, bad news there.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Scott Tucker, the owner of that Levels 5 Motorsports team, and it is a great organisation as well.
Watching the battle for second position if you're on the stream, on the World Wide Web, here for the American Le Mans Series third round. It's the Monterey event at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, presented by Patron, and it is Chris Dyson who is battling for, for third place. I'd forgotten that Klaus Graf had gone up the road, and
by some considerable margin,
he's
14 seconds.
Hasn't he?
Up the first two. Clint Field and Klaus Graf still within a second, battling for the lead. And these two cars we're watching on screen now, Chris Dyson still just about holding off Simon Pagenaud for third and fourth positions. And then in fifth, about another 15 seconds or so behind, is Pierre Eret in car number 12, the bright orange Autocon car. And again, Pierre Eret, he's keeping pace with the race
here he
leaders.
goes down the inside, one either side of the the GTC car, and that was a great move. Again, opportunist overtaking manoeuvre, and I do think that Chris Dyson's struggling for grip there.
Very nice move, Simon. Very nice move.
Even Rob Hill is impressed. It must have been a good one. But look how quick the little coupe is with the Mazda engine.
Yeah, and unfortunately Chris Dyson there didn't get a particularly good run off turn 11. He was, I think, distracted a little bit and put off his stride there by Pagenaud coming down the inside. And to my mind, it looked like he didn't quite get his act together quick enough coming off that corner. Otherwise, I think he would have been even closer to making a serious challenge going down into turn 2. But that position has been changed. Have a look at it again on replay.
He almost hesitates for a moment, just as he comes through the middle of 10.
Yeah, Chris Dyson had no alternative, because there was the TRG Porsche, but I think it's Henri Richard at the wheel of car number 63, held him up cruelly, really, right in the middle of the corner at turn 10. Dyson had to lift off, and after that it was which side do I go, left or right? He chose to go right, but he had to lose a lot of momentum in order to do that, and that was what gave Pagenaud the opportunity to dive down to the inside of both of them.
Mark this down, Pagenaud was 16 seconds behind the leader Clint Field when he went by after he made that pass. 16 seconds at the head of the field. Clint Field's actually pulled out a little bit at the moment, and he and Pierre Rett are the two fastest guys on the circuit. There is Clint working through the infield area on the dry lake bed that gives this area its name, Laguna Seca at Mazda Raceway. It's John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the booth, and down in the Nissan 370Z pit lane, it's Jamie Howe. More from her in a little while as we're watching this fantastic battle unfold at the head of the field, not too far away from pit stops, with 51 minutes completed. There is the leader in GT. It's Jamie Mello in the 62 Ferrari. In second place, Johannes van Overbeek in the green and black Ferrari. That's the 01 car, and then Corvettes, BMWs, and somewhere in there should be a Porsche at the back of that. And there he is, the 45 Flying Lizard of York Bergmeister is on the ragged edge trying to stay up with these guys. Jeremy.
Yeah, it is. There's battling all the way up and down the field. This is great stuff. Still the two race leaders, the 37 of Clint Field, still out in front, but only by just a second or so over Klaus Graf. Tymon Pagenaud, clearly the fastest man on the track at the moment. He's in third place. The gap was, as John Hindhaugh said, 16 seconds. He's going to come across the line right now. The gap between first and third now down to 13 and a half seconds. So 2 seconds clawed back that time by the car number 1, Simon Pagenaud. A gap of about 4 seconds now back to Chris Dyson in a pretty lonely fourth place. He's going to become very lonely shortly, because he's not going to see Pagenaud again for quite some time. Pierre Eret is still running fifth and turning much quicker lap times now than Chris Dyson, and maybe he will be able to reduce that deficit between the fourth and fifth place cars as we again watch the screen going up the hill as the race leader Clint Field has to work his way through this GT traffic for the second time this afternoon. He's coming now past the fifth and sixth place cars in GT.
It's Jeremy Shaw just running down the things at the moment. 5 laps to pit for the leader. He'll be coming in at lap 41, says Bubba Clark, who's monitoring the team communications for us here. Brilliant Bubba. And he is going to be struggling to hold on to this, but to be honest, he's done a tremendous job. Clint Field, we've often seen the 37 car. It's light, burn, very brightly.
There's a pass for second into GT, I think, going down into the Andretti hairpin. Yes, Oliver Gavin makes the move down there to the inside.
And a pass for the lead at the same time as Klaus Graf took his opportunity. But he's gone wide, and here comes the 37 down the inside and takes it back. Can somebody tell these guys there's 5 hours and 5 minutes still to go? This is not a 20-lap sprint.
Brilliant.
I was just about to say, we've often seen the 37 Intersport car, Jeremy, lead the race. Its light often burns very brightly, but not particularly long. The car is set up very aggressively. It's not one of the newer cars here. John and Clint Field love to go and play with the big boys, but this is by far and away the best run we've seen this car for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen there is smoke. I thought there was a wisp of smoke going up the hill there from car number 37. Yeah, I think so. I thought I saw it go up the hill. Yeah, here he's coming down again.
Just on lift off.
A wisp.
Let's have a look at the back of that car.
Let's hope that's not anything.
Oh, he's got the GT leader as they go 3 wide. The 88 Porsche in amongst it again. Yes, definitely. That's an engine.
It's a turbo.
Oh, dear me. What a shame. He's just coming round to finish his stint with, what, 2 or 3 laps to go.
It's this lap. We got smoke coming out of the exhaust.
Oh, he's gone. Too late, I'm afraid, for that call. We saw some flame from the right-hand bank of exhaust, and the black flags come out for that car. Look to the right rear of that car, and you'll see 2 sets of exhaust, one either side, and there's a lick of flame. And I'm afraid I don't think that engine is long for this world, Jeremy, and that is such a shame. That has been a top-quality run for Intersport and for Clint Field. Now, can he get it home, is the question, and I mean, it's going to mess up any chances of a good victory. I'll tell you what, Klaus Kraft's been very sensible and staying away from the back of that car at the moment. And let's hope he hasn't come a cropper, because he has dropped a long way back as the leader comes through amongst, again, the LMPC traffic.
Take it back to the garage, please. Back to the garage.
So that's...
Oh, it's dropping oil. You can see a lot of oil behind that car, and it's right on the racing line.
Garage, guys, now. Go.
As the Intersport guys scramble back into the paddock area, but that's going to be very, very tricky down the hill through Schwanz Curve, and he's dropping it all the way. Oh my goodness me, that is a huge amount of oil, is it?
Shut it off, please, Jason. Turn it off.
Huge amount of oil. In fact, now the worst part of it is it's nearly stopped, so it's out of oil. And that's what a shot. The hands off the wheel in absolute despair for Clint Field. What a shame, Jeremy.
Yeah, what a shame indeed. I mean, cruel disappointment for those guys. They worked so hard.
Why did I say anything about them?
No, you know,
I've cursed.
As you were talking about that, I saw him going up the hill. That was the first wisp of smoke I'd seen as he went round turn 5, just a bit more than a lap ago now. Then again, going up the hill towards the quarter, again, another one.
New leader then, Klaus Kraft, just under the hour. He leads it. Let's go to the Nissan 370Z pit lane, and Jamie Howard's with Intersport.
Yes, John Field, not quite as big a smile as what you had before. Do you guys know what happened?
I think it's a turbo went south on it. So, you know, he had a great race and drove it like a leader. So he was great.
The crew certainly gave him a car that was capable of turning some quick times today, didn't they?
There wasn't really anything wrong. I mean, it was just good all the way through. So it's good. But we'll
Big disappointment. We still have one car out on track, the number 89 LMPC car.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Great racing, and we saw that pass and repass for the lead, and then just half a lap later, Jeremy spotted it coming out of the, in fact, going up the hill to the corkscrew, and then it just got worse from there. Watch that right-hand exhaust pipe. You can see a little lick of flame there. So he heads over the start-finish line, and what do you think, Jeremy? The best race ever for Clint Field?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's won a lot of races in the past, most of them in LMP2, you know, over the 10-year period of the American Le Mans Series. He's won 16 races in the past, has Clint Field, but I reckon this might have been his finest hour, and literally it was just about exactly an hour that he was out in the lead of this race, just fractionally under, but that was a really good performance. We heard his dad, his proud dad, quite rightly proud dad, John, say that Clint is underrated as a driver, and, you know, I'm not going to argue with that, because this afternoon he really showed what he was worth. It was a great performance out in the early stages of this race. It's handed the lead to the muscle milk Porsche Aris Spider of Klaus Graf, but not too far behind is Simon Pagenaud in car number 1. 7.5 seconds was the gap last time around, and we're going to have to see how that changes over the next few laps. The race leader had just put a second lap on the car number 8 of Paul Drayson, who is now running in 8th place overall.
Smashing run by Klaus Graf, who has bided his time, didn't get involved in all the first corner shenanigans, and has taken a reasonable lead, 6.7 seconds. Now I said, remember when Pagenaud got through and took that position, it was 16 seconds. Chris Dyson has dropped back to 19 seconds away from the leader. So Pagenaud has already half the lead to Klaus Graf, who leads this motor race as we are about to go into hour number 2. Let's take a rundown of the positions for the American Le Mans Series Monterey, presented by Patron, as the Number 80 car has a little bit of a problem and goes, oh dear me, that's not the place to go off up the hill. That's the challenge car. That's the Ricardo Gonzalez, the third place challenge car. And we saw someone go off and do exactly the same thing there in practice. So Graf leads in the 6 from Pagano in the 1 by 6.7 seconds. Chris Dyson struggling for grip in third place. He's another 13 seconds further back. And Pierre Arret, another 6 seconds back on Dyson and gaining on him at the moment. That's a great run again. Should stress that from the Autocon car. In PC, Christophe Bouchou in the Level 5 Motorsports car, the 55, leads by a second from Elton Julian in the 99 and 20 seconds further back, the 36 Genoa Racing car of Kyle Maselli,
who has been turning some of the fastest laps in that class over the last 10 minutes or so.
With 1 hour gone then, Jamie Mello leads GT from Jan Magnussen, but only by 1.3 seconds. Ollie Gavin is in third, so that's Ferrari, and then it's Corvette and Johannes van Overbeek in the 0-1 Ferrari in fourth position. Then that battle in the GTC, Jeroen Blekemolen leads it, as he has done from the start, from the pole position, sitting Black Swan Racing Porsche, from James Sofranas in the GMG car in second place, and it's Doug Barron at the wheel of the 28 911 design Porsche in third place. A few more laps till I pit, says Simon Pagano, and 5 laps for Chris Dyson. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold on very much longer in that car. Let's welcome an honoured guest to the booth. We're at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, and Robert T. Davis. It's only ever been Robert Davis to me. Robert, how are you? The Senior Vice President of Quality Research and Development. Well, we had a Mazda pole position at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. That must have made you very, very happy indeed.
Yeah, that made the whole entire Mazda team very excited, and we're glad to be here on our home turf, and the pole position was very well. The team and everybody, including all the drivers, are doing a great job, and all of our partners are doing a great job. We really appreciate it.
We have the Mazda Miata, or MX-5 as it's known in other parts of the world. We have those cars racing this weekend, and because of the popularity of that car, it's now the most raced production car anywhere in the world. That's an amazing statistic.
Yeah, the 3 generations of MX-5 Miata are incredible cars. Incredible sports cars for the road make incredible race cars. And Spec Miata, or the other various club racing venues, including the MX-5 Cup here presented by Playboy, which is a great opportunity to race a great car. And we're very proud of that fact. You know, in the U.S., we're the most raced brand of any brands, and we're excited about it. It's in our blood, but don't forget we got some other cars racing here too, the USF 2000 and the Star Mazda series. So at Mazda Raceway, you'd expect a lot of Mazdas to race.
Yes, absolutely. The car that was on pole position still holding on to a very good third position for Chris Dyson, the 16 Dyson Racing Lola with the Mazda engine. Not a lot of people ask us, is it a rotary engine? It's not a rotary engine, although you still have that in the RX-8, of course, in your street car. But this is a development of the MZR, which is the 2-litre 4-cylinder that is in fact now the most profligate engine across your range.
Yes, we feel it's important to race what we sell, and the 2-liter engine is our most popular engine among all of our cars. So the MZRR, which is in the 16 car, is a race version of that motor, and we're really proud of it. 2-liter turbo racing against V8s, and we're really excited.
They say that Mazda is what happens to a motor manufacturer when you allow a bunch of racers to take charge. There's a little bit of race car in absolutely everything you build.
Yeah, we're lucky. We've got a lot of people both here in North America and in Japan that support our efforts. And even our CFO is a racer at heart, and that doesn't happen very often. You know, those finance guys are usually pretty stiff, but we're lucky enough to have support from top management, and we have a lot of them here this weekend, and we have a lot watching from Japan. I got a couple of messages already on the poll from Japan, so looks like you got a change in the GT lead here.
Well, almost, with Jamie Mello and Jan Magnussen bouncing it backwards and forwards as they come down the hill. Before I let you go, I'm going to ask you a question about the business. You're not one of the bigger car manufacturers, but you've managed to more than hold your own in the problematical times that we've had. Why do you think that is? What is different about your philosophy at Mazda as to some... I mean, in fairness, you had less to lose, but you've actually not lost out as much as anybody else.
Well, we have a philosophy. It's a business philosophy and a racing philosophy that we live within our means. And you see it in our racing programs. You see it in our business approach. We really spend a lot of time understanding where we are and where opportunities exist. And also, you know, Mazda is a very emotional purchase. All of our cars are driven with a lot of emotion. So as you go through tough times and as you want to purchase a new car, we hope that the people that are emotional about their cars want something more than just transportation will choose us. And so we've done pretty well holding our own. Always can do better, and we're hoping to do better going forward. But, you know, we expect 2010 to be a great year as we see some recovery in the core business, and so far it's coming along pretty good.
Well, you know what, as all of us race fans should be very grateful to you for, if nothing else, your continued support and investment in this facility here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. I know there's been a lot of work done by Jill Campbell and her team here, and the financial support, let's be honest, that you guys put into this for the naming rights allows them to do that. So regardless of anything else you do, for sure, thanks very much for that.
Thank you. We just want to also thank all the fans and thank everybody and Jill and her staff at the track, and also all the volunteers. This program doesn't work with a lot of volunteers, and gives a lot of money to charities in the organization and around the county, and we're excited about it. So thank you for recognizing us, and thanks for all of our customers.
Thanks, Robert. Come back and see us again. Down into the pit lane, whilst Robert Davis, the Senior Vice President of Quality Research and Development for Mazda, were talking, Jamie Howe was watching a Mazda pit stop.
Yes, and Chris Dyson brought that car in. They got a full load of the biobutanol fuel that they're running. It was also the first time a biobutanol-powered car had been on an overall pole. They did a tire change with the new set of Dunlop tires on board and a driver change as well. So he is back out on track and ready to finish up the race. A couple more hours to go.
That was a good pit stop there, I think, for Dyson Racing. But interesting, he'd been turning, I think, probably his quickest laps of the race just before that pit stop. The car, of course, is at its lightest. But again, that says a lot about the Dunlop tyres on that car, that he was able to turn some very quick laps. So he did 1 minute 16.5 just before he made that first pit stop on lap 46 for car number 16. Also, let's say that Pierre Eret brought the car number 12 into the pits for a scheduled stop while we were talking to Robert Davis. That too is a pretty good stop by the Autocom team, but it looked to me like the car was crawling down the hill going down towards the turn 2, coming out of the pit lane. So I think he lost a little bit of time there, but I believe he was able to get it going again and maintains 4th place.
Back to the battle at the head of the GT field. Reese due a pit stop, so is Drayson Racing, and at the moment Jamie Mello is desperate to hold on to P1 in the GT category before he pits.
Yeah, Jan Magnussen has been flying in that car number 3. He's got his way past Oliver Gavin, which I must admit I hadn't actually really noticed earlier on, and now he closed right in on Jamie Mello, and that is a great battle for GT as they go down there into turn 5.
Second place car, Simon Pagenaud, now only 2.6 seconds away from the leader, but due to pit next time around. Klaus Graf in the Porsche. We haven't heard that he's pitted, and there is the number 12 car, by the way, Jeremy, so your worries about that, I've just seen it up to speed. There it is, the 12 Autocon car coming up on this battle for the GT lead, which goes past the 44 Flying Lizards just about. Seth Nyman as Drayson comes in the pit lane and goes straight through, did it? No, Drayson car's here.
Somebody just heard a stop and go pent. Was it car number 16?
No, was it? It was.
Yeah,
it was.
I think it was. I just saw a glimpse of blue and white just flashing past.
Great spot. This was the 89.
It must, I presume, for speeding on the pit lane as our class leader 62 into the pits.
And this is Jamie Mello, who will hand over. Out goes the Drayson car, by the way, right in front of us. Paul Drayson staying in the car, doing a double stint at the start of this race for his noble lord. In comes the Reese car, stops on its marks, the fuel goes in. Now, of course, whilst the fuel's going in, nothing else can be done bar changing the driver. Mello gets out. Jimmy Bruni, Gian-Maria Bruni gets in. Just the 2 drivers for this car. They can clean the windscreen, so they pull off. In fact, rather than washing it, they pull off a tear off. As through has got the number 1 car into the pit lane. This is 2nd place, Simon Pagenaud, right in front of us. Now, as the fueling is complete on the 62, a new set of Michelin tyres. Jamie is looking at the Pagenaud pit stop.
Yes, the fuel's still going in. The car just went up on the jack so they can change out those Michelin tires. But what's not being changed out is the driver. Simon Pagenaud is going to stay in the car. Fight off of pit road with the number 4 Corvette and the 62 Ferrari, but 62 Ferrari did beat him off of pit road.
Now that is very impressive because the 4 car of Ollie Gavin was 3rd going into the pits and very nearly got by what had been the leader coming in the pits. So Jeremy, they made up a huge amount of time. Once again, Pratt and Miller, the absolute kings of the pit lane.
Yeah, not a huge amount of time. It wasn't far back in 3rd place, but certainly a slightly better pit stop. Yeah, he wasn't barely in sight, wasn't he? It was at least 2 or 3 seconds, I believe, between those 2 coming into the pits. But a great stop, as you said, by that GM CompuWare Corvette team, and they get themselves out right on the tail of the erstwhile leader in GT. That's car number 62, the Ferrari.
Now these 2 BMWs have inherited the lead, so it is Bill Oberlin that leads in the 92 car from the 90, so that's swept back round again because we had the 90 ahead for a moment earlier on. Dirk Muller had got ahead of Oberlin. Oberlin's nicked it back, and Oberlin then leads in the 92 car with the red section of the rear wing. The blue section means the 90 car is in 2nd place. They owe us pit stops, but we've seen, Jeremy, in the past, haven't we? The BMWs are very efficient on their fuel and have often gone 2, 3, 4, even more laps further into the race, and if they catch the right kind of circumstances, as there is Jan Magnussen having been in and out of the pit lane. Now Magnussen presumably has changed drivers. Doesn't say so. See when he comes round again.
He's out a long way ahead of the 62 Ferrari. So that again, a lightning quick stop by the Chevy team. And that gap, they came in virtually nose to tail, didn't they? The 62. Well, they were nose to tail before the pit stops, the 62 and the number 3 of Jan Magnussen. But I think after that pit stop was completed, Magnussen well out in front.
The 99 just diving into the pits, I caught that, as well as the 45 Flying Lizard. So everybody now, these are green flag scheduled pit stops, 1 hour 12 minutes in. There is the 45 of your Bergmeister. Now, have they been able, can they do anything to find some pace out of this car? Bergmeister will get out, and Patrick Long with that green and yellow racing helmet jumps into the car. Pat Long, one of the real stars of American road racing, Jeremy. He's raced prototypes, he's raced GTs extensively, particularly for Flying Lizards and Porsche. He's been across, he plied his trade in single-seaters a few years ago back in the UK and in Europe, and he really is. And I'm so pleased he hasn't been seduced to oval racing and stock cars.
Yeah, he's a class act, is Patrick Long. A really great young man. He works so hard at his craft. He's great with the fans. Just a really personable young man is Patrick Long. A real credit to himself, to his country, and of course to Porsche. Porsche picked him up, well, best part of 10 years ago now probably, and took him under their wing. And they've nurtured him, and he's paid back the faith that was shown in him in spades. He's doing a great job now as both of the BMWs come onto the pit lane at the same time. It's a little bit of a surprise, but they've done about, 3 or 4 laps longer than the class leaders in GT as they follow Christophe Beauchou, the leader also in LMP Challenge, into the pit lane. So a lot of pit stops going on, and the 2 BMWs nose to tail, car numbers 90 and 92.
Cool, so both cars in together. Rahal Letterman going to work.
Slightly surprised they didn't stagger those.
What's going on here? There's something the matter. No, they're just getting the tyres out.
I'm surprised they wouldn't have staggered them by one lap.
They've got 2 pit crews, so I kind of understand that.
But it leaves them a little bit more room to get in and out of the pit lane, because one of them had to go around the other one there to get into their respective pit boxes, and when they leave, it's going to be the other way around. So we have to see how these pit stops occur, and whether one or other of them gains an advantage, and whether or not the fact that they were able to do 3 or 4 more laps still in their hot set of Dunlop tyres, whether that is going to play to their their advantage vis-a-vis the other class leaders.
Well, it looks fairly clean.
He had to make a sharp right turn there to get around the 92 car.
So the 92 gets out first, ahead of the 90, and Jamie down in the pit lane. Didn't see any driver changes there, Jamie.
There were some driver changes for both of the BMWs, yes.
Thank you. That's why we have you down in the eyes and ears of the Nissan 370Z pit lane here on the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. 1 hour and 15 minutes exactly to go. 4 hours 45. There's the GT leader, it's Guy Cosmo in the O2. This is the Ferrari, the second of the ESM car, owes us a pit stop, of course.
Yes, but he came in, of course, under that first caution of the day.
What did we say?
Exactly right. He's able, if there is a full course caution, that doesn't really make that much difference, but he's able at least now to get that car into the lead of the race. He will relinquish it, as you suggest, when he comes into the pit lane, probably in about another 7 or 8 minutes, I would suggest. But hats off to Guy Cosmo and an Extreme Speed Motorsports Ferrari team. They played.
Give me one more lap.
Okay, just one more lap. Fine. He's been out he's been out several minutes since most of the other leaders in GT came in, including his teammate.
So that is him being told to come in.
That is the race leader there, Klaus Graf, going past as well. And the gap between first and second, it was down, wasn't it, to about 6 seconds before the pit stops. And that has grown quite substantially. Klaus Graf has already gone across the line to complete lap 54. We're still waiting for Simon Pagenaud to come through.
That's a long gap.
It is a long gap, isn't it? Last time around, Pagenaud turned a 1:16.2, which was significantly faster. The three GT cars were side by side across the start-finish line. Still no sign of Simon Pagenaud.
Now that is very worrying. We haven't missed him because we're looking out the window. There goes the Jaguar, the distinctive sound. There's the BMW of Guy Cos the 02 BMW. I'm not talking about 01 of Scott Sharp. It's the Ferrari. Klaus Graf still out and in the... Has Klaus actually stopped yet? We do not think he stopped, and I think this is why he's got the lead. This is why he's got the big lead. Here he comes. Here he comes. This is why. What a fantastic run then for Klaus Graf. Not only fast, not only smart, but my goodness me, that Porsche V8 engine, super, super good on gas mileage.
Yeah, of course, I hadn't thought about that. It hadn't crossed my mind. Generally, the prototype...
An hour and 20, near enough an hour and 70.
That car is pretty economical. And
that's not a DI, remember? That's not a direct injection.
I don't think it is it?
No, it's not. They have gone for that extra expense and extra complication. And there was a little sneaky comment by Greg Pickett about getting the life of this car extended and talking to the guys at Porsche about them continuing to support this car and having the car grandfathered through the next set of rules. And that would be great because we are still enjoying seeing this car in private hands. No sign of Klaus getting out of the car. He's super glued to that seat. Did a couple of slower laps there, a 1:20 the lap before he came in. Hasn't quite crossed the white line for the pits yet. Oh, and there's some
efficient coming out of the radiator, perhaps.
There's a new leader going through, Simon Pagenaud. As out goes Klaus Graf. There was, I think, the addition of some fluid there going into the car.
Possibly. It certainly wasn't the fastest of pit stops by car number 6 there, but that has handed the advantage to Simon Pagenaud, who did not. The number 1 car did not change drivers either. So it's Pagenaud out in front, Klaus Graf in second place, and Andy Merrick took over the lead of...
Now here's the GT battle while we were watching the leader in the pits. That is a new leader. And we've got a full course caution. Because, and I think it's because the racing car's gone off ahead of them there. There's a little bit of paint traded. It's normally Ferraris and Porsches, or Porsches and Corvettes rather. Yes, it was the racing car going off. Look at the paint being traded here. Wow.
Yeah, wow, that was very tight, wasn't it, going into turn 4 there? So and Jimmy Bruni just about held the advantage.
Full course caution. Why have we got a full course caution? Oh, there we are. Good pick-up, guys. Thank you on the vision that
TR1 Matheson Motorsports
is the Matheson Motorsports car. Had been on pole position, and that's the exit of the Andretti Het. We've all done that. You're going too hard, leave your braking too late, and then get on the power too early, lose the back end.
That's a disaster for that team. Tom Papadopoulos is doing a pretty respectable job up until then, and it's that one mistake, and I think the rear wheels there are stuck in the gravel. He is imploring the safety guys to pull him out.
Speeding in pit lane, by the way, was why the 16 car got its stop. We can confirm that from earlier on. So let's, with an hour and 20 minutes and our second pace car of full course caution and pace car of the race here on the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. There's Simon Pagenaud and Jeremy Shaw take you through the top positions in each of the four classes.
Yeah, in LMP it is Simon Pagenaud from Klaus Graf, Andy Merrick. Pierre Arret still in third place. Whether he's a lap down or not, I'm not quite sure. I have to wait until everybody packs up behind the race leader. Paul Drayson now is up into fifth place overall, despite that latest indiscretion there briefly off the road in the exit of turn 3. Kyle Marcelli has got himself back into the lead of LMP Challenge now in car number 36. I think we saw that car make an unscheduled pit stop earlier on, I believe, after the spin he had at the top of the hill. But that car is now in the lead of the class and showing what... 2, perhaps 3 laps down on the overall race leader. It's car number 36, therefore, leads LMP Challenge, followed by the number 99 car of Elton Julian. And Brian Wong is in third place in car number 89. And Scott Tucker, after taking over the wheel of the number 55 car from Christophe Beaujeu, has slipped back to fourth place in LMP Challenge. In GT, it's still the Ferrari car number 62 with Jimmy Bruni just out in front over Johnny O'Connell, who's taken over the wheel of car number 3 from Jan Magnussen. Olivier Beretta in the number 4 Chevy CompuWare Corvette is in third place in car number 4. Fifth place in GT, the best of the BMWs, Tommy Milner in car number 92. Fifth place now is Patrick Long, having taken over the Flying Lizard Porsche. He runs fifth place in GT car number 45, followed by the number 90 car of Joey Hand, the second of the Rahul Letterman BMWs. So look at GT Challenge. It's still car number 54, the Black Swan racing car. Sebastian Blakemolen has now taken over from his brother Jerome, the two Dutchmen. Up into second place now in GT Challenge is car number 63. That would be the TRG car. Henri Richard is still at the wheel of car number 63, followed by Bryce Miller in car number 48. In third place, that's the Orbit racing car. Third place in GT Challenge. So we're under the pace car for the, third time I think it is this afternoon. And Simon Pagenaud, he leads the race as the cars are all coming past us now at the start-finish line, so we get a proper picture of who is where in the overall running order.
Right, cool. So the American Le Mans Series live from Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, with an hour and 23 minutes gone. Our coverage presented by Porsche, with assistance from Michelin and Flying Lizards Motorsport. Don't forget, Flying Lizards, sorry, let me get this right, www.lizardms.com. Listen to the onboard radio, as well as all of the special offers that we have. And while we've got a bit of quiet, we'll do that during this pace car period. Get yourself a free decal if you buy anything this weekend by just entering the code decal into the Lizards shop. Reports of a problem with the number 1 car, which I'll come back to in a moment. Also, don't forget that if you're listening to this on the World Wide Web, thanks to the hard work of Sport TV,
that's what I did last time. No worries.
it's open. Let me tell you what Simon Pagenaud was telling. I'll come back to that in a moment. Let me tell you what Simon Pagenaud was talking about there. The engine cut out on him when he came right off the throttle, and they've done an ECU reset because they thought it was the throttle sensor, and that's what you heard Simon Pagenaud talking about. If you're listening to us on XM Channel 242 or Sirius 127 once you get back home. Don't forget you can log in and watch live pictures as well. radiolemans.com/Laguna. And we have to thank Todocast.tv, the American Le Mans Series, and of course Intersport, the TV production company behind the marvellous Truth in 24. Let's go down to the pit lane, the 23 Porsche in there. But we'll go to the leader in GT1, Jimmy Bruni, in that car now, which means that our Jamie can talk to their Jamie, Jamie Howe and Jamie Melo.
Yeah, Jamie Melo, you drove a fantastic stint. A little bit of competition, though, with another one of the Corvettes. How was the battle?
Yeah, I mean, Corvettes are really strong, and I mean, the traffic is really bad as well, so I went offline to ice, and I took about 3-4 laps to clean my tires up. So, but anyway, I think the race is still a long way to go, and Jimmy is doing a great job. So,
was that when that other Ferrari got around you when you went off track?
Sorry?
Was that when the other Ferrari got around you from Extreme Speed Motorsports when you had gone off track?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go off, I just went offline, so it's quite dirty out offline, and anyway, so they overtook me, and a few laps later I overtook him, so it's a great race.
How does the car feel today?
Very good, very consistent, so I think we are in good shape.
Does this mess with your mind a little bit, it being a 6-hour race? It's not a normal format.
Yeah, but I mean, anyway, it's 6 hours, but it's pushing all the time, so it's no rest. So I think it will be a long and tough race.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Jimmy Howe down in the Nissan 370Z pit lane. Whilst we're in a little bit of quiet and you're here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, don't forget all of the other fantastic events coming up throughout the season here, including, of course, the MotoGP, which has been such a big hit here at Mazda Raceway for the last few years. And if we might as well, let's plug ourselves, because the next big event in sports car racing, not here in America, but over in Le Mans. Jeremy and I will be there working for different people. Jeremy's got the gig with Eurosport again. Jamie Howe will be, in fact, all of the three J's here will be working in some way, shape or form at Le Mans. Jamie Howe will be in the pit lane for speed, and if we can drag her away from that, we're going to try and get her on Radio Le Mans as well. Jeremy Shaw will be working for Eurosport with their live coverage in Europe, and of course myself, Eve, and the rest of the RadioLeMans.com team providing our usual service right from Sunday and the run through the first scrutineering, which is Sunday this week, all the way through till about an hour or so after the race on the following Sunday night. We've got World Cup qualifiers with the USA playing England on Saturday night right in the middle of the race. That's going to be fun. And also we'll be broadcasting the majority of our output on Sirius and XM, so check their website and ours for details of the channels that you'll be able to hear 2010's ALMS, Le Mans 24-hour coverage. RadioLeMans.com for full details. Our preview shows, which come to you courtesy of Travel Destinations, our official travel partner, and the Kangaroo TV, which is the on-site handheld radio. Well, they'll start on Monday evening, UK time, 8 o'clock. And that's the GT2s and GT1s on Tuesday evening. Jeremy, it's still very windy here.
Yeah, it is very windy here, and there's only 3 cars now on the lead lap, numbers 1, 6 and 16. The fans out on the racetrack will see car number 12, Pierre Eret, still at the wheel of the Autocon Motorsports Lola. He, I think with that delay down at the exit of the pit lane, that cost him quite substantially. He's now fallen a lap off the lead in 4th place overall. Paul Drayson another lap farther back in 5th place overall. So the top 5 cars are the LMP cars, then the leading LMP Challenge car with Carl Marcelli not far ahead of Elton Julian. Although actually, has Elton Julian been held up behind the race leader as well?
Yes.
So that might have been a big break for Kyle Marcelli and car number 36 for Genoa Racing.
Jeremy, we've got 4.5 hours still to go here, so we're not even into the same sort of level as a standard 2-hour 45-minute American Le Mans Series race. even now, though, the best of the guys up and down the pit lane, which frankly is pretty much all of them, are going to be planning backwards from the end of the race, particularly for tyres, because tyres at the end of this race are going to be absolutely crucial. And when I say tyres, I mean actually tyre compounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly cool here this weekend in any case, so, it's not as if there's going to be a lot of tyre degradation, I think, but we did hear, who was it? It was Jamie Mellor, wasn't it, talking about how dirty the track is offline, and what he was referring to there, and if you were watching the screens, on the screen, you can see the sweepers going around the racetrack, as the race goes along.
I've done in a sports car race for a very, very long time, not in an ALMS race.
As the race goes along, these tyres, little bits of rubber get thrown off the tyre treads and they get accumulated off the racing line here, and that's what Jamie Mellor was saying. If you get forced off the ultimate racing line here, the optimal racing line here, then you have to run over all those little globulets of rubber, and with the hot tyres that gets picked up on the rubber, and you have to work your way to get that excess rubber off the tread of the tyres in order to get your grip back again. So that's what Jamie was talking about, and that sweepers, the two sweepers going out there, that will help to alleviate the problem for some of the drivers now when we go back to green.
Which will be at the end of this lap, Jeremy, because if you look at the Mazda CX-7 safety car, the crossover you never saw coming, well, that has got no flashing lights on the top, which tells Simon Pagenaud that as he comes back round this time around, we will be racing again.
And an unlucky break there for number 80, Ricardo Gonzalez, in the Alex Job racing car. He's stuck behind the race leader, so he's effectively lost a lap to the other GT Challenge cars. He was running, or is running, 6th place in GT Challenge.
The battles at the head of the GT field are going to be very interesting as they come through. There it is. There's the GT battle coming to the final corner, and it's Ferrari versus Johnny O'Connell, Jimmy Bruni. And that is very, very tight indeed. Who has got the horsepower? 1, 2, 3, 4 wide at one stage, going across the start-finish line. And at the moment, it's Maranello beating Bowling Green, Kentucky, as the mid-engined European Exotica. That's the BMW going wide. I think that's the 92 car with the red wing. Yes, it is. So that's a change of position. Tommy Milner getting forced very, very wide. He's lost a couple of positions at least there, Jeremy. Yellows breed yellows. It's said in stock car racing, but it's true in all forms of racing. Everybody is tied up together as it's a 54 car, I think, going back through and making up a position. We saw that car in problems earlier on at the side of the circuit, but it's rejoined. At the head of the field, Pagenaud leads by 6 seconds over Klaus Graf. Graf has got to pick his way through traffic. There's the GT battle. The red Ferrari just over the top of the hill is the one that's leading. Apologies for the noise in the background. One of the photographers has just knocked down part of the press room. I've got the money on Martin Spetz. Down through Schwann's curve. And the 44 Flying Lizard loses a lap. That's Seth Nyman still at the wheel of that. He's done a super long stint there, Seth. Loving his racing this year. First and second in GT then. Down to the final corner. And at the head of the field, Simon Pagenaud has cleared off an 18.6 straight off the bat.
The fact that the number 80 GT Challenge car was in 2nd place behind the race leader Simon Pagenaud, he's just, the little GT Challenge Porsches are nowhere near as quick as the prototypes or the GT cars either, when it comes to that. And so that enables Simon Pagenaud to get a huge jump. When it goes green, when the green flag is waved, Pagenaud can go for it, and he was able to pull away a big advantage from the 2nd place car of Klaus Graf away from that restart. And we're also seeing the number 80 car come onto pit lane, I believe that was. Juan Gonzalez, he's just been lapped, and he's come onto the pit lane as well, so we'll lose some more ground there. Meanwhile, back to the battle in GT, and it's Jimmy Bruni who's made a great restart and managed to put some daylight between himself and Johnny O'Connell, and not just a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds worth as they come over the corkscrew on lap 60 for them. It's Simon Pagenaud who leads, 1 minute 16.4 miles time around, much quicker than anybody else, taking advantage of that clear track.
It's Jeremy Shaw, I'm John Hindhaugh. This is the Marine Le Mans Series Radio Network presented by Porsche. And it's 1 hour and 34 minutes into the race. Jamie Howe is down in the pit lane. Jamie?
I'm down in the pit lane, and so is that Jaguar. They brought it in for pit stop. Houston's got out, handed it over to Ryan DL, and they've not been able to restart the car, so the team is still working on that. But everybody said they were turning some pretty good laps. They're working on getting this car up to competitive mode. Everyone's working really hard. They had that successful test at Road Atlanta a couple weeks ago that we talked about throughout the weekend. Everybody was really hoping for a good result today. They thought this was going to be the place where they really showed what they had. So this is a big setback for them today.
That RSR Jaguar team, they again, it's kind of their better judgment. They made a big change to the setup of that number 75 car before the race morning warm-up, and there's a lot of experience in that team, and conventional wisdom says, you know, you don't really want to change the car just for that 20-minute warm-up, just in case you go the wrong way. But they elected to take a punt, let's say, make a change to the car and see if it makes any difference to the handling of the car. And both drivers were delighted with the change that was made. It altered the balance of the car. It was able to use its Yokohama tires a lot better than it had been during the qualifying session yesterday afternoon. And this morning, in that brief warm-up, they were able to turn up to within 0.3 of a second of what they managed in qualifying trim yesterday. So the whole team was delighted with that progress that had been made with that number 75 Jaguar. Meanwhile, it's still Simon Pagenaud well out in front. Another super quick lap at the front of the field. 1 minute 15.1 for Simon Pagenaud. He's extended that lead now over Klaus Graf in the Muscle Milk Porsche RS Spiders as fifth-place car Paul Tracy was forced out of the way, running onto the speedy dry here, coming start-finish line. It's a big plume of dust, but I think it was just the speedy dry that was left from that blown engine earlier in the race. So the gap now between first and second plays out to 12 seconds between car number 1, Simon Pagenaud, and number 6, Klaus Graf. Andy Merrick, not nearly as much experience behind the wheel of that Dyson Racing Lola Mazda as either Guy Smith or Chris Dyson, so he's dropped up back a little bit in third place, but still on the same lap as the race leaders. And Pierre Rett continues to turn some very good laps there in fourth place. The bad news for him is he did lose a lap at that restart, before the full course caution, I should say, and also at the restart he was stuck behind the number 80 car, not able to move past him until the green flag waved, and therefore he lost his opportunity, if there was any, to get past Simon Pagenaud and regain the lead lap. But Pierre Herret still in the number 12 Autocon car, still running in an excellent fourth place, as we see one of the Flying Lizard cars come onto pit lane. That is Seth Nyman making another pit stop. He's running in 12th place in GT, in 26th place overall, and he's shown a couple of laps behind the pace-setting car of GT, that is Jimmy Bruni, and the gap between first and second is also extending a lot more than it was a few laps ago. Maybe Bruni has been reeled in a little bit.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
A couple of seconds he's got the lead now, hasn't he? Yeah. It's been, I tell you what, Jeremy, it's been intriguing. We're into that. We're in the middle part of the race now, aren't we? We've got an hour and 37 in the book. There's plenty of racing going on there, as evidenced by the fantastic pictures that we're getting from...
is this the battle for the lead in GT Challenge?
That is.
Yeah.
That's being passed by the leader. New friends at Intersport TV, our new production company for this event, and for Mid-Ohio as well. So watch out for more online broadcasts from the American Le Mans Series to come in the rest of the season.
Slightly scary moment there for Simon Pagenaud, weaving his way between those cars going into turn 3, and it's still the number 54 Black Swan racing car that leads in GT Challenge. Sebastian Blakemolen now at the wheel, but James Sofronis in the GMG Group car is right behind him in second place and pushing hard, and Henri Richard has moved up into third place and again turning some very quick lap times. John McMullen fourth in the number 48 car. It is the Orbit Racing car he shared with Bryce Miller and Luke Hines.
Now there's the leader, Simon Pagenaud, coming through the final corner and on the start-finish line. Now watch behind. Where is Klaus Graf? What does 13 seconds mean on this race circuit? Watch for the white Porsche prototype. There it is. comes across the line, and I tell you what, I think he's made better headway through that traffic. Oh, and just as I say that, the GMG Porsche cuts his nose off, and indeed he has. He's lapped 2 seconds, or 1.5 seconds at least, quicker than the leader that time around.
Yeah, that was because Simon Pagenaud on that previous lap was held up royally going into turn 3, inadvertently, of course, by those couple of GT Challenge cars. But of course, they were battling not just for position, but for the class lead as well. And it's all these battles going on down the field, and the drivers in all of the different classes have to respect what their cohorts are doing in the other classes. So there's going to be close calls. It's give and take out there, and the smart drivers know when to give and when to take.
From the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective on Facebook, James Hazen asks about the B1060 LMP1 Coupe and says, is it basically just a closed-top version of the older open-top car? Yes, it is. Now, I think there's a lot of people at Lola in Huntingdon who would give me a very long list of parts that were different, but in terms of the monocoque, the chassis, if you like, it is they didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. They had a lot of data on that car, and so it's a development of the open-topped car, let's say. Meantime, we're watching the only Ford in the race. This is the Robertson Racing Pelote-sponsored Ford GT. Been ploughing a furrow with this car, and David Murray, of course, giving it its run in the sun at Petit Le Mans last year. Put it on pole position ahead of Lou Gelotti's GT2 Corvette. Was that last year or was that the year before?
Last year.
It was last year, I'm sorry. It's all melding into one for me now. Pretty car, and similar, but not the same cars from Maytech and VDS Mark Racing have been running in the World Championship this weekend, of course, at Brno. Yeah,
the car over here, developed by Kevin Doran's team in Cincinnati, Ohio, and they've done a lot of development on that car over the last couple of years, and from time to time, as you said, it really does show an excellent turn of pace.
Now, it's
a battle for...
As it comes across the line, this is the 89 car about to get lapped, about to get a lap car taken. Shall we do this in English? About to get a lap taken back. No, this is about to go a lap down. I was right the first time. Should have went with my first instinct. Leader of the class. How many years have I been doing this? The leader of the class is the red car, and it's about to put a lap on Brian Wong. Kyle Marshelli coming up to put a lap on the third place car, I think. Jeremy is what we're watching now. You're not convinced, are you?
I think it might be 2 laps on him, actually, because I think Kyle, I didn't really see how he happened to gain almost a whole lap advantage over the rest of the LMP Challenge cars on that last caution period. So he's well out in front, and already, I think, a lap ahead of Brian Wong.
It's Butch Leitzinger coming across the line, 9th position now. He had that car well up the field earlier on, so they've clearly had a bit of accident management. And Ryan Gonzalez did the full hour and a half in that car before Butch got into it. So I tell you what,
they've made a pit stop since the caution period, because they were right up at the...
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Butch has got into the car. So they went long. Jamie is down in the pit lane. Let's take some updates from her. Jamie, what do you know?
Yes, they did go long on that on their pit window. That Juan Gonzalez was his co-driver. Wanted to do his full hour and a half, which was mandated by IMSA in that car, so that Butch Leitzinger and get in really turned some competitive laps. That's why they're a little bit further back. They're out of sequence with the other GTC cars, but they have done the full hour and a half behind the wheel.
Jamie, how's the temperature down there? Because we are told by all the teams that one of the key strategy points of this race is when to change onto the softer tyre at the end of the race. So how's things at the moment? We're expecting it to be at its peak around about now.
It has warmed up a lot, but you can't really feel it because it's still so windy. Once the air holds still, you do feel the sunshine. You do feel that it's warmed up, but it's still pretty cool out because of the wind.
It's Jamie Howe in the Nissan 370Z pit lane. Pat Long in the 45 Flying Lizard. up to third place. Now, this is a big shakeout since the early part of the race. Jörg Bergmeister was really driving the wheels off the car to hang on to 7th place behind the 2 BMWs. But they've had a bit better look in the traffic. Clever pit strategy, as we mentioned. Thomas Blom, one of the guys in the American Le Mans Series. How many times have we said this, Jeremy? Much talent on the pit wall as behind the wheel. Never was it more true in the American Le Mans Series. And here's Pat Long, one of those great American road races we were talking about earlier on. And he finds himself in 3rd position, turning competitive laps, but not really gaining on Johnny O'Connell and Jimmy Bruni in the Corvette and the leading Ferrari ahead of him.
No, but also pretty similar lap times, except, I think, for Jimmy Bruni, although... Yeah, Jimmy Bruni is a couple of 0.3 of a second quicker than Johnny O'Connell. The gap now is out over 3 seconds between the number 62 Ferrari, as we see the RSR Jaguar, the car number 75, still on pit lane after we heard Jamie Howe explain about that car's pit stop, extended pit stop now, unfortunately.
Yeah, but those guys are learning. We've said this before. It's a very tough thing to do your R&D, which is effectively what they're doing, in the public eye, and it can make things look a little more skewed than they are. They've got Le Mans coming up, and they know what they have to do at Le Mans. At Le Mans, they've got to get there and turn laps and laps and laps and laps. And if they do that, there's a part of me that says it doesn't really matter where they finish, how many laps up, down or in between they finish. There'll be a huge section of the crowd, many of them from my neck of the woods with the Cross of St George somewhere around them, who will be very happy to see Jaguar. And I was talking to the team just yesterday, and clearly they have some interest in how the car is going to go at Le Mans in the 75th anniversary. I reminded them of Tom Walkinshaw when he went with the prototypes back in the Group C days, and by the way, there will be Group C racing at Le Mans this year. You'll hear it on radiolemans.com. And the wily old Scotsman, every time he was asked, said it's a 3-year programme. But how do you think it's a 3-year programme? So what about it's a 3-year programme? Come back to me at the end of the 3 years. And of course, in year 3, they won Le Mans with Andy Wallace in 1988, and that is how I see this programme. It's an ongoing development programme with the current sports car from Jaguar. We know that Jaguar have got some very exciting new road cars to come out, including, we're told, some mid-engined sports cars. And it may be that this is just a toe in the water. We'll have to find out as the development continues. Right, LMP action here. That's the leader coming through the GTC field. If you are just joining us, we're an hour and 47 minutes in. It's the American Le Mans Series Radio Network presented by Porsche. And we're online and on stream in vision with ToDoCast and Intersport TV, our brand new TV production company for this weekend. Been good fun working with a new set of people, and up the hill a little bit from us. Hello to everybody in TV land further up the hill. It's very 1970s to say that, I know, but we're building a new relationship, and we'll be back together at Mid-Ohio as well. Oh, there's the 12th car. This is Pierre Arret, who's been in the car since the start. Now, where's the back left-hand wheel? No, I think it's all right. He's managed to loop it just in the early part of the lap there.
Yeah, exit turn 4, I think that is. It's a scary place to
right
spin.
under the TV compound. Yeah,
exactly. So it's true. He's done well to keep it off the wall there. At least I hope he has. It looks like he has, and he's able to get that car going again. Around he goes across the dirt, and bring a whole load of gravel back up.
Oh dear! Fine reverse, Pierre. Do you know,
that's a shame. Yeah, he was doing
really well earlier.
Yeah, he really was doing a fantastic job. And for most of the race, he's been turning very similar lap times to the race leaders. And for a guy that does this just for fun, that's quite remarkable.
He's been doing 17s and 18s. Yes, his last lap was an 18.
Yeah, and the same for laps as a lap leader. And Klaus, the gap between first and second is fluctuating according to how they hit the traffic. It's so between 5 and 8 seconds. Last time around, it was Pagenaud's turn to hit some traffic, and it cost him about 3 or 4 seconds. He was at a 1:19.4, having been down in the 15s and 16s just a couple of laps before that. But there's still, we're watching still the orange car of Pierre Arret. I think he's seems to have lost the fire. He can't get it fired up again, it seems, at least for now, and he's having a hard time getting that car cranked up again and underway. He's losing a lot of time. He's still shown in 4th place already. He had a lap in hand over Paul Drayson in car number 8. He's also had his problems in the early stages of the race, but now I think Pierre is going to slip down the order, and that's a shame. He's certainly done a fine job for Autocon Motorsports in the early stages of this 6-hour race. So look there, one of the extreme speed motorsports cars just ahead of the Pro Racing Ferrari.
It's not a battle for position that, but the Chrome car, of course, ready to go to Le Mans, as a number of the competitors are here this weekend. And I'm just trying to work out as they go past the stricken Henri Richard. Fair play to Bo Barfield, by the way, our race director. Hasn't thrown the full course caution for Henri, for Pierre Arret there. Waiting to see if he can get the car restarted. Might even be able to get him a 2 out of there with a...
It's a very fast
local
corner,
yellow.
I'm slightly surprised they haven't called the caution, because if anybody else goes off there, it's a high-speed corner. Generally speaking...
Hey, that's Tracy Crone at the wheel of the Crone Racing car there, and he was pedalling pretty quickly. As we look at Kyle Marcelli in the Genoa Racing, this bright red car just going up the inside. How is it? It's always the 88 Porsche that we see. Very striking colour scheme for the Patron XO Cafe car. It's the one that Shane Lewis is involved with, although at the moment it's been driven by the very impressive Lawson Aschenbach, who has certainly caught my eye this weekend, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, he's a talent, that young man, and he's not really had an opportunity to show it yet in the American Le Mans Series. He's just made the one start at Sebring, but those guys, and Shane Lewis, came into this race with hugely high expectations, but somehow they seem to have been caught out by the strategy. I think at that last caution period, they've dropped a long way back down the order. They're in 8th place in GT Challenge. The good news is they're ahead of Butch Leitzinger in car number 81 as a caution comes out. But they are a lap down to the class leaders in GT Challenge.
So with an hour and 51 minutes into the history books, or if you prefer, 4 hours and 9 to run. We have, is it the third one, Jeremy? Yes, it is. Third caution, third or fourth course. I'm sorry, I should have written it down, if I'd been a professional. We have another full course caution. And this is very interesting, because there's first and second together on the track with 0 cars between them. So this is going to make life interesting. Now, what do you do, Jeremy? Not too long since pit stops. 54 laps Klaus Graf went last time before he stopped. So pit, no pit. Andy Murrick is way back on these guys in 3rd, but still on the lead lap. Paul Drayson, by the way, in 4th position in LMP, but 3 laps away from the leaders. So with your team manager and strategist hat on, Mr. Shaw, you are... Right, first of all, your leader, pit or no pit?
At this stage in the race, they're probably only about, 20 minutes or so into their second stint of the race, so they've still got a long way to go before they need to make a pit stop. I think possibly for Dyson Racing, which is, I think, still on the lead lap, there's been no harm certainly in them coming in. They've already made a stop after everybody else during that last caution period. They just topped off with fuel.
And that car was struggling with tyres at the end of its stint, so you might as well bang a new set.
Yes or no? I mean, we talked about earlier on, Chris Dyson actually turned some very quick laps right at the end of that stint. So I think maybe if the tyres did go away, they seemed to come back again just before he made that scheduled pit stop. So I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see car number 16 onto pit lane, and perhaps some of the others as well. Whether the race leader will come in, slightly more difficult call. I would fancy most likely not.
But so let's have a look, see who comes in the pit lane. We've got a bit of 62. Let's go down to Jamie. Jamie, what can you tell us down in the Nissan 370Z pit lane?
I just checked in with Risi Competizione, and they will be making a pit stop this time around. It'll be interesting to see what their strategy is, though. They're going to do new tires, no tires. Doesn't look like they're going to do a driver change, though. I don't see Jamie Malo up the wall.
No, I wouldn't think they would make a pit stop, or at least a driver change. They only changed, less than half an hour ago. So Jimmy Bruni is still mighty fresh. He's turning some super quick laps there out in the front of the GT class and edged away just a little bit from Johnny O'Connell, but certainly not by much. There was a little more than 2 or 3 seconds between those two class leaders.
Pits are open, Jeremy, so let's see what happens here. And once we've gone through the pit stops, we'll take the opportunity to have another guest in the booth. 1 hour 54 minutes, American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. In comes Jimmy Bruni, and he's held up slightly by the leading Kyle Marcelli LMP car. Yep, they're in. The GT leaders are in. Let's go down to Jamie Sellis in the pit lane.
He's not quite made it down to his pit stall yet. The team is ready. Lollipop is out. The guys are ready to go all. He's in the pit box. They are going to take new tires, it looks like. They've done this before, though. They fake us out every once in a while. Fuel's going in. No other work can be done to the car. While the fueling's being completed, looks like they're going to give Jimmy Bruni a new drink bottle. Fuel's still going in, and the car is up on the jacks. They are going to take a look at the tires. The temperature has gotten warmer, as I said. The under's warm as well. Looks like the number 90 BMW is in as well. I just saw the 16 car go by. The 3 car is beating off of the road. And the car is out.
Unbelievable stop by the BMW. I think the BMW's leapfrogged into the lead there, Jeremy, because I didn't see any of the GT car rolling before they were.
Tommy Milner, I believe, did not make a pit stop. I don't think Tommy Milner or Scott Sharp.
I think it was Joey Hand in the 90 car, the blue rear wing. He has, in fact, so he will lead the cars that have stopped. Tommy Milner has gone through with Scott Sharp in second place in GT.
And no major surprise there, because, of course, the BMWs were the last cars to come onto pit lane during that first sequence of stops, so they had used up less fuel in this second stint than everybody else. So, therefore, if they just want to come in and top off that fuel tank, it doesn't take much fuel to do so. So that is going to explain why that was an ultra-quick stop for car number 90. Plus, I think, again, excellent strategy by Rahal Letterman Racing, splitting the strategy this time with a number 92 car not coming onto pit lane because it really didn't need to, but 90, just in case that turns out to be the best strategy later on, in case of how the yellows might fall, the full cautions might fall, then they're set either way, with one car will come in now about 10 minutes before the other at the next round of pit stops as this race unfolds.
The leader...
Also, just talking about psyching out there in the pit lane, the number 6 Muscle Milk crew, when they were out, they were ready in pit lane trying to fake out, I think, the race leading car number 1 squad. Those two pits are right together. Number 6 cars were out of pit lane, but the car did not come into pits.
And the leaders are right behind the pace car. Let's keep an eye on that. We've got another guest in the RadioLeMans.com American Le Mans Series Radio Network booth. Ken Denman is here from OpenWave. Welcome to Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. How are you enjoying this?
Very much enjoying it. I don't think I've had this much fun. Can't tell you.
Shall I give you the right microphone, and then I might be able to hear you, sir? I've just realised I picked up the wrong one. Go ahead.
I was saying, John, it's a great time. I haven't had this much fun, and I can't remember when. This is amazing.
Now, you've seen Formula One before, but is this your first experience of multi-class, world-class sports car racing?
It is. First try at American Le Mans Series, and this is, for me, very exciting because you really see racing. You see, multi-level cars moving amongst each other, and it's just
lots of passing.
Oh, it's wild. It's just wild.
Now, you're here with Flying Lizards. They're doing very nicely at the moment. Fourth place for Pat Long in the 45 car. Tell me, first of all, a little bit about this liaison that you have with Flying Lizards. How have you come to be involved with Seth Nyman and the team?
Well, I've known Seth for a long time. A fantastic guy. He comes out of the technology space as a former venture capitalist, or current venture capitalist, and so he's always been interested in things that are fast, have precision, quality, and speed, and those are the things that we're interested in at OpenWave, so it's a great fit.
What is OpenWave? Let me ask you that question. I should have asked you that first.
Sure. OpenWave is a global software innovator. We provide software to the mobile phone industry, but more we think of it as mobile device industry going forward, because it's a lot more than phones now.
So we might not know Openwave, but we will certainly know some of the people that you supply to.
Absolutely. Some of the biggest names around the world: AT&T, Sprint, TELUS, Vodafone, etc.
Vodafone, hence Grand Prix.
Yes.
Now it all comes to. And are you based in this area of the world, Eka?
We are. We're in Silicon Valley. We're in Redwood City as our home base, but we're a global company. We have customers and employees all around the world.
For someone like yourself, who is not possibly a public-facing company in terms of the guys in the stands going out and buying something with Openwave written on it, how in these particularly difficult financial times, how do you justify then getting involved with sponsorship in motor racing? Because it has to be a solid business decision nowadays.
It does. Well, the first thing you always look for is you want to be affiliated with quality organizations no matter what, and good times or bad. Then you look for opportunities to engage your customers in areas and pursuits that are of interest to them. Yeah. And there are a lot of my customers around the world that are very interested in motor car racing, sports car racing, and then there's a nice fit with executives for me to bring to events like this.
And the American Le Mans Series is a relatively easy sell for you guys when Seth comes to talk to you about the quality we have here?
Absolutely. I was just in Toronto recently talking to some executives, and I mentioned that we had a race coming up in the vicinity, and boy, they were all over me. It was an easy sale.
Everybody's best friend.
Everybody's best friend. It's wonderful.
Am I allowed to ask, are you coming over to Le Mans in the next few weeks?
I am coming over to Le Mans. I'll be my first trip over for that race, and I can't wait.
Well, we'll hope to see you then. Ken, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and come and see us at Le Mans, won't you?
I'll do that. Thank you very much.
And keep up the good work.
All right. Cheers.
So, well, there we are, you see. That just proves once again that sports car racing still attracts the fastest and finest. Ken Denman from Openwave there. Jamie, give us a quick update of what went on in the GT pit stops there.
Well, you guys are talking about it. There's a big shakeup in the running order in GT. Let's get through the top 5. Tommy Milner currently leads GT right now in the number 92 BMW Rahal Letterman Racing BMW. He is not pitted, but everyone behind him in the top 5 has. Joey Hand in the number 90 BMW. He did pit, but did not take tires, as did the number 3 car, Johnny O'Connell for Corvette Racing. He pitted, but did not take tires. And then in 4th and 5th, 4th place, Patrick Long in the 45 Flying Lizard Motorsports Porsche. He did pit, did take fuel and tires, as did Jimmy Bruni in the number 62 Ricci Ferrari. Did take fuel and tires. So that's kind of why things mixed up. That's why cars got out of pit lane ahead of the number 45 and the number 62.
And also in GT, Scott Sharp in the 01 car, he, I believe, did not come in at the first, when the pits were initially open, but did come in, strangely, next time around. So he is now fallen.
Comms issue.
Yeah, well,
because you would never do that normally, would you?
Slightly odd, yeah. Once you sort of make your bed, you kind of have to line it. But and again, I think it's probably a smart move at the end of the day, because it is at least keeps him on the same strategy as the other leaders in the GT class. And we're looking back down the order, and it's Ed Brown who's now driving the 02 car, who has fallen back. He's running now in in 17th place overall, and 1 lap down to the leaders in GT. But the 01 car, Scott Sharp, he's taken over the wheel from Johannes van Overbeek. That car, of course, leading in the early stages in GT. But as I say, at least they probably should have come in initially, didn't. But at least now they've come in and made that pit stop, so they will be on the same strategy as everybody else. So when the next round of pit stops comes around, they can be pretty sure they're not at least going to lose out compared to everybody else. Strategy, it's so important, it's difficult to call in these races.
Well, we're about to go back to green with just over 2 hours completed, so that's just under 4 to go. The Mazda CX-7 already has its light bar switched off. It's been a fast and furious race so far, pretty clean in the early stages, which was characterised by a fabulous drive by Clint Field. Sadly, that's come to nothing as the car blew a turbo right at the end of its first stint, when he had properly led on pace right the way through to a couple of laps before his first pit stop. Since then, it's been a bit, well, bitty, frankly, as we've had a couple of yellow flags and full course cautions, but Simon Pagenaud has just backed the field up and then given it big licks. Locks up a left rear as he goes into turn number 11. And that has really spread the field up a little bit naughty there by Simon Pagenaud. The rules clearly state you should hold a steady pace once the pace car is held up, and he did not do that.
There, and Klaus Graf followed him in second place, and I'm sure they get a bit of a finger wagging from Bo Barfield, the chief steward there, but no harm, no foul, one hopes. I don't think they'll probably call a penalty on it.
Here's the GT battle in the lead. Tommy Milner and where's Joey Hand? Is he just a little bit further up the road? No, he's been bumped back. So Joey Hand's gone down from second place. Tommy Milner, it is who's still leading in the red wing car, is it? Yes, it is. So Milner's got away from Hand, but it's not Hand in second place now. I'm fairly certain, Jeremy. It's one of the Porsches, is it? No, there he is. Sorry,
there's just a whole bunch of GT Challenge cars.
It's the other Lizard as well.
And the reason Tommy Milner is so far ahead is because he didn't make a pit stop and the other guys did. So that's why it explains why there's several other cars in between the first and second placed cars in GT.
Corvette is right with him there. That's Johnny O'Connell in the number 3 CompuWare GM Chevy Corvette. Always easy to remember which of the Corvettes that Johnny O'Connell's in, because it has the red shade band and Johnny's a red head.
And it was bad news for the Falcon Tires team there that the number 92 BMW did not come onto pit lane because the number 17 car, Brian Sellers at the wheel, was a lap behind prior to that last caution period, and if both BMWs had come into the lead lap, then it would have given the 17 Falcon Tires car an opportunity to get back onto the lead lap. It didn't happen.
A penalty we're hearing for the number 3 car, as we've also got a change in position because Pat Long lost out there to Jimmy Bruni coming into the final corner. That was all action. And what is the penalty for the number 3 car for? We'll find out in a stop and go for the... Oh, they ran over their own air hose in the pit. Now, that is not very Pratt & Miller. We thought we got rid of all this pit lane nonsense from them at Sebring. And they're bound into each other really heavily. And that is Johnny O'Connell being told, and he will not be happy about that. This is the 3rd place car in GT. And he's got Jimmy Bruni sniffing around behind him. The Ferrari will go ahead of him. Between them is Johnny Cotter getting his first shot at glory in the number 8 LMP. This is the Lola, the Drayson racing car. There it is with the Union flag on the engine cover. And Johnny Cocker sensibly staying well out of the way. He will have been told by his team that that Corvette was about to dive into the pit lane. We can't broadcast the radio from Johnny O'Connell at the moment because of what he's saying. He is lit up.
We're still in good shape, man. I know it's a pain, but we're still in good shape.
And that thing is that Dan Binks talking to him now? I think it might be. Who's just trying to cool him down.
Yeah, it's a costly mistake. It's going to cost them
a lot of
20 seconds or so at least to come down the pit lane. They have to keep to the speed limit coming down the pit lane. So it's going to cost them a lot of track time. But as the crew was imploring there, don't worry about it. Just put your head down, get on and do your job, and you can at least maintain this position ahead of behind everybody else, surely. But it's not that big a penalty with this amount of time to go in the race.
He's dropped down to 7th position. We'll drop no further because of the fact that Brian Sellers, as you mentioned, had gone a lap back under that safety car period. Oh my goodness me, that's the Krone Ferrari. We've got also there the Mission, the 81 GTC car. And I think that was the 32 GMG racing car as well. That's all at turn 5.
Yeah, 3 of the GT Challenge cars.
Oh, that's Tracy Krone, I think, still in the 61 car. That's not the way they wanted to prepare the Texan oil billionaire, not the way he wanted to prepare for them. Oh, well, 3 into 1. And it's the Genoa racing car down the inside. The leader in LMP.C, but already the 32 GMG car was spinning round the outside.
No, I don't think he was spinning. I think Tracy Krone got into him. Tracy Krone was in the meat in the sandwich there. He had the opportunity to back out of it and let the GMG car go through. He elected not to do so and made contact.
There's also one of the... I think that's Scott Sharp as well in the Ferrari. Yes, it is. Who was got involved in that. Wouldn't mind having another look at that if we can in a moment or two, just to see again what was going on. I think the GMG car might have been bumped from behind.
Certainly bumped in the front.
I'm not
at least.
Sure.
He might have been somebody behind as well. Yeah,
I think he got hit. I was looking at the rear wheel there, and there was a lot of dust coming off the rear wheel. It seemed like he was already spinning. Let's have another look at this. Watch the GMG cars. He turns it on. Oh, you're right, Jeremy. Absolutely got clipped on the inside corner.
And quite frankly, Tracy Crone should have backed out of it there. I mean, he saw the car was inside. He was coming up to pass the GMG Porsche, the red, white and black car on the outside. And quite frankly, from my perspective, he should have just backed out of it, let those guys get on with it, and keep out of the way. But he didn't. They made some contact and
touch from the Ferrari on the back of Brian Sellers there. And Brian will be desperately trying to stay ahead there because he doesn't want to drop another lap. But I don't think he can hold back.
No, he's not losing another lap. He's still a lap down to the race leaders. Bruni, the 62 car, isn't leading the class in G2. He's certainly lost a lap to that number 62 car now, which he hadn't before. But he's a lap off the pace. So it's going to be awfully hard to make that up.
Yeah. And that is Pat Long just in behind there as well. So Jimmy Bruni goes off in pursuit of Tommy Milner and Joey Hand, who are a couple of seconds apart and well up the road. Joey Hand's had a decent restart actually, because he's closed down to within a couple of seconds of his teammate. Here's Olivier Beretta trying to get on the back of Pat Long in the red Porsche, not the blue one that's immediately ahead of him. The blue tail end of the very distinctively coloured Falcon tyres livery. That's graced a few video games on various cars in the past, and most recently was on a Nissan 350 44 car at the Nürburgring last weekend, with Peter Dumbreck and Michael Kroon driving up well inside the top 20 in what was much more than a production car. And Falcon Tyres throwing a lot of resources, and well done them for coming and playing in the American Le Mans Series. A brave step that they've taken. 6 seconds between Pagenaud and Graf after the start where there were nose and tail there, Jeremy. So Simon has got his head down quickly, but we know that if there's any advantage at all, pretty well matched those cars. Klaus Graf seems to be a little bit better in traffic, but where they really score is on fuel mileage in that car, because they're going much longer than the other prototypes.
Yeah, that's right.
There is Pagenaud.
There is Pagenaud out in the lead of the race. 7.3 seconds, the gap between first and second last time across the line. And Simon Pagenaud lapping his last lap was almost a second quicker than Klaus Graf. But you're right, that fuel advantage, the fuel economy that the Porsche seems to be showing in the early stages could be very crucial towards the end of this race. And we've still got 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. It's a long race, and you have to play everything to its optimal advantage as the race unfolds, and so there's plenty of stuff that can happen. Johnny Cocker, for example, he's 3 laps down to the race leaders as a result of a couple of incidents that Paul Drayson had at the early stages, but now Johnny Cocker is lapping a couple of seconds quicker than everybody else. 1:16.5 last time round is comfortably the fastest lap of the race. And in the meantime, in GT, that gap between the two BMWs has stabilised about 2.3 seconds last time around, but Joey Hand certainly had made a little bit of an inroads into the lead that Tommy Milner had. The number 92 car ahead of the number 90, and Jimmy Bruni is not far behind him either now. He's about 5 seconds behind Joey Hand, having got past Patrick Long, and he's now trying to reel in those two BMWs out in front. The LMP challenge, it's Kyle Marcelli who's still got that 1 lap advantage over the rest of all of the other LMP challenge cars. It's now Scott Tucker who's taken over the wheel of the number 55 car, as he said earlier on to Jamie Howe. He's running second place, but almost a complete lap down.
Now behind them, of course, in terms of the timing and scoring, are the two BMWs. 92 car leading, but in second place Joey Hand in the 90 car, which has pretty much been, half rebuilt since this morning. It was, at the end of that session, so about 10:30 this morning, when this car was backed very hard indeed. into the tyre wall as it headed up the hill through turn number 5. And I mean, look at that, there's not even a decal out of place. That is quite remarkable what they've done there.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work on that car.
And that car's coming good. BMW generally, I know that I think there's 4 of these cars. Certainly we saw 2 of them race last weekend at the Nürburgring under the Schnitzer banner with Charlie Lamb, with the addition of ABS, which is not allowed here in the American Le Mans series. They are not the same as the cars that Charlie Lamb and Schnitzer will be running at Le Mans. Have a different aero package and a very different rear suspension. Now, who's gone grass tracking there? Or should I say gravel tracking? It's the leader! It's the GT2 leader! And Tommy Milner has made a mistake as we were watching his teammate. Well, goodness me, am I going to curse everybody today? As soon as I mention somebody's doing well, they throw it off into the boonies. Hindhaugh will have to keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, it's a very fast corner that in turn 4, and you get off the wide there, you're going to run across the gravel, and as we heard Jamie Mello say earlier on, once you get some pickup on your tyres, as we see the number 12 Autocon car also off the road.
Now that's Brian Willman, who's only just taken that car over from Pierre Arret. Oh, and there's the 99 car in there as well.
That's Christian Zugel.
And that car's had contact with the wall. This is the 4th place LMPC, the LMP Challenge cars, the Team Gunner Green Earth G-Oil car. Now, if you look up at the top of the screen, the BMW went a long way wide. That was the leader. And in fact, Tommy did a cracking job to keep that off the wall.
He did, but what happened to the other guys behind him? Was damaged there.
Hang on a second. Here's the 69 Challenge car. Now, this is Galen Beaker in 5th position in the class with rear damage. Oh, and he's been black flagged for that damage. You have to come in next time around. Black flag means that you have mechanical damage. And I'm not sure he probably knows that because it won't be affecting the handling of the car at all, really. Just a bit of loose valence on the back of that car. With any luck, it'll fall off. Or he'll get the Ferrari to bump into him and take it off as he goes by. Tried his best there, but pretty poor by Scott Sharp. I think he could have done a better job of running over that and pulling it off for the Porsche.
Yeah, so all sorts of dramas down there in turn.
Yeah, this is right turn 3. Is there anything on the track? I mean, it's very unusual for Tommy to make as you said, you don't have to make much of a mistake at turn 4. Maybe half a car's width. You get some dirt on the tyres and that's it. Yeah,
and as we heard Jamie Mello say, it's going to take him a lap or 2 to get that gravel and the rubber pickup off the face of those tyres and get back to the grip he's accustomed to when he's running with clean tyres. So that could be. It's a costly mistake in the short term for Tommy Milner, and it's going to cost him some more seconds to Jimmy Bruni, who's closing in behind him before he can get really back up onto the pace he was running beforehand. So it's Joey Hand now who's taken over the lead in the number 90 car for BMW Rahal Letterman Racing. As we see the Works 2 car, Galen Beaker brings that damaged number 69 car into the pit lane. Shouldn't take him too long to rip off that offending fiberglass panel at the back of the car, I hope. I don't know, actually, it's quite strong, that stuff. We'll see whether they have to chop it or just pull it.
Yeah, I am certainly being called at the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective for cursing cars. I am on top form today. Sorry about that for those of you who are following the BMW, and particularly sorry for Tommy Milner, who's a friend of the show.
And here's that battle now between Tommy Milner, with looming right hugely in his mirrors is that red Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni, and right behind Jimmy Bruni also is Olivier Beretta in car number 4. It's the other Chevy Corvette. He had Johnny O'Connell all over his mirrors before, and then of course O'Connell had to serve that stop and go penalty, so he's dropped back to what is now 6th place in GT, but in his stead Olivier Beretta taking up that challenge to the best of the Ferraris.
And there is Pat Long not too far behind in the yellow Sunstrip Porsche.
Yep.
And ironically, Darren Law is just a few hundred, well, not even that, 50 metres ahead. That's a nice looking dive down the inside by the Ferrari. It's a touch. Oh, that's going to get a penalty. That's avoidable contact. And that will pull a penalty, I'm afraid, for Jimmy Bruni. You just can't do that.
He certainly appeared to lean on him. We'll have a look at the replay perhaps, but he certainly appeared to lean on him just when that car is at its critical turning point into the corner. The car is balanced on the edge there as he turns into the corner. Let's have a look at the replay.
Well, he's got down the inside. He's almost
not
there.
alongside him.
He's gone up on the curb in his defence, but I think there's contact there, Jeremy.
Yeah, no question there's contact, and he came from a long way behind, and yeah, questionable call there. The previous lap by Tommy Milner, it was only 1 minute 26, which is about a second or more slower than he'd been going before, so he's still cleaning off those tyres. He wasn't still back up to the pace he'd been running before, but I think that contact was...
That replay that we've just seen...
Yep.
Is very damning, actually, because you can quite clearly see the BMW had some red bodywork falling off the front of it. So I think if we look at the right rear, you're going to see that the Ferrari is missing a chunk of its rear valance there, and that is going to be very damning. There it is. It's missing on the right rear. As it comes through, there it is. In fact, it's the right front. So he was a bit closer alongside than we thought, but that is definitely a bit of damage on the front of the Ferrari.
And he's got to hope he hasn't damaged the radiators that are inside the nose of that car as well. That was a bad mistake from Jimmy Brunier. Very uncharacteristic mistake. I mean, he's a huge amount of experience in the open wheel ranks in the last couple of years in GT as well, primarily in Europe, and it's not the sort of mistake you expect Jimmy Brunier to make.
I've really cursed the BMW. It's not been a good few minutes for Rahal Letterman. The radiator, by the way, looks intact there. Great shot. Thanks, guys. As we got a fabulous shot of the interior of that front valence. Jamie Howe down on pit road. Jamie, who have you got with you now?
I was just saying, John, that the 92 car's in pit road, which I guess you can see up in the booth as well. The car's up on the jacks right now. Fuel has already gone into this car. They are running the 85 for the first time this weekend. Fresh set Dunlop tires, and Tommy Milner is now out of the car.
And we have a full course caution, and that is for David Ducote, who spun coming out of turn number 11. Does he take a bit too much curb? No, he's just a bit too much right foot.
Yeah,
he's looped it 360. He's probably thinking at this point, I've got away with it, but I think he's just lost the motor and can't get it restarted. Now, whilst he's not on the racing line there, of course, you try and get that out of there. Now, let's go back to that very, very interesting incident down at the Andretti hairpin. Jimmy Bruni up the inside, trying for position. This is second place. This is for the lead, rather, in class. Second place in class, yep. And the 92 car barks. Well, it's been an awful few minutes for that 92 BMW.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that was a very optimistic lunge by Jimmy Bruni. I don't know why.
There it is. There's the evidence at the scene of the crime. You don't need CSI to tell you that one, do you?
Yeah, there is that. You saw the piece on the track, and there's the piece that's missing from the front of the number 62 Ferrari. And we haven't yet heard whether that is going to incur a penalty, but we no word yet from race control. I'm sure they're reviewing all the video that they have at their disposal. But in the meantime, we had a change for the lead. I had been going to say, it's on our scoring system here, Klaus Graf is shown ahead of Simon Pagenaud. They were within a second or so prior to the caution coming out.
Just after we'd said, of course, that just after we'd said, of course, that he pulled out 7 seconds. So I've cursed him as well. I'm going to stop talking about everybody. I'm just going to go and sit at the back somewhere quiet.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times when they came across, Klaus Graf was significantly quicker than Simon Pagenaud. So how they managed to change positions, I'm not quite sure. Slightly strange, that one. But it is Klaus Graf who leads now from Simon Pagenaud and Andy Merrick in third place, the last car on the lead lap.
Let's go down to the Nissan 370Z pit lane, all said. It's not been a great few minutes for Tommy Milner, Jamie.
No, he had a great race. You were leading the GT class, but tough there at the end of your stint. How was it? What happened?
Well, I had 2 incidents, unfortunately. One could have been big, but I took to the gravel on the outside in 4 there. One of the LMP cars tried to pass me in the dirt there, and got back going again. And then I haven't seen the video. I'm not going to say anything right now, but I got made contact there with the 62 car, and I got a flat left front tire. So not exactly what we want for a 6-hour race like that. Some of the driving out there is a little aggressive for being so early in the race here, but car should be good, I think. And then just a left front tire will change that and get back going again.
We just heard from Racing Control that has been deemed a racing incident. So that's just the way the racing is. But how was the car feeling before all of that happened?
Yeah, good. I mean, we stayed out there on that last yellow just to get some space there. I was quicker than the Corvette I was driving ahead of us, and our M3 and our Dunlop tires were doing great. So I was just looking forward to get some clear laps in there, and wasn't quite the case, unfortunately.
Do you feel that was a racing incident?
I mean, again, I haven't seen the video, so I'm not going to say anything right now, but it was a little bit ambitious, I think.
All right. Well, good job on your half.
Thanks, Jamie.
Ambitious was exactly the word you used, Mr.
No is the word you were looking for there, Tommy, I think. It certainly looked ambitious to me, and he came from 3 or 4 car lengths back. I mean, these cars are very, very closely matched. They break around the same sort of point generally going into the corners, and to me, it looked like Jimmy Bruni came from a long way behind there to make that contact with the car, and I'm surprised that he was able to get away with it. There's the pit stops coming up here. The race... Well, that was interesting, because when the cars came past us the previous lap, the Graf was ahead of Pagenaud, 6 ahead of 1. Pagenaud then came into the pit. Well, Pagenaud ducked down to come into the pit lane, and it looked like the number 6 car, the Mazda car, wasn't going to follow him down. At the last minute, he tucked across the pit entrance line there and ducked in behind the number 1 car. So they both are now onto the pit lane, as is the 3rd place car of Andy Merrick.
We'll get Jamie to have a word with one of the officials and see if maybe there was a pass made under yellow as the safety car came out, and that's been reversed. Because they've definitely turned around there under yellow. I don't understand how that can possibly have happened.
Well, it happened because the number 6 car was was ahead, but the number 1 car ducked down to the pit lane to come into the pit lane, and just went far deeper into the pit lane before he braked to come into that pit lane.
He took him under yellow.
Well, no, well, he was in the pit lane. The other guy was on the racetrack. Number 6 car was on the racetrack, and the number 1 car was in the pit lane. So
long stop for the 6 car. That looked like to be a problem. There was the driver change taking way too long. That should have been done and dusted before even the tyres went on. I wonder if that was a late decision there then. But they have lost a lot of time and stalled the engine there. Let's have a look at the entry to the pit lane. This is what Jeremy was talking about. The 6 car leads, and so should have the first opportunity to come into pit lane. He doesn't, and then dives across the yellow line, but he's been overtaken. He's been overtaken on the track. That's an overtake under yellow. Is it, or is it not?
Well, it's a good question, that, because he's on the pit lane.
Has he missed the opportunity? Somebody there has done something wrong. Now somebody's got to make a decision whether it was an overtake under yellow or the 6 car came into the pit lane where he shouldn't have come into the pit lane, because he's the leader. He's got to be allowed to come in the pit lane first.
But he elected not to come in. Is he allowed to cut across that line to get onto the pit lane at that stage? That's the question. You're absolutely right.
So I
don't think Pagenaud did anything wrong. He committed himself to come down the pit lane, and that's exactly what he did. And then at the very last second, it looked like the number 6 car also decided to come into the pits. Andy Merrick was shown as on the pit lane, but did he come in or did he not? That's the question. Because he's now shown as the race leader.
Is there a commitment call like there is in other types of racing? Yeah. There's a yellow line, you can see it quite clearly. So it'll be interesting to see how that one's called.
Race control's a busy place the last few minutes.
Well, John Love has just been in to see us from Michelin, and an amazing, there's the P1 leader, Andy Merrick, who elected to stay out in the Mazda powered Lola.
I'm not sure whether he did or not, honestly. He's come out ahead of everybody else, apparently. I'm not quite sure how, but whether he came into pit lane, I couldn't see.
Maybe he didn't change tyres. Everybody else changed tyres.
Because certainly, he wouldn't have needed only a splash of fuel, because he made a pit stop after the other guys during that previous full course caution. So he would only needed a splash of fuel. So he probably did come onto pit lane, and because he only needed a splash, that enabled him to get out ahead of his 2 rivals there. So I fancy that is probably what happened. I just didn't happen to see it.
Well, Andy's the only one of the top 3 who is the same driver who brought the car into the pit lane. So being as the 1 car car and the 6 car have changed drivers, you'd expect them to change tyres. You wouldn't put new driver on used tyres. So Andy probably has just had fuel and been sent, and therefore that saved some time, and that's how he's ahead. Right. That's what I would say. John Love from Michelin has provided us with some lovely information here. At the start of the race, the air temperature was 64 degrees, the track temp was 85. An hour in, it was 65 degrees on the track and 86 in the air. 65 in the air and 86 on the track. And at the 2-hour mark, with the wind still blowing, it was 60 degrees in the air, so that drop has started already, and 80 degrees on the ground. It feels like 50 I hear in my ear from Jamie in the pit lane. So a 5-degree air temperature change has produced a 6-degree track temperature change, and they're expecting the track temperature to drop anywhere down to 55-60 degrees. They're looking for 70 to 75 degrees for the time to switch over to the street softs. Now, that's for the prototypes, of course. For the GTs, which is speeding past us at the moment.
Yeah, under the wave.
On the wave by.
Before we go back to green, everybody who is between the pace car and the overall race leader will get what we call the wave pass. They will go around to the back of the pack, so that the race leader will be out of the front of the field when we go back to green flag racing.
Now, on Thursday evening, the track went from 86 degrees at 4:40 to 59 degrees at 8 p.m. and today at 4:40 the track was already 6 degrees cooler. So that getting onto the street softs for the Michelin runners, and although none of the teams will tell you, the front engine Corvette, the mid engine Ferrari and the rear engine Porsche have all slightly different times that they need to change. Gary Horrocks from dailysportscar.com has popped in to confirm that the difference between the leading 3 prototypes was that Merrick stayed in the car and the other 2 didn't, and that was how the...
Well, not necessarily just the fact that the Dyson car needed a lot less fuel as well. That was the real key to that.
I'll tell you what, they turned that round quickly for even if they had a set.
Yeah, but he'd been in on the previous couple of caution periods, so he didn't need much fuel, so there was no point in changing driver.
And they've sent him, still waiting to hear of any sanction perhaps that might be applied after that pit lane incident. Let's run it down because we've just gone past a half an hour. 2 hours and 31 minutes completed. Andy Merrick leads for Mazda. Now that car, do you know, if you sort of watch the start of the race and then come back, it's like, okay, so Merrick's leading in the 16 car, started on pole, so clearly nothing's happened. Couldn't be further from the truth, could it?
Isn't that right?
So Andy Merrick leads behind the safety car from David Brabham, now installed into the number 1 Highcroft HPT in second. Memo Gidley gets his first taste of life in the Muscle Milk Cytosport Porsche in 3rd place. Johnny Cocker in 4th is 3 laps back still from the leading trio. It's in the number 8.
He's gained one of those laps back.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, but that was just because the leaders came in, so he stayed out. So
well, that's what he's got to do every time. Yeah. Every time.
He'll probably come in. He'd possibly come in.
I tell you what, this is a great run in 5th place for the leading LMP car, Tom Weikart, in the Genoa racing car, who seems to have been in that car forever as well.
Who has?
Tom Weikart?
He's just got in, I think.
It was Marcelli, wasn't it? That was in there before that, yes.
Yeah, no, Tom Weikart's just got in, I think, under that caution period. It's almost a lap ahead still of everybody else in LMP Challenge. But they've as one would expect with Tom Knapp and Angelo Ferro and that whole Genoa Racing team, they've called the strategies very, very nicely in the early stages. We're still only, 2.5 hours into this 6-hour race, so it's still a long, long way to go, but they've played it right so far. And also talking about the strategy, we've still got the top, 6-7 cars in GT all on the lead lap. That's it in car number order 90, 62, 4, 3, 0, 1, 45 and 92. Bill Oberlin is at the back of the pack now in 7th place, but still on the same lap as the leaders in GT. But in GT Challenge, this caution has again played very much into the hands of Black Swan Racing,
Yes,
because
it
it is now shown as almost a lap ahead of Shane Lewis and Butch Lighting, who managed to leapfrog their way to second and third in the class. That's the good news. Bad news is they're almost a lap behind Tim Pappas, who's taken over from Sebastian Blekemont.
René Villeneuve is still in the 63 car in fourth place. Luke Hines, I've just noticed, in the 48 GTC Porsche, and I think he's just must have got in that car, because I haven't noticed his name alongside the Orbit Racing car. That's the white with the blue, white and red stripes down the side.
Yeah, so I think we've got Tim Pappas there, who's taken over that number 54 car, Leeds GT Challenge, and is a lap ahead of everybody else, or almost a lap ahead of everybody else. But the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, that would be 88, 81, 63, 48 and 80 are all on the same lap as each other. So we can see quite a battle developing there over the next few stages of the race. But another lap down, number 28, Lauren Beggs at the wheel of the 911 design car, and number 23.
Now, this is Bill Oberlin coming back into the pit lane in the 92 car. This is the car he's just taken home from Tommy Milner that had all the drama before this yellow flag. Now, are they just playing clever here? I think they are. He had the four-way flashes on as he came in, but that was just a splash. They are playing tactics here, aren't they?
Yeah, they're at the back of that pack. We just talked about that. They're at the back of that pack in any case, so nothing ventured, nothing gained. We know that car has great fuel economy. They can go farther than everybody else before they need to make another pit stop. So with what, 3.5 hours to go, maybe they're thinking that with this little splash here, that'll play into their advantage, and it could well do. Certainly nothing lost there by making that pit stop. They were at the back of the pack in any case. They'll be able to catch up now to the back of that pack, so they've lost very little in the way of track position, and they have more fuel than everybody else. So we've got, again, there's 3 cars on the lead lap. 101 laps completed now by Andy Merrick, who leads overall in car number 16, the pole-sitting car. It's interesting, there's several cars that have not yet been waved past the pace car, or not?
Because the rule is that the pace car picks up the leader in class. If it doesn't pick up the leader, it picks up the class leader. So he's picked up the GT class leader. So instead of waving the by and splitting up the GT class, that's the GT class. If they do a wave by, they only wave by to the first class leader that comes up behind the safety car. That was instigated last year after the teams complained so much about the GT battle being broken up by people being in the wrong place on the track. Well, so it's kept the GTs all together there.
But it's broken up the GT challenge.
Mimo Gidley has spun it from third place, cold tyres, and well, he's not in danger of losing position, but he's lost contact, Jeremy, with the 2 leaders of the race who are mired in the middle of traffic now. Andy Merrick and David Brabham were just half a second apart as they went across the line. Johnny Cochran is working his way through. He's desperate to get in front of this BMW, so that if there's anything happens again and the safety car comes out, he's ahead of that class leader. That's good news for him. Now he can set off and try and get another one of those laps back. And he's got to keep playing this game. Dale White knows exactly how this works, as here comes Andy Merrick in the overall leading car, the white and blue prototype.
It's interesting that how the classes play out when the 4 course cautions come out, because it's always someone's always going to get messed up the way it's run right now, because unless you have different pace cars, you're never going to.
It's always messed up full stop.
Yeah, it's messed up the race in GT Challenge this time, but thankfully not GT. So
this came about last year. There was I can't remember. Here's the Muscle Milk car coming. Now, did he get a little bit of a hand? Watching the background here, as the Muscle Milk car. No, he's on his own. I'm afraid Memo has just looped the car. That is cold tyres. Yep. There was a race, I think it was Mosport last year, where every time the pace car came out, it was Road America, it gave somebody a lap, and the GT cars and the BMWs, as Bubba reminds me, the BMWs won the race basically because of pace cars, and all the GT teams sat down with the American Le Mans Series and IMSA and asked them to look at it, and a number of very, very complicated ideas we put together, and what came out of it was actually the most simple. Is you pick up the leader, if the leader decides to pit and you do a wave by, you do a wave by until you come to the first class leader, and whatever class that is, that's when you stop.
If you've got 2 classes, it makes sense to me. If you've got 4 classes, it actually doesn't. But anyhow, the number 6 car is coming onto pit lane, I think.
Yes, it is. Let's go down to Jamie, who has news from that pit. Jamie.
We just pulled the car to pit lane right now. They're just fueling the car. Looks like the team's taking a look over it. Quick look over the flash fuel he's out. I do have Klaus Cross standing by.
I think they were just topping off with fuel. And they want to have a look probably. I don't know whether they downloaded or pulled the card or anything, but they just want to have him come in real quick, I think.
Well, you had a fantastic stint out there. Was that a last-minute idea to come into pit lane?
I wasn't sure whether the pits are open. I thought there are 2 lights, one coming down to 10, and that light was still on, was my impression. Then I come around and I see the big light off, and I wasn't then sure. I mean, I didn't want to come in and the pits are closed. That's a bad thing. And then obviously Simon, probably because he was behind me, he saw that, and so he dived. So when I saw him, I decided, okay, to go with him. We didn't lose anything. I mean, they beat us at the pit stop anyway, so it's okay.
We'll have to keep an eye on that number 6 car and see if he can get it going again.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks.
Thanks, Jamie, down in the Nissan pit lane. What a great battle for the lead coming down to the final corner.
But that has cost the number 6 car a lap on these other guys. So remember, lost some time in the pit stop with the spin, but making that pit stop has caused them to lose a lap as well. So now Memo Gidley and that number 6 Muscle Milk Porsche team is going to make a lot of ground to make up. However, it looks like Memo, I thought he was going very slowly down towards the hairpin on the pit exit lane, and that car's ground to a halt between turns 2 and 3. What a disaster for Greg Pickett's team.
What a shame as well, and this is 2 of our favourite privateer teams as the battle for the lead continues, and Andy Merrick has to go defensive into the left-hander at turn number 5 now as they start to climb towards the corkscrew. 2 more corners before they get there.
First time Andy Merrick's been in this position, leading the class or leading a race in the American Le Mans Series, and he has taken to this team very well. He's turned in some very nice lap times. He locked up the brakes going into the corkscrew, uses every inch of the road on the way out.
Full course caution. 2 hours and 41 minutes in, and Memo Gidley's stranded Porsche RS Spider out on the circuit has caused another full course caution. Pits are closed. It won't matter for these leaders. So Andy Merrick now will be picked up, and there is the cause of it. What a shame for 2 of our favourite privateer teams. Early on, it was the 37 Intersport car that led on pace, and we're hearing that that car is stuck in gear as the Mazda goes by it. Now this is a little bit earlier on. This is the battle for the lead, and look how close a couple of laps ago with David Brabham flashing his lights. Look how close that was. Yeah. Fantastic stuff.
As Andy Merrick wanders across the road there between turn 4 and 5, very unconventional line to make sure that he blocks any attempt by David Brabham to make that pass.
Jeremy Howe is down in the pit lane.
Down in the Highcroft pit with Simon Pagenaud. He's now talking to his team and see if we can get a quick word with them during this caution period and just talk about a stint. But it looks like they've gotten into a pretty deep conversation now that we're under full course caution, working out some strategy issues. But Simon, that was a fantastic stint for you behind the wheel of the car. Talk us through it a little bit. How was that competition?
It was actually quite a fun race for me. It was good. I mean, we started at the back, so I had to push straight away. I was hoping not to be too far off after I was through the other slow cars, and it worked out perfectly because I got a yellow when I went through, so I was lucky. And then the car was handling really well. We're lacking some speed in the straights, which is causing us to be having issue in traffic compared to the Porsche and the Mazda. But the team has done a great job to prepare the car. The handling is fantastic. It's
It's pretty fast out there, and I mean, we'll see. It's a good start. Let's just wait and see.
Now, you won this race here last year in LMP1 with DeFerrin Motorsports. How different is it racing here this time of year versus in October?
It is as cold as it was in October. It's pretty cold. It's difficult to get temperature in the tires, which makes it pretty challenging, amusing in a way, but difficult. I think it's going to get really hard at the end of the day, especially the race being so long. I think temperature is going to drop, and it's going to be tougher for my teammates probably in their stints. But, you know, as I said, there's a squad's finger.
Now, Michelin told us that the temperature had already dropped significantly from the beginning of the race at the 2-hour mark. Could you feel that in the car?
Yeah, I mean, you can feel. I wasn't very warm in the car, so I knew it was pretty cold, and I felt it was getting colder. So, you know, you just have to work your tires really hard on the safety car. Make sure you bring up your brakes up to temp, and that helps the tires to keep warm as well. And you know, the restarts are pretty eventful, which is fun.
Do you think David has a car that can get around the Mazda today?
Yeah, it was a good battle. As I said, we're struggling a bit of straight line speed, so I had to push through the corners, which is our strengths, and traffic helped me a little bit there. So it was a good move and very clean, so no problem with that.
A good clean race for Simon Pagenaud so far. He also celebrated his 26th birthday earlier this week, guys.
How do you know that kind of stuff, How? You must be nose in books doing loads of research.
I just know that we're around the same age, so I always pay attention to birthdays. It's a big day.
Jamie Howe in the Nissan 370Z pit lane for the American Le Mans Series Radio Network.
Yeah, a couple of other guys actually have birthdays this week as well. Romeo Capugia, who's one of the co-drivers in car number 23, he turned 40 on the 20th. When was the 20th? A couple of days ago, wasn't it? And also another birthday this week was Galen Beaker from Burbank, California. He is driving the number 69 car. He also had a birthday on the 18th too, so lots of May birthdays in the American Le Mans Series. Happy birthday to all you guys, and some of you, I think, having somewhat better fortunes than others as this race is unfolding.
Now here's the GT battle coming into the pit lane, and the three cars pits here will try and keep the hose from being out in front of you this time. Yes, that rather cost them. Yeah. Let's get back down to Jamie and see how this unfolds down in the pit lane. James?
I see that the number 62 car there's a BMW in pit lane as well. I can't see all of the cars this weekend being back behind the wall. Just a lot of traffic going on. The 45 car is just pulled to a stop in pit lane. Let's look to see who gets out first. Doesn't look like they're taking tires out. Fuel only. The 45 car is off of pit road, so it looks like he was the first one to make it out of the pit box.
No.
And there was no driver change for the 62 machine as well, so the Lizards did make it out first.
Thanks, Jamie. That was a very, very quick stop indeed for the Lizards as everyone else goes through. It was a very quick splash. Tyres were put out, but I'm not sure many people took them there, Jeremy. Yeah,
very quick stop for the Corvettes too. They both got out ahead of the Risi Ferrari. So there's wholesale shuffling positions. I think just about everybody in GT came onto the pit lane that time around, taking advantage of this fourth course caution. And you know, whether you do or whether you don't, it's a difficult call sometimes. But if you follow the lead set by the leader in the class, then you can't go far wrong.
Well, we're looking at blue timing screens and blank TV screens here, as is everyone down in pit lane, so forgive us if we can't give you a full story of what's going on at the moment, but we will remind you, you're listening to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. I suppose what I could do is log on to the website and watch the stream. Should have done that earlier, shouldn't I? There's an idea. I'll do that. There is just a bit of cloud blowing up, Jeremy. We said that when it's windy like this, you get a little bit of the temperature inversion from the sea. Yeah. And that will not do anything but help that drop in temperature. Might make the decision of when to go on to the softer tyres a little easier for some of these guys out there.
Yeah, it's likely to get pretty chilly, I think, over the next hour or so. The sun certainly there's quite a lot of cloud build-up coming in off Monterey Bay, and yeah, that does tend to often lead to a substantial temperature drop here, and it's already been pretty cool all day long with that wind, stiff wind blowing in off the ocean as well. So, you know, the cars and the teams and drivers are going to have a fair bit to contend with as you know, the race goes on. We're almost halfway through, not quite 3 hours into the 6-hour race. So there's still a lot of things to unfold. There's one of the Flying Lizard cars, the number 44 car, coming onto the pit lane one more time.
Should just say, for those of you listening on the internet, particularly those of you in the continental US, that 1:30 Eastern next Saturday is the 90-minute presentation of this race. CBS Sports Racing in the Darkness, it's called. Check local listings for full details, of course. But let's see how the guys at Intersport have worked their magic and weaved the story of this race into with their features. They've been around the paddock for the last couple or 3 American Le Mans Series races, and I've got a feeling you're going to see the American Le Mans Series in a completely new light after you have watched this race and the way that it's been presented. And I'm hoping that somewhere we manage to get to see that back in the UK. I'm told that Motors TV will be taking it at some time in the future. So for those of you listening further afield in the very early hours of the morning, then keep your eyes on Motors TV on the Sky satellite platform back in the UK. For those of you here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, listening in on the PA, don't forget, when you get back home, if you feel there's anything you've missed, radiolemans.com, and click on the American Le Mans Series pages, and the whole race will be there as an archive. The first hour or so will be already up there. Tim Gray is working hard. Next time round, we're going to green, and Jeremy, we're heading towards 20 minutes past 5. So we're getting down to 3 hours to go, as in comes the Muscle Milk car again. That's not good news, Jeremy.
No, it's not, and he pulled in, missed the pit lane. He's now coasting back down into the Muscle Milk pit. I'm not quite sure where he's going, actually.
Well, so long as he's not under power, he's all right.
Sasha Masson there appears to be getting ready to get behind the wheel also. He certainly went out there with his helmet on, and he's actually hidden behind a tent, so we can't actually see what is going on in that pit stall. They certainly don't seem to be fueling the car, though. Can't see. But another team that did make a pit stop during this caution period was the number 55 car, which was 3rd place in LMP Challenge. John?
Sasha is getting in that car, the Muscle Milk car. Very interesting. So we're waiting for green flag racing to resume.
Costly delay for this number 6 car. They were co-leading the championship coming into the weekend, along with the
racing car going slow as well. I'm hearing from our spotters up in the TV compound. Thanks, guys, for keeping us going whilst we're waiting for pictures to come back down here in the booth. And it's gone back to full course caution.
It's been... Why, did it change?
The safety car boards has come back out. I wonder actually if race control may have lost their pictures as well, because they're on the same side of the circuit as us, and as such they feel it's not right to go back to green. And thanks to the guys for working so hard. Internet timing and scoring is back up. In fact, it's for the Drayson car that has stopped under the Cooper Tyres bridge out on the circuit. So that is why we continue to run under yellow. Gives me the opportunity very quickly to register and get onto the stream. Sasha Masson has gone back out, leaves the pit lane in the Muscle Milk number 6 car. You're listening to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh and Jamie Howe, and we have a stutter. And almost
scoring screens. Yeah, we almost had the scoring screens back.
Yeah,
not quite.
Don't worry, I'm working on getting us pictures up on the computer here. Just be a little bit behind the time, but at least it'll give us some idea of what's going on. I'm getting quite used to doing this now because we had a massive power cut at Spa a couple of weeks ago where we actually had to stop a race in the Le Mans series, and we had 20 minutes of being completely blind. We lost all communications there with the outside world as well when the F1 pits blew fuses. The rest of the circuit was fine. Anyone who was on the old circuit, old part of the circuit, was fine. But the race control eventually had to stop the race because they only had 25 minutes, 30 minutes of battery backup. And as they were approaching that, they felt it prudent to stop whilst we had some money put back in the meter. Let's go down to Jamie, who rescues us with a chat with Joey Hand from BMW.
Joey, getting out of the car, you had a great stint there, got up to the first place in the GT ranks. What was the shuffle all about there?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to rescue somebody. The shuffle was just craziness out there. There's cars everywhere. That first restart when I got in the car, it was just mayhem, complete mayhem. A lot of the tires get pickup on them. A lot of the cars get a lot of pickup, some of the LMPC cars, and they just can't go. And we're trying to go. We can go a lot quicker early on, and it just makes for quite the combination of chaos. So the good thing is we just did a long run on these Dunlop tires. They held in for me great. I was very pleasantly surprised how the car was. This morning in the warm-up, my M3 was awesome, and I'm pretty optimistic right now. I like the way it's going.
When you were in the M3, it was pretty awesome, but the crew had their work cut out for them after an incident in the morning warm-up. How did the car feel throughout the race, your stint?
Feels like nothing ever happened. Feels just like the warm-up, which is a testament to these BMW Rahal Letterman guys. I mean, these guys don't mess around. It was all hands on deck. Even the 92 guys were in there, body working it up and putting all the stuff back on. I mean, when I came out, we went to the autograph session, came back, and it was the car that was in the beginning of the warm-up. So it's I got really great guys here. It's fun to be on this team. I'm really enjoying myself, and when I have fun, good thing happens.
And there's a lot of competition in the GT2 ranks with BMW and Ferrari and Porsche. A lot of different marks represented on the GT grid. How tough is the competition on track? Do you see all of those guys?
I saw just about everybody that go. That was like, I don't know, an hour and a half maybe, and I saw every car a couple times, but had a good little dice with a couple of these other GT2 guys. I mean, there's really no slouches out there, you know, so when you get thrown down in the brake zone, you know you're braking against a guy that may have won Le Mans a couple times, maybe he's won this race, you know, so there's really no slouches. So it's on out there. People are seeing it. I hope they're enjoying it because I don't imagine there's a much better show in town.
This is the highest number of cars that have entered a race at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, in the American Le Mans Series in the last decade. Do you see all of those cars? I mean, can you feel that there's that much competition out there?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just so much chaos. I mean, you really know it on the restarts. When you're in the middle of the pack on the restart, you know, because it doesn't really matter where you are in your class. You could easily be in the middle, the back, the front. We led the restart to the line for the first time. I don't know if I've ever done that in GT before. We were the first car to the line that last restart. So I saw all ends of it. I was in the back, the middle, and the front. And, you know, everybody's trying hard out there. And this is a tight racetrack for a lot of race cars. But I think considering we've, you know, everybody's doing pretty good. I mean, I know when my BMW M3 is handling good, I can slice and dice, and that's where we are today. I was slicing and dicing.
BMW around the world has had a lot of success recently. Do you get any of that data? Does it trickle into the American Le Mans program?
Sure, they're sharing globally. I mean, Dunlop does. These guys, one of the guys standing right next to me, he was at Nürburgring, now he's at Laguna. I mean, he's all over the place, and so they know exactly what happened with different compounds over there and what we're doing here. And you know, things change a little bit. Our racetracks are a little bit different. Our temperatures are slightly different. You know, things like that. But the same goes for the BMW Motorsport guys. We got 4 or 5 BMW Motorsport guys here. We got Rahal guys. I mean, everybody is intermingling very well, and that's what's making this program move so quickly. An open information line, and I think you can see from where we started last year, we've really made some gains here.
They've made some gains. We've made some gains. They now have pictures back around the racetrack. We're going to go back to the booth for the restart. Thank you, Joey.
Joey Hand, you are my new hero. Thank you very much. Helped us out there. Jeremy and I able to take a little pit stop of our own, grab a quick bite in the middle of this 6-hour race. We have solid pictures in the booth and timing and scoring, actually looking better than they have done any time this week. So whoever is holding on to the 2 bits of wire, don't move. Fantastic stuff, guys. Well done. The Mazda pace car pulls off, and that's perfect timing. You're going to lose pictures, lose it when you're under a yellow flag. So Andy Merrick then losing around. Oh, no, he's spun it in front of the rest of the field. He's went a little bit wide, just spun up the rear wheels on the curbs. Excuse me, who's he picked up there? Is that the...
No, I think it was
It's an 89 car, is it?
GT Challenge car. I think, yeah, was it?
Merrick's got away with it.
Might have been a 52 car, unfortunately.
Oh, and there's big damage on the left front. Nowhere to go there, Jeremy.
Yeah, what a shame for Johnny Mollum too, because that car was back in contention, I think, in the LMP Challenge class, and he was completely minding his own business.
There's damage to the nose, but that's it. The car feels okay.
So unlucky for both of those drivers.
Yeah, particularly Johnny Mollum there. I mean, he was very much the innocent victim, and how David Braben managed to miss that spinning number 16 car is absolutely incredible, because it was right in front of his nose.
Brabham actually kissed the side panel of Johnny's car there as they both went through. Brabs does the thing that he always does, aim at the accident, and by the time you get there, the car's gone. Brabs actually had a little bit of a lock-up as well going into the corner. Watch touch there between Brabs and Mollum. Near neighbours in the UK, and rather too close for comfort there. Once again, watch the green car. Watch the green car in second place. We know what's going to happen with Andy Merrick in the blue and white car. He spins right across the front. Watch the contact here. Just the slightest of contact between Brabham and Mollum.
Possibly, but I think Brabham just had to stand on the brakes there. He saw the car coming. I think Johnny Mollum, they got very close. I'm not sure if there's any contact there or not, but I
think there was. We need to have a look at it.
No. But Brabham, I mean, just stood on the brakes, which is all he could do.
Need to have a look at the left-hand side of Brabham's car, and need to see the far side of it. As they come through the corkscrew, we'll be able to have a look at the car. Let's have a quick look here as it comes through. Poor Johnny Mollum, and that looks pretty clean down the side. It may have been wheel-to-wheel contact if it was anything, Jeremy. I think you may be right. It was the slightest of contact, if anything. Let's have a... Oh, good pick-up, guys. Thank you. Getting the replay from the guys at the top of the corkscrew. Just around the back wheel area, we've seen hitting the ground a little bit with the front left spoiler, but you'd kind of expect that. And down the side,
no marks on the numbers there or the Patron.
David Brabham will be thanking his lucky stars this evening, and Johnny Mollum, he may owe Johnny Mollum Patron Tequila or two this evening, because that could have easily gone. I mean, if Mollum had turned the other way, he'd have taken them out, you know, and that was probably the way that Johnny wanted to go, was right, but he couldn't because Brabs was there.
Because Mollum was trying to get a good restart there. All he was thinking about was getting on the power. The last thing he was thinking about, because he wouldn't have really seen where Merrick was. He would have come completely out of left field or right field in this case, because his view of Merrick's car would have been blocked by David Brabham and the Patron car. So he must have been completely shocked when he saw the car whistling across his bows directly in front of him. And there is the Dyson racing car onto pit lane, and substantial damage to that front, and that is going to leave the David Brabham Patron Highcroft racing car with a huge lead over the rest of the field. 4 laps they have over the next car. I mean, it's going to take another 5 or 10 minutes for Tom Weikart, who's now up into second place overall in that Genoa Racing LMP Challenge car. And he's almost a lap on his own as well. He's a complete lap ahead of all the challenges in LMPC.
Andy Merrick just apologising, but clearly didn't realise I had been complimenting him moments before the restart. So once again, the curse of the commentator was applied. What do you reckon that's... how much money did they just take off the front of that car there? Carbon fibre.
Wouldn't like to guess.
you think it's more?
To guess. The question, the thing about it, is there any suspension damage as well? Yes. We can see the bodywork damage there, but how much suspension is it? How much damage has it caused to that left front suspension? If it's not too bad, if it's maybe just bent or broken a steering arm or something, maybe they can get that car out without too much of a delay. But
just a reminder that the full course caution was.
You gotta get out of here. Let's make it happen. Coming in the end right now.
Listening to the pit lane there, pit lane radio. Just a reminder, the full course caution was not caused by that incident. Johnny Molam did get going again, but and he's made it back to pit lane. It was the racing car as well that was struggling around the circuit.
Go, Andy, go.
There's obviously some clean-up to do there. Now he needs to get out here quickly. Will he be held? No, he's out. He's out of the pit lane, I think. Watch for the man. No, he's been held. Just been held. Watch for the man with the red flag. There he is. And Merrick loses the lap. Another lap. So that is further salt rubbed into the wound, really, isn't it? As you're trying to get him out to keep him within touch.
I'm not 100% sure whether he'd lost a lap already, whether this is one lap or two lap.
I think he's only lost one. I think they were trying to keep him on the lead lap.
Yeah, they were quite some distance away there. I mean, he needed to go another 15 seconds before they sent him out.
Should have sent him out without the nose on. And brought him back in next time around. You heard the radio traffic. Yeah, that's right. He's just lost the lead lap there. That was it. As out goes the 88 of Shane Lewis. 5th position in GTC as well. There's the numbers, 1:16, 36.92. Only tells part of the story. 45 Flying Lizard there in 5th position overall, 2nd in GT2. Of course, there's 4 classes here. So, with just over 3 hours gone, 2 hours 54 minutes to go, David Brabham leads by a full lap in the Patron Highcroft car. There he is. And all of a sudden, the pressure, at least some of the pressure, has disappeared from that car. We've had plenty of action, plenty of different leaders, with a 37 car leading, the 6 car leading. They've both fallen by the wayside. Then we've had the 16 car leading, that's fallen by the wayside. And the Duncan Dayton team, the Highcroft Racing Tequila Patron team, have been there. GT leader that we're looking at now, the 92 BMW, in 4th position overall. We've had a GT car on the podium in the American Le Mans Series before, except it was a GT1 car.
Yeah, and this is everything playing now into the hands of Patron Highcroft Racing. Coming into the race weekend, David Brabham and Simon Pagenaud were tied for the points lead with Greg Pickett and Klaus Graf in the Muscle Milk Porsche RS Spider. But of course, we've seen the problems that car has had. I think it's back out now in the race, but I think we're 7 or 8 laps behind the race leader. We saw the problems.
What they're looking for, because they're still 4th in LMP, and they've got a couple of cars with problems between them and the leader. I mean, they're looking to get the 70% here, aren't they? Get some points.
Yeah, they're easily within 70%. So as long as that car is still running, they'll be just fine. And if anybody else has a problem, they can possibly move up to. Well, I think they'll probably move up to 3rd place fairly straightforwardly, because they're on the same lap now as Brian Willman in car number 12, the Autocon car. So they should pick up 3rd place pretty quickly. 2nd place is out of reach unless somebody else has a problem. But the way the race is unfolding, don't count that out.
Money that, absolutely.
And that's a great shame also for Johnny Cocker and Paul Drayton, because they're shown us still in the pits. I think they've actually gone behind the wall. Yeah, yes, they have gone behind the wall. And they were only 2 points behind the race, the points leaders coming to this weekend as well. So a big shuffle around in the points at the moment.
Let's pick out some battles on the track. Brabham by a lap then from Merrick. 1 from 16. Tom Weikart in the LMPC, the Genoa Racing number 3 car. 114 laps completed. He's a lap ahead of the rest of the field. But that's a good battle between the 55 Level 5 Motorsport car. Mark Wilkins at the lead. He's only got a 4-second gap behind the safety car at the moment. So that means David Dakota, who's had his own problems. We've seen that car stuck out on the circuit as well. The 89 Intersport Racing car, the Quicksilver sponsored car. He's in touching distance there for second and third position. In GT, of course, that's where it's all happening. And I've got a feeling we're going to be seeing BMW, Porsche and Corvette for quite a lot of the remainder of this race as they go at it. We're just coming down, Jeremy.
And Ferrari.
And the Ferrari, of course, yes.
Which are now, having led the race in the early stages, they're now 6th and 7th, so we're going to see those two Ferraris, number 62 car and the 01 coming from the back of the pack now in GT.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He's still on the lead lap in GT, though. That's the big thing. And only 10 seconds away, albeit behind the safety car, is in comes the 81 challenge car. That's Butch Leitzinger. He's coming in out of 4th position.
Second place he was, I think.
Oh, well, he's already dropped to 4th then.
Yep. Oh, yes, because there's at least, I think, half a dozen cars on the same lap in GT Challenge, albeit one lap behind the Black Swan car number 54.
Now, you have to do at least one pit stop for tyres in the challenge class, as the mission sponsored car is a little reluctant to go up on its jack. Lights are out on the safety car, so GT battle, I think, is where it's going to be. The BMW of Bill Oberlin, Jörg Bergmeister in second, 92.45. Nice to see that we've got a picture of your small house there, Jeremy, just in the back. Is that the weekend cottage there?
Yeah. Castle Hindhoff, isn't it?
It's not quite as big as our new abode, to be honest.
Not quite as many turrets either, huh?
No, it hasn't got the double garage, you see. That's what I was looking for there. Jim Martin's joined us in the booth. We'll have a chat with Jim in a moment. We look forward to the rest of the American Le Mans Series season post Le Mans. Jim and I did the very first commentary at Petit Le Mans, which seems in some ways just like yesterday, Jim, doesn't it? Goodness me. In fact, we have to remember that was 11 years ago. A lot of water under the bridge since then. We're coming back to the restart. 3 hours and 10 minutes. All right, everybody, buy your beds if you're in Europe. Time to sit up and start taking notice again. It's the dash to the flag. Big points on offer here. And don't forget, we've got, well, almost exactly an American Le Mans Series race to run now. 2 hours and 45 normally, 2 hours and 49 to run as David Brabham, who needs to get on the power. Oh, we've got side-by-side action coming out of the final corner there. Even before the green has been shown. I'm not sure yes, the green has been shown. Certainly was very quick on the right-hand pedal. The two Corvettes carved their way through the GTC field. Behind them, Dirk Muller, who made the mistake in practice this morning. And he's got Jamie Mello in the bright red Ferrari. So the two Corvettes, the two yellow cars, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Those 4 GTs absolutely together as one. A 16-wheeler dragging their way through. And a mistake there by one of the challenge cars. It might have been the challenge leader, actually.
Yeah, Tom Leikert. Just trying to stay out of these guys' way. He's got a huge lead over second place in the LMP Challenge, so he's just got to make sure now he keeps that his nose clean. He, of course, he's the gentleman driver amongst the 3 who drove it, sharing that general racing car.
Goodness me, that's the 88 car causing itself a bit of trouble again, and someone else has gone off there. Now, please tell me that wasn't Tom White. What I was going to say, as the Corvette goes down the inside of the Flying Lizard, that's a very, very impressive pass by Olivier Beretta, the Monegasque. In fact, it was Johnny. No, it was Olivier Beretta, the Monegasque driver. Certainly guessing myself there. What I was going to say about Tom Whitecart is the tyre temps come up so much slower on the prototypes. As we've got side by 3 car. Oh my goodness me! That's Jörg Bergmeister down the inside, getting that back in a fantastic save by the Corvette. Well, we did mention that we might be watching a bit of GT action. Look at this! BMW and Ferrari side by side. Stuttgart.
And 2 GT challenge cars alongside him, just in front of him as well.
Munich versus Modena. That's the Dirk Muller car.
I tell you, that by Tom Weikert there, it cost him about a good 10 seconds, if not more than that. It was a very circumspect lap after that pace car period, and that's lost him a lot of that advantage. He's got to pick it up now and really concentrate on what he's got to do, because you don't need to be losing that much time. You've got to be cautious, you've got to make sure you don't make a mistake, but don't lose that much time.
Jim Martin's with us in the booth. Jim, we've seen a lot of races and called a lot of races together, and this one, I've got to say, is one of the best I've seen for a while.
Fabulous. I don't think anybody, and nobody's going to go home. If the race ended in 20 seconds, nobody would be disappointed or think they got cheated, because this has been fabulous. And all the way around the circuit now through the course room, we watch the Porsche. York Bergmeister trying to hold off the two Corvettes. They've been trading places about every 2 laps, and so far nobody has given an inch. York Bergmeister looked to be caught out coming through the course through about a lap and a half back, and as it came down into quarter number 11, got on one side of a lap car. The Corvette got on the outside of the car, and the driver got stuck in the middle, couldn't watch both mirrors at the same time, and the way it turned out, Olivier Beretta got hung out to dry, and York Bergmeister from the 45 Flying Lizards of Porsche basically said, "Thank you, I'll return the favor next time. Have a nice day."
Well, I mean, all you can do there, Jeremy, if you're the guy in the middle, is hold your line and almost close your eyes and hope for the best. While we're watching this, Jim, we should we'll trail ahead to after the break for Le Mans. We've got Utah coming up, we've got Lime Rock coming up, and then later on in the year, of course, we're back on your home turf at Moorsport up in Canada, a weekend that we always look forward to and always brings a great crowd.
Oh, it's always a lot of fun up at Moorsport. The folks in Canada come out in droves around the southern Ontario, which has become, well, as far as Canada's concerned, the auto manufacturing center of the country. There's everybody from Ford and General Motors building just about everything under the sun. Toyota's just built a plant out in that piece of the world, and are doing a tremendous job. And actually, Toyota is broadcasting across the country these days, saying that Canadians buy more Toyotas, homemade Toyotas, than any other car that they purchase in Canada. So,
Jim Stills, thanks for being with us, and good to have your company again. Let's concentrate on this GT battle as it heads down to the final corner. Bill Oberlin leads it, but not by much.
Well, yeah, he's got about 5 seconds over this huge battle. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, absolutely nose to tail, with Andy Merrick in that Dyson car just wending his way through that huge pack of cars. Good luck there it was by York Bergmeister. He managed to pull out a good second or more over Olivier Beretta in the best of the Chevrolets.
There's the leader, and look back to York Bergmeister. We'd all not wrote him off earlier on, but remember we were saying he was in 8th position, Jeremy. He couldn't get the car to work for him. He was tracking the BMWs. Now it's interesting that the fortunes of the Flying Lizard 45 and the BMWs have actually been almost interlinked, as the BMWs have gone to the front and their pace has improved. So has that Porsche, and it's still, frustratingly enough for York Bergmeister, still sitting behind a BMW as he was when he was 8th.
That's true. He's getting used to following BMWs. He's got about 4 or 5 seconds to make up to catch on to the tail of Bill Oberlin. That won't be as much easier said than done.
So once again, they're at the signature corner. You know, driving over there in a street car is pretty impressive. 3 of the world's major sports car marques: Corvette, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, just a little bit further up the road. So 4 different marques represented. This is world-class GT racing. The American Le Mans Series really blazing the trail with a single GT class. I'm actually quite surprised we haven't only got a single GT class at Le Mans this year, but some pressure being brought, I'm sure, to have the GT World Championship cars in, which I'll see now, and you can put a bit of money on it if you want. I'll guarantee you the car that wins GT1 World Championship class at Le Mans will be behind the GT2 winner. It will not do the amount of laps, they won't last. Jeremy, we're looking at cars here. Front-engined rear-wheel drive for the Beamers and the Corvettes. Rear-engined rear-wheel drive for the Porsche. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive for the Ferraris. Who, if anybody, has an advantage, particularly as we're going into the cooler, nominally cooler part of the day?
I don't think anybody necessarily has an advantage, but I can tell you who was the quickest of that whole bunch on the last time around, and that was Johannes van Overbeek, who's taken over again from Scott Sharp in the 01 car, a local driver from San Francisco, with a stunning lap last time around with a 23.4, which was almost 2 seconds quicker than most of these other guys were going. So I don't know where he turned that lap in, because it wasn't as if anybody was held up by any prototype cars or GT Challenge cars getting in the way. It was just a great lap from Johannes van Overbeek, and he's almost out onto the tail of this big group of cars.
The thing is here, being the meat in the sandwich, the BMW that we're watching now, that's the tough job for me, because you're trying to move forward and also trying to defend from behind, which he does not do into turn 2, and that's allowed the Ferrari to make that move. Now this didn't work for them last time. There was a contact and a little bit more forceful driving by the BMW this time around. Jamie Mello in the Ferrari, not Jimmy Bruni, who had the contact last time around. And I've got to say, I think the Beamer held its line a bit more stoically that time. Closed the door perhaps a little more forcefully.
Possibly. I'm still amazed that the Ferrari got away without a penalty last time.
Oh, no. Is that the GMG? No, that's the Verks 2 car, isn't it?
Exit of the hairpin, turn 11. Turn around in the gravel car.
No, I'll go back. It's the Verks 2 car with the red front, and it's going to be yellow down the side when we see it turn
to get it out of that gravel. Good.
He's got the leaders coming down towards him, Jeremy. Yellow flags, local yellows will be waving at turn number. Oh my goodness me, he's going to get past. Get out of the way. Keep reversing. Don't move now. Do not move. Goodness. Jean-Dirk Luder's in that car. Excuse me, Robert Rodriguez in that car. It's already been in the wars today. We saw it with the rear fender hanging off.
We've got the LMP Challenge car. That's Mark Wilkins taking over the wheel of car number 55. He's working his way.
Second place, that car.
Yeah, indeed. In that class, he's still a fair way behind Tom Weichert, who's certainly picked up the pace quite considerably from where he was before. He's losing now in the region of 4 seconds a lap or so to the car we're watching on screen, number 55, driven by the Canadian Mark Wilkins. His first time ever in one of these LMP Challenge cars, both himself and his regular teammate in the Rolex series. So that Frizzell were due to drive this weekend. Burt was going to drive the 95 car. Mark is in the 55, and both of them thoroughly enjoying their first run in these LMP Challenge cars.
Now that's the 02 Ferrari that has gone off. Ed Brown, the man at the head of the Patron Spirits Company, or at least one of them. What a mistake by the Corvette there. Olivier Beretta went way too deep into the corkscrew, and he's offline again as he comes down through Schwann's curve. He may well have dirt on the tyres. Jamie Howe down in the pit lane. Oh, hello Jim. No, thought I'd heard something from Jamie there. My apologies. As this GT battle continues. You know, you look at this, Jeremy, and it almost looks like they're not trying, as if they're just playing follow my leader to the untrained eye, but they are on the ragged edge, aren't they?
They are right on the limit. They know how important this GT battle is to the respective manufacturers, and you know, these are all top quality drivers at the wheel of these cars. These are not journeyman professionals, these are top-line professionals. They've been applying their trade, most of them in GT cars for a long time. Many of them have backgrounds in open wheel racing. They know what cut and thrust is all about, and they relish the opportunity to do exactly that in these closed wheel cars. And again, they were looking at the number 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari coming through. It's in 6th place in the classes. Jamie Mello at the back of the wheel, having taken back over from Jimmy Bruni, but moving large behind him, there is Johannes van Overbeek, and you know, he's really making use of his local experience here. He lives just a couple of hours away up in San Francisco. He led the class in the early stages, a great drive in the early laps, and he's had to come from behind now, but he's done exactly that, and here he is with this big group of cars.
Watching this battle, because at the head of the field, David Brabham has more than a lap's lead. This is where the racing is at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca for round 3 of the American Le Mans Series. It's Bill Oberlin leading the GT battle from York, Bergmeister in 2nd, and then everyone else is 3rd. Olivier Beretta, Johnny O'Connell, Dirk Muller, Jamie Mello. I'm pausing there because you expect it to change almost as you take breath. The next car in line is the next car on the track. That's 7th position, Johannes van Overbeek, as Jeremy was talking about, and he's done a great job to just stealth back up there. That's marvellous stuff. Really good. You know, his head could have gone quite easily, having been so far up at the start of the race, but he's knuckled back down. The Extreme Speed Motorsport team running this Patron-sponsored Ferrari, not the newest team, one of the newest team rather, in the paddock, but built up from people who have got experience. It's a point they've made time and time again.
That's right, Tony Leith there is the team manager, and Tony was the team manager also for Fernandez Racing the last several years, running in the LMP2 category. Before that, he was in Fernandez when he was running the Indy cars and the Champ cars. He was in Formula 1 before that. I mean, he's got just a wealth of experience. He's brought another couple of guys with him from Fernandez Racing, and that really is, again, it's a top-notch organisation. We've got 2 brand new teams this year that are absolutely top-line equipment and personnel and presentation. That's level 5 motorsports in LMPC and Extreme Speed Motorsports in G2. It's great to see those additions to this American Le Mans series. And again, talking about LMPC, Mark Wilkins is driving one of those level 5 cars, and he's now significantly building. Oh, is it full course yellow?
I think it's
a local yellow at the moment.
Local. This is the 12 car.
Brian Willman at the wheel spun down in the Andretti hairpin, I believe.
And we get the very sad news that the Drayson prototype, the Lola Judd, is out of the race.
It's a disaster.
And they will not get points. That's very, very bad news for them. Meantime, the GT battle continues. Here comes Mello down the inside. That is a tremendous pass. I'm not sure he was completely in control of the front end of the car, but somehow he got it to turn in. The car was moving around underneath Jamie Mello as a full course caution comes out, and he got the pass in just at the right time. The yellow lights are on. Van Overbeek can't go by here. They were blinking at the side of the circuit. They need to be on the radio to tell him, and there's the double flags at the start of the marshal stand, and he's backed off now. Absolutely tremendous. We've known about Jamie Mello's skill and commitment for quite some time, and that, Jim Martin, was a perfect look at it. Have a look again.
We get another look at it coming into turn number 5, and it really looked at it. And what with all of the things going on the racetrack, it looked as if Johnny O'Connell was listening to the crew saying, we're about to have a full course yellow, and as he was briefly distracted, the Ferrari came off the inside and made the pass just as the yellow came out.
Jeremy Shaw.
That's what you call commitment from Jamie Mello there. He knew what he wanted to do there. He dived it down the inside and took away the position. Uncompromising move, but again, unlike the pass that his teammate made earlier down in turn 2, that was a total commitment pass. He got himself right alongside under the braking area. There was no contact. That is how you pull a pass off cleanly. Forceful, but clean. The other pass down in turn 2, in my opinion, wasn't.
The biggest thing about that is, particularly nowadays, it's always been the case, but particularly nowadays, the drivers have zero peripheral vision, even in a GT car. And all you're going to do if you're on the line is turn in. And if you can't see somebody, you're going to turn in. You can hardly move your head. You've got a hands device, so you can't turn it. You've got ears on the side of the...
You can turn enough to see the mirrors in these cars.
Yeah,
sure,
but not much. And that, you know, you've got. That's what the point. I agree with you that the point is you have to be right there, so that the guy can actually see some part of the nose of the car. Jamie Howe down in the pit lane.
Just checked in with Grayson Racing. As you mentioned, they are out of the race for the remainder of the day. No points scored, and it was the gearbox that actually put them back behind the wall. So out today, very frustrating, but they are looking forward to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, their next event.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're expecting to see some pit callers, Jamie, so stand by to see a Corvette here at least. Johnny O'Connell is asking for tyres, and so he will be into the pits next time around. Now, did we have a pass? They see now, here's a replay we're seeing now. That is Dirk Muller, and oh, that is what are we watching here? Excuse me. So the Ferrari pass that we saw was after Dirk Muller had already made the pass on Johnny O'Connell. So Johnny actually had lost 2 positions there, Jeremy.
Yeah, good point.
And that, well, you know what? I'm going to... He didn't take tyres the last pit stop, Johnny O'Connell, and I'm going to give credit to spotting that to the guys up in the TV truck, that's why they showed us the replay. So thanks, guys, for picking that one out. I was just about to say, how's Johnny O'Connell ended up in 6th rather than just 5th, but that was because Dirk Muller has leapfrogged him as well. So good spot there. The guys on the replay machines today are doing a fine job as well. You're listening to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. Coming up on 3.5 hours, we're under caution. Jeremy, give us a rundown.
Yeah, well, that's caution is certainly not good news for Genoa Racing necessarily, and car number 36, Tom Weicker. But overall, it's David Brabham who leads. 132 laps completed by the number 1 Patron Highcroft Racing HPD ARX01C chassis. David Brabham at the wheel of that car, as he has been now for quite a long time. Took over from Simon Pagenaud. Marino Franchitti will finish off the race a little later this evening. He's got a healthy lead now of 1 lap over Andy Merrick, who drives in car number 16 in 2nd place for Dyson Racing. Another 4 laps back is Tom Weickart, who still leads the LMP Challenge class in Genoa Racing's car number 36, but he now has a couple of contenders, or 1 contender at least, on the same lap as him. Bill Oberlin still holds down 4th place overall. The GT leading BMW of Rahal Letterman Racing, car number 92. But Mark Wilkins is right behind him now, having carved his way through that GT field, and is now within sight. He's only a couple of cars behind the class leader, Tom Weickert. So number 36 and 55 will be battling when we go back to green, and it won't take long for Mark Wilkins to take over the lead in LMP Challenge. Behind him in 6th place overall, Jörg Bergmeister in car number 45, the Flying Lizard Porsche, just holding off that big battle we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes or so. Behind him is Olivier Beretta in car number 4, the Chevrolet Corvette. Then Dirk Müller, the 2nd of the Rahal Letterman BMW's, car number 90. Then Jamie Mello and Jimmy Bruni. Scoring's not showing who's at the wheel of the car. We thought it was Jamie Mello, but we seem to be hedging their bets now on the scoring system. But car number 62, 9th place overall and 5th in GT, followed by Johnny O'Connell. We just saw him slipping down the order there in the 2nd of the Corvette's number 3 as pit stops are underway. The pits are open. No pit stop for the race leader, but several other cars coming in behind them.
So as the leaders come into the pit lane, let's just go back again and review what was happening here. There's Johnny O'Connell getting a little bit wide coming out of turn 3. Dirk Muller takes his chance, has a little look, can't get it done before 4, but look at the run he gets on him here, and look at Mello in the Ferrari. He's sniffing blood already. The BMW's through. I'd say the Corvette there is struggling for grip, Jeremy, as he comes through. He's been forced wide and getting wider, and he's getting less grip.
Yeah, he just he tried to carry a bit too much speed going into turn 4 there, ran a little bit wide, and that gave the opportunity for the BMW to make the pass, and Jamie Mello thought, hey ho, here's my opportunity too. He had a big run coming through turn 4 and makes the pass in turn 5.
Let's go down to Jamie, who'll update us with what happened in the pit lane. Jamie, how?
We had a lot of the GT cars come into the pit lane. 45. You hear the number 4 Corvette firing up right behind me. The 45 car was the first GT car to leave pit lane, followed by the number 3 car. The 4 car just left. The 92 BMW was right after that 45 machine. So a little bit of mix up there in the GT order, but the pit stops have been made.
Now, what did Andy Merrick do? Did he come in that time around, or did he stay out, Jeremy? I have to say I didn't notice that because we were concentrating so much on the GTs.
Yeah, I didn't see. I don't think he came in. It doesn't really matter either way because he's a lap on his own now in 2nd place. He might as well come in and top off, I guess, at some stage. There is the car on the racetrack. Whether it came in or not, I don't know. We have to see where he is in overall relation to the leaders, I guess.
Brabs didn't come in, did he?
No, he didn't.
So
the racing did not stop.
Right, so it doesn't make any difference then. The only benefit it would have been for the 16 cars if the leader had come in. Running in the Arco colours this weekend, as had been planned. The West Coast races, yeah, with the Arco colours, and ran in the same colours at Long Beach. Pretty looking car, that. I have to say, the guys at Huntington did a damn fine job.
Yeah, the 16 car didn't come in, pretty sure about that.
Okay, thank you. The guys at Huntington did a damn fine job on that car. It suits a very big variety of colour schemes. While we've got the moment, don't forget lizardms.com for flying lizards. A number of special offers this weekend, including a new range of ladies' t-shirts. Some very nice new socks I noticed on there as well, and a free decal as well if you put the code DECAL into your order form. And while we're looking forward to Le Mans, let me remind you about some programming next week on radiolemans.com. Monday night, 8 o'clock, it's the Travel Destinations Kangaroo TV preview to Le Mans 2010 for GT2. Tuesday night, we'll have GT1. Wednesday night, midweek motorsport live from the South Bank studios, and on Thursday it's our Indy 500 preview, also at 8 o'clock UK time. And if you're listening on Sirius channel 127 or XM channel 242 now, remember that as we move towards Le Mans in June, you will be able to listen to practice and qualifying, warm up, the Group C race, and the whole 24 hours completely live from our radiolemans.com coverage here in the continental US.
Yeah, so neither of the two leaders came into pit lane that time, and Andy Merrick really couldn't afford to come in there. He's on a lap by himself, but he's only a couple of cars behind David Brabham in the serial now as they're running behind the pace car. So if he were to come in, he'd go all the way to the back of the pack. And yes, he'd be able to run longer on the tank of fuel before he would come in for his next stop, but he'd also lose a lot of time passing all the traffic in between them. So Dyson Racing really had no opportunity to bring him in then. The most significant of the pit callers on that round, however, was the Genoa Racing. In car number 36, they did bring Tom Wycott in, and they handed over to Tom Sutherland, a youngster from Los Gatos, just an hour or so from here, and he is at the wheel of that car, and that is going to be back up to its front-running pace. And he's got some ground to make up now to Mark Wilkins, who's been at the wheel of number 55 car for a while, but he's only going to be, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 seconds behind him when we go back to green.
Now, here's an interesting development. The 16 is in. Out gets Andy Merrick. In gets Chris Dyson. Isn't it? Chris Dyson's helmet getting into that. I nearly said Andy Wallace for a moment because I saw the red and white and blue stripes. Andy, of course, is here, former Dyson driver, but now driving for the 95 prototype challenge car. Yes, should have been, of course. I saw him walking around the other day. He's been involved with a couple of those cars. I was going to say then, the question I was about to ask you, Jim, but I'm going to ask you it anyway. It's largely redundant now, but David Brabham was only a few cars lengths in front of this car. If he gets challenged, do you let them by? That's the question, and let the second place car back on the lead lap?
Absolutely not. If you have the opportunity, no. No, you do everything you can to keep them a lap back, because otherwise, the next time there's a yellow flag, and there is no telling. We've had several. There's no telling that if it's only 2 or 3 laps down the road and you've let him by, it means that he's going to be back on your back bumper in the blink of an eye.
It was a little bit of a difficult call there for Dyson Racing whether or not to bring him in, because he's going to lose all his track position. He's going to go right to the back of the pack now of cars, so he's going to lose time coming through this traffic. But if there's now a long period without another full course caution, then the number 1 Highcroft car is going to have to stop under green, and that will probably allow the Dyson car to get back onto the lead lap. So again, it's all strategy at this stage in the game.
Yeah, good point. And it does mean that they're a bit more yellow. They could go with perhaps just one more pit stop. The pace car pulls off. We have 3 hours and 36 minutes, and we're racing again. 2:23 to go. Laguna Seca, Mazda Raceway, side-by-side action coming out of the final corner in the GT category as we head back towards green flag racing. David Brabham is already off and gone, but the battle is at the head of the GT field, where Dirk Moore in the 90 BMW is right in the middle of that scrap, and he is losing time to the Ferrari behind him. That's Jamie Mello, who goes to the outside, tries to get it done, bumper to bumper. He's going to be on the inside for the next right-handing. Trades pin with the BMW ahead of him, can't get the pass made, and just behind is the third place car, the black and green of Johannes van Overbeek in the ASM Racing Ferrari. As they go by Butch Leitzinger's car, the Mission car, the Ferrari really quick in a straight line, forcing the leader down to the inside and forcing him down to a defensive line. Has to cut across in front of him there. That's a little bit naughty by Muller. made the move very early on the straight, though. You'll see he was defending very stoutly indeed.
Yeah, a good close battle there at the front of this field, and we see some cars have made pit stops and others have not, and we see the battles now developing in a slightly different order, but still the intensity hasn't changed one iota.
That was a very stout manoeuvre indeed by the BMW to close the doors a touch. The 88 car gets hit by the second place Ferrari, Jamie Mello, into the back quarter panel of the 88 Challenge car, which has got Lawson Aschenbach at the wheel of it at the moment.
It's working through a lot of GT Challenge traffic down there on this opening lap after the restart, and that's always a tricky time in the race. And we see the LMP2 car of Mark Wilkins also there, got held up amongst some of that traffic, and he's lost a little bit of ground there as well, but he's got Tom Sutherland as having relatively clear run a little bit farther back down the road. The gap between the two LMP Challenge cars is now about 6 seconds only. Well, there's Dirk Müller there just straying a wheel onto the dirt. I was going to say grass, but dirt here at Mazda Raceway on the exit of turn 3, and he's using all the road is Dirk Müller. He's having to work really hard to keep that Ferrari from getting close again.
Mello's been working the 62 Ferrari awfully hard, and you can tell how hard he's been driving by looking at the front bumper.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of damage to that car. That was that incident earlier on with one of the BMWs, and but they're right behind again. The two Ferraris close together.
Jamie, is that car coming back in?
No, guys. The crew, the Racing Competizione crew, seeing the same feed that we are. They just saw the cars that went through the picture. Right now, it looks like they are going to leave him out on track. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down any.
Unbelievably close running. It isn't slowing him down. There are radiators behind there. You can see. Forget the damage on the outside.
That was from earlier on.
Yeah, that's much earlier on.
That other damage is from much more recently.
There are radiators behind there, and the Risi crew are seeing the same pictures that we are right now. This is what happened on the restart. Just watch what happens when they go wide onto the AstroTurf on the left-hand side of our picture. 1, 2, 3, 4 wheels. Oh, that is proper Tokyo drift stuff there. And then coming down the hill, watch the stripy Porsche just ahead of the red Ferrari. Now, how hard was this bump? Was it just a love tap, or was it a bit harder on Ashen? Oh no, that's quite a substantial hit, Jeremy.
Yeah, and the front valance there of the Ferrari hit the tailpipes on that Porsche. That's caused that damage in the middle of the nose of the Ferrari. Yeah.
So good job he hasn't bent them, because we've seen in the past that you get any bend on those rear tailpipes, on the tailpipes rather, that really badly affects the performance of the cars being able to exhaust the gases from the engine. Well, it's battered, it's bruised, but it's still running and still in second place, gentlemen. And thank goodness for razor tape and tie wraps, but at the moment they haven't got the time to bring that in. Here's the Corvette slightly further back down the field. Jan Magnussen and Ollie Gavin at the wheel of the 3 and 4 cars respectively. Can I just remind everyone, we've still got 2 hours and 18 minutes to run as we're watching more battles for position in the GT category. This is for 6th place, Tommy Milner in the BMW against that Corvette, and they are very, very evenly matched,
very evenly matched there too. As you say, front engine rear wheel drive cars, and behind them too is the 2nd place car in LMP Challenge. That's Tom Sutherland. He's just taken over the wheel of that number 36 car from Tom Weikert, and he is trying to track down Mark Wilkins, but Mark Wilkins has made a great move through the leaders, through some of the leaders in the GT class, and Wilkins has pulled out quite an advantage now in that number 55 LMPC car. As again we watch the 2nd place overall car, that is Chris Dyson now driving car number 16. He worked his way past Tom Sutherland and also past this GT battle, or tries to.
Actually, taking a look at the scoring monitor, David Brabham's turning 1:15.5s the last time around. Chris Dyson a 1:21.1. It looks as if, like, I don't know for sure, and it might be worth a question if Jamie has the opportunity to find out whether the 16 car is not quite as...
No, it's purely traffic, that was, Jimmy.
All right.
Yeah, because Chris was working his way through a whole bunch of slower cars there. But, you're right, the race-leading car has clear track, because we've just gone back to Greenley. He's taken full advantage of
He's taking full advantage, and then some 6 seconds a lap. He's opening up a little bit of distance between himself and everything else. If Chris Dyson has a solid race car underneath him, he's going to do the best he possibly can. That's all he can do. There's no one else around him. That's the battle for the win today. The 1 and the 16 car, there's literally a lap between those two. If Chris Dyson drives the wheels off the car and has a little good fortune, David Brabham, well, honestly, they've done everything they possibly can with the #1 car, and they've used up every ounce of good luck there might be. And who knows? There's still more than 2 hours to go. This is a long race still to go, and anything could happen. Chris Dyson doing the best he can. When they cross the line next, we'll find out exactly the difference as far as speed differential between our first and second place cars battling for the lead.
You're absolutely right. Of course, Chris Dyson, he's got a full tank of fuel there. It's a heavy car at the moment. He just made that pit stop. It's brim full of fuel, so there's a lot more weight he's having to carry around at this stage as well, and he's having to work his way through that slower traffic. So it's going to be a tough few laps for Chris Dyson. Once he can get everything settled down, get those, it takes, we've heard about it all the way through the weekend, it takes 2 or 3 laps to get the tyres up to temperature when you go back out there after a full course caution or a pit stop or both. And so, it's going to take Dyson a couple of laps to really get that car up to its best speed, and then we will see what sort of times he can turn in relation to our race leader, David Brabham, who, again, is turning out some very fast laps there at the front.
Incredibly fast laps, and take a look down the scoring monitor a bit more. The thing that's amazing to me, we're closing in on 4 hours of racing so far, and we've got the top 7 cars in GT within about 10 seconds of 11 and a half seconds of each other. It's that's a battle and a half.
Tim Pappas leads the GTC category in the Black Swan Racing, which seems, Jeremy, to have gained some green since the start of the week. Because I'm pretty certain that car was pristine white, and in Andy Blackmore's Spotter's Guide, which is normally absolutely spot on, shows the car as absolutely white, and it's got some stripes over the top and down the side, which I don't remember from the early sessions this week, I have to say. But they've done a great job, qualified on pole position. Remember, they've got to make at least 1 4-tyre stop for the Yokohama tyres. But Jamie was telling us actually early in the week, there were some people who have said they can double and triple these tyres. And after all the trials and tribulations, and all the times it's been in the middle of things going on around it, and including being bumped by GT cars, here is the second place car in GTC, the very strikingly liveried Patron Exo Cafe 88 machine. It's the Velox Motorsports Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Just a reminder about GT3 that although all the cars are Porsches, there's actually 3 different types of Porsches that are now eligible for the GT3 Challenge class. And that includes the cars that we normally see in the challenge classes of the Grand Am series as well. They're
GT class and Grand Am,
and just to complete
TRG car. I think there's one. The TRG car, I think, is the only Grand Am spec car in the race.
This is the 3rd place car. This is Orbit. Welcome back to the American Le Mans series. It's nice to see some of these names, Jim. You and I, as will some of the listeners and viewers, will remember Alex Job and Orbit and TRG from running in the GT classes a few years ago.
Oh, from days gone by, and those days aren't that long ago. In some cases, in others, it's been years. But it's sure good to see. Alex Job in particular come back, and he's done it. Well, he had a tremendous weekend in Sebring about a month back. But it's not as if they've lost any of their glory or talent over the days. They've come back and they're just as fast as they ever have been. It's a matter of dealing with the economy and everything. However, it all seems to be working out for a lot of these teams, and they're putting it to good use here in California this weekend. That's for sure.
Should mention that Alex Job, after having a 1-2-3 in practice and qualifying, and a 1-2-3 in the race at Sebring, their best car is Luis Diaz at the moment in 4th position in the Car Amigo Alex Job Racing Challenge car.
Yeah, and still
in fact, there it is.
Yeah.
Well spotted, guys, with its team car, the 81 car, in close attendance. That's Rudy Hunko Jr. in the 81 car. That's down in 7th position in category. And I know a lot of people were sceptical about the GTC category in particular. I think they've pretty much earned their spurs now, gentlemen. I know it's helped to fill out the grids, and there's this tantalising possibility, Jim, that it might be opened out to other forms of cars? I know Audi want to bring their beautiful R8 GT3 car across to IMSA Racing.
Oh, that would be the best addition that we've seen to the race series. Well, since they added the challenge classes, both of them. These cars are certainly well turned out. They're as fast as almost everything else on the racetrack, although they don't have the ultimate top speed on big long straightaways. But on this side of the Atlantic, we don't have such big long straightaways as they have to worry about over in Le Mans. So although there is a big difference and a big differential they have to deal with, one of the things the Patron GT3 Challenge has proven to almost everybody over this side over the past 5 years. When they first started out, there was a big learning curve. A lot of club racers came over. They started out. We had lots of yellow flags and lots of learning experiences. On the other hand, the Porsche races have turned out to be as good as anything else, and the driving skill has really improved dramatically. And case in point, they brought the cars. They put them on the same racetrack as the American Le Mans series, and they're really doing a great job. They're watching their mirrors. They're doing what they can, and they're putting on a great show unto themselves.
So you were doing the race call here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca, for the Patron GT3 Challenge earlier on today, and what's amazed me about this, Jimmy, is whilst we're getting more and more people involved in the GTC class, it doesn't seem to have affected numbers in the GT3 its own race at all. In fact, I mean, how many were there today? 30 odd?
Oh, there were 35, and it's just as well. They've given some of the other races a place to go, because we'd end up with 45 and 50 cars. Not that that's a problem at all, but it's all the better when we get that many cars out with the American Le Mans series as the 911 goes around and
turns. Do you know which one it is? Who have I just been talking about? It's nice to be back in the series. Alex Joe. I'm going home. I tell you.
Alex is going to hunt you down if you give it up.
Guys, I am the curse today. I am terrible.
What are you drinking?
It's water at the moment. That's maybe half.
I'm not sure what you had for breakfast, but you better stop for the next race. You mentioned them and they have misfortune.
Let's have a look at it again. Watch from the right of the screen. On his own, I'm afraid. And that's Romeo Capucci celebrating his birthday.
Right in front of his two teammates.
Oh boy.
That could have been Jody Scheckter and the Surtees team at Silverstone all over again, couldn't it? He's just on his own there.
Just lost it under the brakes there.
Well, he's looking in the mirror at his teammates and perhaps got distracted. The Alex Jobs stereotype model with a 23 on the side of it goes around, puts on a bit of a show on turn number 11, doesn't touch anybody, no one touches him, no harm, no big foul.
Yeah, but it cost Luis Diaz there a lot of time. Luis is driving number 80 car. It's him, I believe, that has to go all the way around the outside there and loses a lot of ground. And Luis is running in fourth place, trying to track down Andy Lally, and that cost him quite a few seconds. Rudy Unko, who was supposed to be driving with Luis Diaz and Ricardo Gonzalez, Rudy Unko has now hopped into the 81 car alongside the father, Juan Gonzalez, and Butch Leitzinger, of course, who was driving for a long time earlier in the race. So a driver switch there amongst the electro racing.
Earlier speculation I had about the 16 car and Chris Dyson, the car not being quite 100% going through traffic. I know it's a slow lap time. Now is the fastest car on the racetrack, or almost.
Jim, thanks for being with us. We'll see you again later on the season.
Pleasure, sir.
Cheers, mate.
Anytime.
Just like old times. Great stuff. Jim Martin joining us again on the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche, as we head into the last couple of hours of this race. And David Brabham by a lap and change, as they say in these parts.
Happened quite a bit, I think it is, at this stage in the race. So it's going to all unfold now. When the next round of pit stops coming through isn't another caution, or even whether there is, that is going to give an opportunity for Chris Dyson maybe at least to get back onto the lead lap in the car number 16 as our race leader, the number 1 with David Brabham at the wheel. We're watching on the screen the number 90 BMW, that's Dirk Müller, coming back from that incident this morning. He's pulled out a little bit of a margin now over Jaime Mello in second place in the Ferrari, and in between them on the road is Tom Sutherland, who's also making his way through that pack in the second place LMPC car. And now Mark Wilkins leads that category, third overall in car number 55, 141 laps completed, but Tom Sutherland there is only about 11 seconds back, second place in LMPC in car number 36, and that battle is developing nicely as we see the GT leader Dirk Müller and Tom Sutherland, the second place car in LMPC, coming into turn 11.
Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. Jamie Howe is down in the pit lane. We're going to switch out Jamie and Jeremy for a little while to give the voices a break. We've got 2 hours and 7 minutes still to go of what has been a remarkable contest as the battle in GT just continues with Ollie Gavin, the tall man from the centre of England, who's just completed the London Marathon in 2 hours and 54 minutes. This is for 6th position in the category. And by the way, we should mention that's for 10th overall, because with the problems that the prototype cars have had, the best of the GT cars is in 4th position overall, and that's Dirk Muller in the 90 BMW. We'll no doubt catch up with him in a little while, but for the moment he's made his bid for freedom ahead of Jamie Mello in the 62 Ferrari in 2nd in class. The 01 Ferrari is 3rd with Johannes van Overbeek, then Magnussen, then Jon Bergmeister in the Flying Lizard, and then this battle here for 6th and 7th position. But remember, it's all about garnering points for the rest of the season. These longer races have a higher points tariff than the 2 hour 45 minute races that make up the bulk of the season. So get a good result here, lose out in the 2 hour 45 minute race, net gain points for the championship. What do points make? Prizes at the end of the year. Just look at those two cars, almost from different cultures, you would say. The BMW, Munich's finest, the latest iteration of the M3, sprouting the aerodynamic aids. Two-door motor car, of course, with the BMW V8 engine, axle and gearbox combined transaxle, balancing the car at almost a 50-50 spread. Behind it, America's sports car, celebrating 50th anniversary of going to Le Mans this year. There's the marbles on the track, the pieces of rubber that have been thrown off the racing tyres because the guys are leaning on these cars so heavily. Another V8 in that Corvette behind, American muscle, bigger cubic capacity, more cubic inches. Sitting way down and way back in that long snout of the car. Again, driving the rear wheels. These cars, as I say, from different cultures, a different answer to the sports car question. And look at how evenly matched they are. And I can tell you now that they are pushing to the absolute limits of driver, car, tyre, gearbox, engine. Endurance racing nowadays is much more about sprint racing for long periods rather than saving the car for the end of the race. Here is the Ricci Ferrari. Now they have got a phenomenal record, particularly in the longer races. Giuseppe Ricci and the man who heads the team being Dave Sims. Well, of the last 8 endurance races, they've won 6. That's of 4 hours or more. And bizarrely, the 2 that they haven't done so well in are here at Laguna Seca. So they've got maybe a track that owes them something here. Although Dave Sims would say nobody owes anybody. 3 wide for a moment just behind them, with one of the Corvettes taking a wild dive down the inside, and I think that might have been a change of position. Yes, it was. That's Jan Magnussen moving up ahead of Johannes van Overbeek in the traffic there, just behind the Ferrari we were looking at. You might ask yourself why Ricci are just so good, as there Magnussen goes past the Krone Ricci racing car. And they're not having it all their own way, are they? Because the 61 car, with Tracy Krone at the wheel, decides to fight back. That was a great move by Magnussen, coming down through Schwann's curve. As he has gained a position there and moves up into 3rd ahead of Johannes van Overbeek. Jan, ex-Formula 1 driver with Stewart Racing, of course. Very affable Scandinavian, and he's chasing now the tail end of Jamie Mellow's second place Ferrari. He's talking about Risi there and their phenomenal record in the longer races. And is there a formula? What do they do different from other people? Now, here's the pass. Watch behind, watch the Krohn racing car. Just hold up the other Ferrari. Magnussen gets half a car's width and puts himself there. That is great driving, isn't it? Absolutely great driving. Watch again on the right of the screen. Magnussen's already seen the opportunity. That is way offline there. He's on the dirt. There's a big bump in the middle. And there you see the Corvette bottoming out on that bump. Phenomenal stuff by the Dane. And all of a sudden, having been released from behind Johannes van Overbeek, like a cork from a bottle, he is gaining inexorably on Dirk Muller, on Jamie Miller, excuse me. Now there's another battle just ahead of this in the timing and scoring monitors, where Tom Sutherland in the 36 Genoa Racing LMPC car, remember the bright red car we've seen so much of? Well, he's now down to within 3 seconds of the 55 Level 5 Motorsports LMPC car that leads the category in third overall. And he's been gaining at about a second a lap, so it won't be long before we have a real battle for LMPC between the 55 and the 36. There's the number 6 car back out there as well. Sasha Masson is making up ground in third in LMP now, and this is crucial, to coin a phrase, for the 6 car, because they are getting valuable points in the chase for the championship. Jeremy Shaw is down in the pit lane.
I am indeed, and first of all, we're going to see the number 1 car onto pit lane in 3 laps time, I believe I've been told. So Marino Tranquilli is all suited up here, ready to go. We can expect the race leader in within the next 3 laps. Also, an opportunity to chat with Momo Gidley, who was incredibly unfortunate. His mistake, of course, to spin on cold tyres at that restart, but just to cap the misfortune there, he had to go back through a little bit of gravel, getting back onto the racetrack, and as he did so, incredibly, a small piece of gravel stuck in the shift mechanism, and it wouldn't allow him to shift gears. That's why the car was stuck out down there on the racetrack. So incredibly unlucky there for that muscle team. Then they came in, they're within the window then to get to the end of the race. So they brought Momo in and put Sasha Masson, who of course has a huge amount of experience in this Porsche RS Spider, back out into that car. So that's the update on the muscle Porsche RS Spider number 6.
Jeremy Shaw in the Nissan 370 said pit lane. 4 hours gone, 2 to go. Can you believe that we are only 2/3 the way through this race? We've written enough already about this race to fill a couple of race reports. The GT battle rages on, and in second place, Jamie Mello battling not only with the fast race cars around him, but with the damage to the front of his car, which is getting worse. The aerodynamic effect of ploughing through and pushing a hole through the air at 160 to 170 miles an hour is ripping the front of that normally pristine Risi Ferrari to shreds. It was the back of the 88 car that caused the damage. The 2 exhaust pipes took a little tap from the 62 earlier on. The GT battle has been, well, outstanding, with Ferrari, Porsche, Corvette and BMW all in amongst it at various stages of the first 4 hours of this 6-hour contest. The prototype battle has waxed and waned as well, but left David Brabham out on his own. Chris Dyson chasing him down. In LMPC, Wilkins and Sutherland just 3 seconds apart. But the racing that we've been watching most of all has been in the GT category, the class for cars built on street cars that we can all, well, if not buy, aspire to. And Jamie Mello at the moment is having his work cut out with a Ferrari that is beginning to look very, very second-hand. No, not pre-owned. It looks second-hand. It's been banged around a bit, and look at Magnussen in the vet as Chris Dyson in the prototype comes to put a lap on them both. Danger time here for both of these two GT drivers. They must keep their eyes on the mirror. Now, can Magnussen use this prototype to his advantage? He'll tuck in behind the blue and white Dyson 16 car. Chris Dyson, the man who's taken over the running of the team from his father, and he's going to hold up the Ferrari here because the downforce isn't quite there in the middle of the corner, and that is all that Magnussen needed. Just a car's left between them now as they head off towards turn number 5. Magnussen not quite close enough, can't get the run down the inside as the race leader comes into the pit lane. He pulls up right in front of me. We'll keep an eye on that as this battle for position continues to rage at the top of the hill. Jeremy Shaw is down there for us, and we'll see if David Brabham vacates that seat. Meantime, Melo and the Corvette. Oh, a little lock up from Magnussen. Down through the corkscrew, Schwann's curve, middle of the road, feather the throttle. Let's go down to Jeremy Shaw with Highcroft Racing.
Brabham already hopped out of the number 1 car. Marino Franchitti already installed. They're just doing up his seatbelts now, plugging in his radio and drinks bottle. A brand new set, it looks like, of Michelin Pilot tyres going onto the number 1 car. Absolutely a routine pit stop here for Patron Highcroft Racing. Marino Franchitti, the car is down off the jack, and he gets the signal, and away goes Marino Franchitti. I think the second place car, Dyson Racing, I presume went past, and I think should be now on the lead lap with the number 1 car. So far as the Dyson Racing team, they really could use another first or fourth at this stage. That would really get this motorist back onto an even track in terms of a battle for the overall lead.
So Marino Franchitti back into the action on lap 156. Chris Dyson's just completed lap 155. I think to stay out as long as possible. The GT battle continues. And remember, this is for 6th position overall. The GT cars are running a heck of a pace here, helped by the number of full course cautions. Jamie Mello with his rear view mirror and both side mirrors. One stuck out on the stalks to see round the beautifully formed rear arches, the hips of that Ferrari 430. Well, it's full of bright velocity yellow Corvette. As again, Magnussen not frightened to come down the inside there into turn number 10 and use an unconventional line. And it's taking lots more pace through the centre of the slow corners. Great bit of call from the pit there. You heard follow through, get in there, drop in. What they meant was drop in behind that orange prototype. Couldn't quite use it to his advantage. Trying to get the aerodynamic drag from the Autocon number 12 prototype. Oh, but now he has, and they're almost alongside going into turn 4. But again, Mello is wise to that and moves the Ferrari just slightly to the right and covers the move by the Dane behind him. Down into the bank, turn 5, the left-hander. So hard to do this. Jan Magnussen has been up behind that Ferrari for lap after lap. The concentration level being displayed by the Danish driver in the Chevy Corvette. Amazing. He's done a great job. Oh, now he takes a little bit of a wider line as the Ferrari gets stuck behind one of the GT Challenge cars. And you could see Magnussen there thinking ahead, just as when he let the prototype car go through. And again, he's looking for a dive down the inside, but he can't get it done. And look at what's happening. These two cars battling is allowing Johannes van Overbeek in the green and black Ferrari, the Tequila Patron ASM car, to gain on them. Now, you'd normally think two cars latched together like this, slipstreaming each other, would be quicker than a singleton car. It's not the case, because they're compromising each other's line. Then neither of them getting the perfect racing line through the corner, and that's slowing them both down. And again, Magnussen goes to the right-hand side of the circuit. That's a strong move, and it's a strong move that gets done. And here comes the other Ferrari, just as on the right. On the right, on the right, on the right, and takes both of them. Oh, Van Overbeek takes his opportunity, sniffing around the goes up to second place from fourth in one sweet, deft manoeuvre. Unbelievable stuff. Just 1.3 seconds now between the first and second in the LMP.C. 55 and 36. That's in third and fourth. And Chris Dyson is indeed back on the lead lap behind Marino Franchitti and is 49.5 seconds behind the leader. In comes the Risi car. Now, Jeremy Shaw is down at Risi. Is this a scheduled stop or are they worried about the damage? Jeremy?
You see one of the Patron cars, as well, and I think I'm in the I'll find out afterwards whether this is a scheduled stop or not for the 62 car, but it's going to be a driver change. They're going to change tyres as well. I don't know what they can do about the bodywork. I'll have a word with the team manager David Sims once this stop has been completed. They're clearing the windscreen, of course, that they are allowed to do along with the driver change. Nothing else, however. They can't change the wheels until that fueling has been completed. That is being done right now. The driver change is well underway. Jimmy Bruni is in. The fueling is now done. They're changing all 4 tyres, a brand new set of Michelin tyres.
Jeremy, we're hearing on the radio there's a debate going on about whether they need to fix that car.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, yeah, well, they're kind of fixing it. They're pulling it with all their might. I mean, there's a whole bunch of mechanics here pulling away bits of the front of the car. I mean, there's an awful lot of damage there. They've pulled away the complete nose cone. Whether they're going to be able to do anything about it, yeah, they're pulling off, they're kicking literally the left front quarter panel off that car. And, well, this is costing a lot of time, and this is very, very costly for the Risi Competizione team. The car is now down off the jack. They're picking out one last piece of fibre, and there goes Jimmy Bruni.
I don't know. Oh, and we've got a Ferrari stopped running up the hill towards turn number 6 now. Is it the O2 or the O1? It's the O2 car. It's the O2 car, and that is Guy Cosmo. And that looks a very... Has he got a flat? He's got steam or smoke gushing from the right rear. Oh, he's either had contact or he's got suspension failure because the Michelin tyre is rubbing up against the right rear wheel arch and bodywork. Here's the battle that continues for second place behind Dirk Muller in the BMW. He's well up the road.
Where are we at?
He's 21 seconds up the road. Probably an axle is what we've just heard on the pits to car radio. This is the battle for second in GT. And as they head down the hill, Jan Magnussen, who thought he had second position until Johannes van Overbeek took the opportunity, and van Overbeek pits. Van Overbeek pits from second place in GT. This leaves Magnussen to take second, and in comes the ESM Patron Ferrari. So whilst one of their cars is in trouble and he passes the stricken Jaguar, it comes to a halt. It's a full service and a driver change for the 01 car. And that means that getting in is Scott Sharp. Oh my goodness, that wasn't an axle. That was a wheel not fastened on properly. Or is it a half shaft? And it's going to stop on the circuit. Oh, this is going to be a full course caution. He hasn't got back to the pit lane. He's not short. He's not that far short of the pit lane entrance on the left-hand side of the circuit. Don't get out of the car, stay in. You heard him say it. There he is at turn number 10.
Try whatever you can to move it.
I'm not sure they want a full course caution at the moment because their other car is in the pit lane. And they don't want that car to be disadvantaged. And in fact, that car with Scott Sharp is not fired up. Now it does. So problems for both the ESM cars. Let's go down to the pit lane and talk to Dave Sims. We saw the Ferrari stop just as it's a full course caution. Full course caution with 4 hours and 12 in the book. Let's have a quick...
Going your way, was that a scheduled stop for your car?
No, but it was
3 laps from a scheduled stop, but Jamie decided to come in because it was starting to handle badly with all that front end damage on the aerodynamics.
And were you then told to rip that bodywork off, or was that just you decided that
decision? Do it, get it off.
How was the car? Well, I'm going to have a word with Jamie. He's got out of the car. Dave Sims, thank you very much indeed. And if they'd managed to stay out 3 or 4 more laps, they might have been able to make this pit stop under caution period. But here is Jamie Mello. And Jamie, this is a very hard-fought race out there. Just talk about why you made this pit stop just a little bit earlier than scheduled.
Well, I mean, the race is... At the last restart, the 90 BMW just braked before the last basically stopped the car. I hit him from behind, and that's damaging my front bumper. Anyway, that's it's quite disappointing, but we still won it. So let's see how it goes.
You're still in the race very much. It's a great contest though between all these different manufacturers. It's got to be. I know you're disappointed at the moment because you had to get out of the car, but it's a tremendous battle, and it's got to be a lot of fun when you're out there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean. Not that much because right now our front bumper, like I said, is quite damaged, so it's really difficult to manage the car. So it's quite obvious here. So yeah, I mean, still 2 hours to go. We see.
How much time do you think you're losing with that damage to the front of the car?
Minimum a second a lap, minimum.
Thanks, Jamie Mello there. You see, he was trying really hard out there. It was a great battle going on there. They've had to make that pit stop, but as you say, they're still in the game.
Now this is going to be very, very interesting to where the pace car picks them up. Marino Franchitti is the leader of the race, and there behind him is the BMW. Now let's go back and have a look at some of the action earlier on. Here's the problem for the O2 car with the right rear wheel just tucking under there, and that's either a half shaft or a stub axle that's gone. And that's what's brought out. That car has struggled round for half a lap. But here is, for me, one of the best incidents of the race so far, in a race that's been full of them. The Corvette with Jan Magnussen has a look down the inside of Jamie Mello and gets it done, but can't get the car stopped. And there's a little touch there in the middle of the corner. Now, what you can't see, here he comes. Watch the green and black car. That's Johannes van Overbeek. Was fourth position, is now second. Thanks very much, lads. You carry on fighting. I'll close it now. Look how far back that green car is at this point. There's the touch. They both go wide. They're fighting to keep it off the dirt. And on the right-hand side of the screen, Van Overbeek says, do you know what? Second place looks very, very cosy. And I think I'll be taking that, boys. And here it is from further up the track. Again, the battle is on the right-hand side of the screen. And untouched by human hand on the left-hand side. 2 places can be gained, just as simple as that. We've got just on 1 hour and 44 minutes to go. And what a fantastic race we've had with Jan Magnussen and Jamie Mello battling it out. And through Johannes van Overbeek. Now, he's since given up that position because he has pitted. So let's give you a rundown then. With 1 hour and 43 minutes to go, we're under yellow flag conditions, and that's why. The 02 Ferrari, the ESM Motorsports car, has broken a hub or some kind of axle assembly, and that's parked at the side of the road. Marino Franchitti is leading the race. Meantime, third on the grid at Indy, having qualified this weekend, is Dario. So it's a good day for the Franchitti household so far. Marina and everyone else listening in Scotland. And there'll be a bit of a hoolie tonight, I think. So there's your leader. Let's get back to the pit lane because Rob Dyson is down there with Jeremy Shaw, and Chris Dyson is second position at the moment and on the lead lap, Jeremy.
Yes, the timing of this caution, Rob Dyson, extremely good for your organisation.
Yeah, it definitely helped us, no doubt about it. And well, let's see, it's still got a lot of racing to go, and a lot of cars out there, a lot of corners and a lot of shifts and a lot of things to have go right to even finish well. And we're just trying to stay in the show and trying to be competitive, and hopefully at the end of the day it straightens itself out.
Let's talk about a little bit about the incident earlier on when Andy Merrick was driving and the damage caused to that car, to your car.
Yeah, Andy got crossed up. It was a mistake, a slight mistake, and it turned out to be kind of a non-event because we just it wasn't severe damage, and we were able to get it out, get him in and out pretty quick.
You almost got out without losing the lap.
Almost. We had a little tip-up that we had to get done, but we got it done, and so far it seems like we're back where we want to be on the lead lap. So let's see what happens.
Indeed. So with the pole sitter Guy Smith about to get behind the wheel of your number 16 car.
Yeah, we're going to put Guy in and see how he does. Everybody's supposed to contribute, and I think that Guy is one of the best, so we'll put him to work finally.
Yeah, indeed, and Guy's done a fabulous job so far this weekend. He scored his first pole position in the American Le Mans Series, and now he's going to have a fight to the finish. He's going to be behind the number 1 car, but he has the fastest car in just about every session this weekend as Guy Smith in that low Le Mans number 16. They're waiting now for a pit. The bad news is the G-Oil car has come into the pits right behind us. There's very little room here in the Dyson pit. They're going to have to push the number 16 car back in order to reach the refueling nozzle.
Meantime, Marino Franchitti did not pit and has gone around. Chris Dyson climbs out the right-hand side of the coupe here, and the 2003 Le Mans winner with Bentley, Guy Smith, is installed in the 16 car. The pole-sitting car for Mazda and Dunlop here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. Now this is a free stop for them, an hour and 40 to go. Still one more stop if we go green from here. But this is a calculated gamble from the team from Poughkeepsie. As in they come, changing drivers, changing tyres, and basically setting Guy Smith on full attack.
Go, Guy, go!
Smithy spins the Dunlops, gets out. Hydraulic fluid being topped up a little bit before they went out. He will join the end of the line. He's lost track position, but that's all. This is a very, very interesting move. So let's give you the rundown then, with an hour and 40 minutes still to go. All of a sudden, we've got a race at the front of the field for the prototype category. Marino Franchitti against Guy Smith. First and second, the 1 car, the black and green of the Tequila Patron Highcroft racing machine, with the Scotsman installed in that car. Guy Smith, as we've just seen in the 16, is in second, but at the end of the pace car loop. Here he is, just catching up to the back of the pace car. In LMPC, in third position, Tom Sutherland has the lead from Mark Wilkins, my apology, who has pitted. They were only a second apart, so that's going to be interesting to watch. There is the LMPC leader in the Genoa Racing bright red car. Mark Wilkins has pitted, and that's pulled those two apart for the time being. In GT, it's Jan Magnussen that leads in the number 3 GM Chevy Corvette from Tommy Milner, who's just pitted, and we're just hearing that the 92 car is being pulled for stop and go. He hit the tyre of the 90 car in the adjacent pit. That's twice today. The top teams, first the Pratt & Miller team, the Corvette Racing team, and now the Ray Hal Letterman team have made rookie errors in the pit lane, running over a hose and now hitting a tyre, and that has put Tommy Milner out of contention for the moment. It will move Patrick Long in the 45 Flying Lizard up into second place, and Ollie Gavin up into fourth. Before we go back to green, let's go back down to the pit lane and Jeremy Shaw.
With from father to son, from Rob Dyson to Chris Dyson. Chris, you just clambered out of the number 16 car. A good stint there. You got yourself back on the lead lap. Strategy, it seemed to go against you earlier on. Now it's playing into your favour.
No, for sure. I mean, the great thing about these long races is that you sometimes get more than one chance to get back in the game. And, sometimes you get caught out in traffic, but you just got to be patient. And obviously we lost a little bit of time in the pits in that earlier stop. But, we're back on the lead lap now, and, there's lots of racing left.
That was a pretty hefty hit down there that Andy took, but the car seems to be okay now, is it?
Yeah, no, I mean, the great thing about these Lolas is that they're built strong and rock solid, and, everything's fine. I mean, it actually didn't knock the toe out, so it just did some damage to the nose. We replaced it, and the car's going like a train now. The Dunlops are great at night, and, the Mazda turbo engine loves this cool air. So I'm excited. I think Guy's going to be able to make a good run, and we've got our work cut out for us, but we're at least on the lead lap and lots of time left.
That's exactly right. And Guy Smith, he's on a mission this weekend. He's already taken his first pole, and now can he get a win here for Mazda at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca?
Jeremy Shaw in the Nissan 370Z pit lane, and we are getting ready to go back to green flag. The big news, the 92 car in second place in GT and sixth place overall has infringed the pit lane regulation. It's clipped the tyres in the pit next to it. That means a stop and go, and he can't serve that, of course, during the yellow flag, so he has to wait for the situation to go back to green. As we see just how hard the Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca staff are working to clean up this racetrack. Marino Franchitti leading. Thank you for visiting Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca on the back of the sweeper truck. Nice touch, guys. Nice touch. There is Marino Franchitti, British GT champion with Kelvin Burt in a Porsche many years ago. Did Formula 4, but then realised, I think, that his future was not in Formula racing and made the decision to go sports car racing. Hasn't really looked back since then. Worked his way up through the GT categories, and in the last couple of seasons has really established himself as one of the foremost prototype drivers. Given a chance by the then fledgling Acura team of Andretti Green Racing. His brother was driving for them as well, and that came to an end slightly acrimoniously. It was Rob Dyson, who you've just been hearing, who picked up Marino, having felt that he'd been dealt rather a rough deal, and got him going. And from there he's gone back to, stayed with prototypes. Now, before we go green, let's have a word with Mark Wilkins, who's been right in the middle of the Le Mans Prototype Challenge battle. He's just got out of the 55 Level 5 motorsports car. He was leading when he brought the car in. Christophe Bouchou has taken over from him, and he's down in the pits now with Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, with a big smile on his face, Mark Wilkins. Super job out there. How much fun was it to be out there leading the race here at Mazda Raceway?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's a great facility, and the Level 5 guys gave us a great car to race. You know, Scott did an awesome job earlier, was running really high up, and Christophe's going to bring it home. So, you know, kudos to the guys for doing a great job. It's a great track, and the car keeps getting better and better and stronger and stronger. So I think, you know, we'll be there at the end.
And will you have to make one more quick pit stop before the end, I think? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to stay out of the strategy and just give the guys some debrief and, you know, get the most info to Christophe that we can. And, you know, he's was quick really early on. He's always pretty quick. And, you know, the car's just getting better and better. So we'll just keep pushing, and hopefully we'll be at the top step at the end.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Still under yellow flags. Jamie Howe has joined me in the booth whilst Jeremy's down in the Nissan 370Z pit lane, and you're watching this GT battle very carefully, particularly Jamie, with reference to how the championship is playing out.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic battle all day, but seeing Jimmy Bruni down in 7th position right now, and Patrick Long and Flying Lizard Motorsports Porsche up in 3rd, he's soon going to move to 2nd once Tommy Milner has to come in and serve that stop-and-go penalty. Those two are tied for the championship right now, and with this being a 6-hour race, they get 5 bonus points for winning this one, so they get bonus points all the way trickling back through the points. So it's a good day for Flying Lizard if they can hold this position with Jimmy Bruni and Reese Competizione staying further back.
And isn't it amazing, the Lizards didn't qualify very well, only down in 7th and 8th position, 7th or 8th position, and it looked like Jörg early on couldn't make any headway.
Yeah, they really have struggled a little bit this weekend. I was talking to Patrick Long while he was waiting to get into the car this afternoon, and he was very tense, to say the least.
Thank you, Jamie. It's the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. We're going green in just a few minutes. Well, if you're a soccer fan, we've got just the length of a match to go. 90 minutes and no changing ends at half-time. The clouds are gathering on the far side. The clouds, not the crowds. So will Mother Nature have a hand to play in this before the end of the race? We're racing again at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. The American Le Mans Series unleashes something like 20,000 horsepower once again over the start-finish line. Marino Franchitti leads them through, but the GT battle is the one to watch with Jan Magnussen once again right in the middle of the action. BMWs either side of him. It looked like Magnussen just about got the jump. Tommy Milner there in second. Patrick Long, Ollie Gavin, Joey Hand, they're all there. Very tight indeed in the middle of that GT battle. And where is the 01 car? That's Scott Sharp in there as well. Scott Sharp absolutely trying to stay just one lap down. That's the green and black car at the head of that battle. He is down in 6th position and he's got the leaders in class behind him. What a great restart by the Ferrari as well. Jimmy Bruni also a lap off the lead, and he's trying to stay in the fight at the moment with the bruised but not broken Ricci Ferrari without that front panel now. They won't have time to replace that. They've just got to be so careful that they don't get any more damage. If there's another yellow flag, they may be able to take the time to get the new front panel on. But at the moment, Jan Magnussen, he's getting a pretty good run here. He's not really battling with either of those two cars. As into the pit lane comes Tommy Milner to serve. There he is in the top corner of the picture. Service stop goal penalty. He's got to remain calm here. May not have even been him who was in the car, of course, when the penalty was assessed. And that pit lane is going to look very, very long indeed. As Marino Franchitti is 14.6 seconds ahead of Guy Smith. Stop, go. And that is going to drop the BMW.
Very strong, but thanks to the guys in the pits, we made one position up after the other, and good strategy, and yeah, not too bad so far.
Yeah, I mean the first stint in the race, you were back in 8th place and didn't seem to be able to make much of an impression.
Yes, as you can see, the BMWs are really quick on the straight line, and I was just caught behind them. Whenever I got close, I got too much understeer and didn't really have a chance to pass.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
Possible problem for the team car, the 44. May well be losing some water at the moment. The Flying Lizard 44, Darren Lowe on board. There is the 62 Ferrari. Jimmy Bruni in 7th position in class, being passed by Sasha Masson, who is 3rd position in his class. But the battle is now between Marino Franchitti and Guy Smith, the two prototypes in 1st and 2nd, with 17 seconds between the two cars. The battle in LMPC has 6 seconds between them, between the 36 and the 55, and the battle in GT between Jan Magnussen and Pat Long has 5 seconds between them. So it's Chevy Corvette from 45 Flying Lizard. And we've got, in fact, how appropriate, we said the words flying and lizard, and Seth Nyman walks into the booth alongside us, and there is Pat Long just ahead of that Corvette there. This has been a fight all day, Seth Nyman, but here's your car in 2nd position and only, what, 5 seconds away from the lead. You guys have been working on the 45 and the 44 all day.
Yes, we have. It's been, I mean, what an exciting race. We have, for a long period of time, 7 or 8 cars within 8 or 9 seconds. The lead swapping back and forth, some great passes and repasses. And at this point, as we close in on the last stint and a half, things look pretty good.
One more pit stop for both cars?
I'm sure that that's right. I believe there was a spin on the restart, and the 44 car had some contact with someone, and I think they may bring in the 44 car to replace a radiator. Unfortunately, a little bit of a rough day for the 44 car, but
Jürgen Platt doing a great job.
What a race! At every corner, everything's contested, and it's going to stay that way.
And here is Pat Long with right in his wheel tracks. Ollie Gavin, man, those Corvettes are being quick today. Seth Nyman alongside me watching this with very, very wide eyes indeed. The man behind the Flying Lizards at their local circuit, as behind them there's a big moment for the 89 Quicksilver sponsored car. It's the Intersport car coming out down the hill. That was a hairy moment. Now, who has the horsepower here? Well, little Porsche is holding its own. That's pretty good stuff for Pat Long as they go down into turn one. And there is one of the BMWs. That's Joey Hand. So we're going to have 3 cars battling for second place in just a few moments' time, as they again have to make way for the LMPC traffic around them. And I'll just tell you, by the way, that the lead at the head of the field has gone down to 15 seconds. LMPC first and second, 36 and 55, down to 4 seconds now. So we've got battles in at least 3 of the 4 classes. I haven't dared look at GTC for a little while. No, there's a lap there and then 5 seconds between Andy Lally and Lawson Aschenbach in second and third. Difficult to know where to look here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. Dare we take a breath as these 3 very different GT cars plunge down through the corkscrew. Just take a breath for a moment and say that no wonder you like being in this, Seth Nyman, the man from for who put together. In fact, actually, is that no? That's not. I was just about to say, is that the lead? Oh, there's a problem for the 12 car. Just as we're watching it, the 12 car has got a major problem. Tony Burgess looks like he's got a drivetrain problem as he came out of turn number 11. That car ran really well early on. Pierre Arret was up to 4th place and turning 117s consistently. That looks like a drivetrain problem. It's right in front of our booth. And he's on the upslope now. He's going to have to leave it in gear, and I don't think they'll let him. Oh, no. Reset, Control, Alt, Delete. And he's running again. Quickly, Seth, before something else happens. GT, no wonder you're excited about this. How many cars have we had in that today that could have been or were leading? 7, 8, 9? I can't remember.
Every race now, there's 8 cars that could win the race. And as you can see, the lead's going back and forth, corner by corner. There really is no more exciting racing anymore.
Le Mans coming up for you. You're excited for that?
Oh, always. We love Le Mans. Should be very intense this year. The BMWs and the Corvettes both have big straight line speed. Reese will be there with, as always, just probably the best long-distance program in GT.
This is a great result for you guys, particularly for the 45 car. If they can keep it going at the end, extra points for this, and that's good news for the championship.
Yeah, we're in. This is going to be a fight.
It's going to be a fight right the way through to Petit Le Mans.
Absolutely.
Seth, thanks for being with us. There is the gap between first and second in LMPC. What a fantastic race this is. Tom Sutherland leads Christophe Bouchou by 4.6 seconds. From having gaps of a lap sometimes between the cars, we've got now 9.9 seconds between first and second overall, 4.6 seconds between third and fourth overall, which happens to be the first and second in Prototype Challenge. Pat Long and Ollie Gavin are fighting away. They have got nothing between them. 1/10 of a second between Pat Long and Ollie Gavin. And this is side by side for the lead. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars all battling for the lead of GT. And I mean, it's changing every corner, as Seth Nyman said. So Pat Long has given up the lead to Ollie Gavin. Jan Magnussen's hooking in behind. No, he's lost a place now because Joey Hand's got ahead of him. I tell you what, you just watch it. Oh my goodness me, all 4 Michelins on the dirt from Pat Long. What I was going to say is just watch it and tell me when they've settled down, because you can't keep up with this. Jamie Howe with me. This is top quality sports car racing.
This has got to be one of the best sports car races I've ever seen. It's back and forth all the time, just like you said.
Do you know what's great about Laguna Seca is when we get long runs here, we get this type of racing. I remember a 5-car GT1 battle here a few years ago with the Aston Martins, the Salines and the Corvettes, and we're seeing it happening all over again, right in the middle of this BMW. And Jeremy Shaw is down in the BMW pit with Bill Oberlin, who's taking a well-deserved rest, Jeremy. This is quality stuff at the head of the GT field.
Yeah, he was trying to get a grab here of some baked beans there. That looks appetizing, Bill. That's the food of champions, huh?
It's the only thing that's warm around here, man. It's getting cold. Well, look at that. Joey's in the 90 car. He's looking good. He's in third place. Tommy's behind him in fifth. We were basically going to be up front, but we got a little error in the pits. You know, when Tommy drove out, he actually bumped the tire of our 90 car, our team car, and that caused us to have a stop and go. And it's just another thing. We got to fight our way back to the front again.
It's been a crazy race, a fantastic race.
I mean, look how close it is. It's amazing. When you're in the car, you have no idea which way this is going to go. You're trying your heart out. Every lap is throwing down a qualifying lap, and you can't put anything between these cars. I have no idea how it's going to come out.
That's just great stuff, and it's not just the GT, is it, John?
It certainly isn't, Jeremy. We're watching the Corvette leading GT at the head of the field. Marino Franchitti must be starting to feel the heat in the cold, which is gathering here because the temperature is dropping light as stone. And look at those pit boards. You can see the clouds come over now, and it's getting really rather dark. And I still think we might have even more drama as the rain clouds are gathering to the far side of the race circuit.
They're not rain clouds, John. They're just darker.
That's rain. I can smell rain. My motorcyclist nose tells me it's rain. That would just be the final act, wouldn't it? In a race that's had pretty much everything with an hour and 20 to go. Marino Franchitti for the number one. He leads from this guy, and it is Guy Smith has had the hammer down, full attack mode. He got within 6 seconds of the leader, but Marino Franchitti has responded on the last lap, and it's squeezed back out to 8.5 seconds. So these guys are a couple of 100 meters apart, maybe a little more, but you would think they were racing just as hard as if they were side by side, trading tenths and hundreds of seconds. You can see the turbo backfire coming out of the exhaust pipe of the 4-cylinder Mazda motor that pushes along this beautiful coupe. And look at the lights there. You can see the lights at the top of the corkscrew. It's getting really dark. Time here, 7:10 in the evening, and the gloom is gathering, but not for Guy Smith, who's chasing down the leader, Marino Franchitti, for the Highcroft Patron Racing team. And in their pit, David Brabham is watching these pictures with his former Bentley teammate chasing down his current teammate for Highcroft, Marino Franchitti, who still leads. Jeremy.
That's right, and with David Brabham here up on the Highcroft stand here, David, and this is turning into an incredibly exciting motor race.
It is. That's good, isn't it? I mean, we all want exciting races. Marino's doing a fantastic job. Everyone's done very well at Patron Highcroft Racing Team, and the Mazda guys have been really strong. Obviously with their qualifying performance, and it looks like we've got a great battle towards the end of the race here, which is really exciting.
So half an hour ago you had a lap lead and you were looking pretty strong there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the American Le Mans series, isn't it? With the safety cars, if you don't quite get it right, well, if you get it right, if you're chasing, you can actually get your lap back. So that's what happened. But that makes it for an interesting race, doesn't it?
Yeah, 1 minute 14.2 there for Guy Smith. That's pretty stout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure all the soft stuff's on there now, and they'll be absolutely hammering it out there. And I can't wait. I just want to see the end. Obviously, with us in lead.
You've got one more pit stop to go, and what's the plan for that stop?
Stop.
And
stop.
And go quickly.
And go quickly, yeah.
Starting to stop, David Brabham.
David Brabham, and this is David Brabham's teammate in the car now, Marino Franchitti, with one stop to go, and he's lost another couple of seconds, mired in that GT traffic, and there in the lights, there in the distance, just behind him are the lights of the Lola. That's Guy Smith. He's got 4 GT cars between himself and the leader. Unfortunately, they're the 4 cars that are battling at the head of the GT field, along with the Risi Ferrari, who's desperately trying to stay on a lap close to those leaders. And here comes Guy Smith. He dispatches the Scott Sharp car. This is a great GT battle, but unfortunately we're going to have to leave it behind, because at the head of the field Marino Franchitti and Guy Smith. And meanwhile, in Prototype Challenge, there's now only 1.1 seconds between that battle. It's down the inside for the lead. No, not for the leading class, excuse me. That is just Ollie Gavin trying to get away from Patrick Long. So Ollie Gavin has taken the lead from the Lizard, and now he's put a car between himself. No, Pat's come through as well. Oh, looked like Ollie was a little wide coming out of number 10. And here comes Joey Hand. GT is Corvette, Porsche, BMW, Corvette, BMW, Ferrari. Top 6. How'd you like that, Jamie? That's a nice garage.
That is a very nice garage, yes. It's great to see all of the manufacturer involvement back in GT racing.
And they are at it 100%. A second now between 36 and 55 in the LMPC Challenge class. Tom Sutherland and Christophe Bouchou. Sutherland doing a great job to hold off the very, very experienced Frenchman. And Marino Franchitti, what's happening here is very interesting at the head of the field. When Marino gets clear track, he gets the time in. He's obviously being a little bit more careful through traffic, and he kind of have to be, Jamie, when you're leading the race.
Yeah, he does have to be, because that chassis that he's racing is going to go over to the 24 Hours of Le Mans on Thursday.
That's a good point.
So he can't do any big damage. Has to be careful, have to be smart. There are a number of cars that have to do that today. They want to race.
Including the Lizards, of course. Including the Lizards.
The Lizards and the Reese, yeah, exactly. Both of the Corvettes. Those are the only 2 Corvettes that are finished being built right now. But what's amazing to me is look at Guy Smith out there. No other traffic around him other than the GT traffic that he's getting into, but he's still able, he's a professional, he's still able to turn quick lap after quick lap and push himself.
And that is always the hardest part of it. Traffic for Marino Franchitti, the 88 and the 75, Porsche and Jaguar. Is this the chance for Yorkshireman Guy Smith? It's a classic battle. It's a classic battle at the head of the field. It was 16 seconds. And remember that Guy Smith had to fight his way through all the traffic, having taken over the car after the pit stop, dropped all the way to the back of the line. It was 16 seconds in the safety car. And Marino has got the difficult job now of picking his way through the traffic first. It's open-topped versus closed-topped. It's a large capacity engine over a small turbocharge. It's England versus Scotland as they come down the hill, and Marino holds onto it. He's got to pick the right place here, and he does so down the inside. Now gets on the anchors. Oh, that's a great piece of driving by Marino. Stopped at the apex of the corner, trying to stop Guy getting a run on him, but we know that Mazda engine's quick, and look at the speed. My goodness, that's Jerry Bruckheimer quick. He's just found another complete gear. That was something out of a cartoon.
That looked like he had a push to pass or something right there.
Well, he's got a turbocharger that can overboost it, of course, so you might not be too far from the truth there. One more stop to go, and Marino's got to keep that blue and white car in sight. A new leader with just 1 hour and 13 minutes to go, and Guy Smith puts the pole-sitting car back at the head of the field, and it was all about the speed of the Mazda engine at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. There was no advantage to either car coming out of the final corner, but bang! When that turbo spun up, the little 2-litre just cuts through the air and blazes past the bigger V8. But that is all about how the engines make their power. And again, we've said it all the way through the race. Sports car racing, it's all about the different answers to the same question. The problem that Guy has is when he's in traffic like this and he loses the turbo power, he takes him a little bit longer to get that power built up again. But when he does, look at that again. Bang! He's pushing out of it. And Marino is trying very hard to stay with him. And this requires a very, very large piece of concentration from both of these guys. The sun hasn't quite gone down behind the hill, but a large batch of grey clouds has obscured it for the moment, and temperatures are plummeting.
It's a perfect example, this battle here, of how important those caution periods are and how important the strategy is, because the High Top Racing team, they haven't turned a wheel wrong all day. And we saw the troubles that Dyson Racing had in the middle of the race and being able to get back together now.
Just looking at the Dyson Racing car going up the hill. They've got both the tail lights on both sides. A little bit dim on the left-hand side, but they run the LED lights. Don't forget, they must have front and rear lights on these cars, otherwise they will be brought in. And in fact, Dyson lost the lead of a race as Marino picks the wrong side there on the number 40 Ford. That's David Robertson at the wheel of that car. Yeah, Dyson lost the lead of a race at Mid-Ohio last season when the headlights went out on the car and they had to come in and pit. Now Marino here has got to be sensible and quick without being reckless. If he can keep the 16 car in sight, it will come down to the last pit stops and the run to the flag. And Jeremy Shaw has had the calculator out in the pit lane, and the question, Jeremy, is what when we come to the last pit stop?
Well, yeah, how long are their pit stops going to be? Of course, it was the number 1 car, wasn't it, that came onto pit lane longer ago than the number 16. The 16 car was in more recently, therefore one would think the number 16 car, the Dyson Lola Master, will have to take on less fuel than the number 1 car. So advantage already is to the number 16 car. It's out in the lead right now, and most likely its last stop should be a little bit quicker as well.
Now, while we've been watching this battle, Christophe Bouchou has gone to the head of the field in LMPC in the 55 Level 5 Motorsports car as the leader gets held up behind the Autocon car. No, that's the Genoa Racing car in second place, Tom Sutherland. So Tom Sutherland has given up the lead, and there's Bouchou just a little bit up the road, and he's rather helped Marino Franchitti there. In GT, Oliver Gavin will be pitting shortly in the leading GM Chevy Corvette. They will not be that far away from being able to go to the end there. Now, one of the advantages, Jamie, that Guy Smith does have is isobutanol, because we've seen this fuel, which has just been approved by IMSA, and this car, remember, still carrying 25 kilos extra weight till the end of this race. This fuel seemingly has no downside whatsoever.
And they actually ran this fuel here last year as well. That's why they ran unclassified in one of the cars. So they knew coming into the race that they were going to have a little bit of an advantage with that, because they did perform very well here last year with it. But they haven't seen any drop off in performance at all running the isobutanol fuel. And if anything, it's been nothing but a gain.
Keeps the cylinder temperatures down, which is great for a turbocharged engine, and in these cooler evening temperatures of air temperature dropping like a stone at the moment, that's great for the little 4-pot engine as well. And you can see it's clearly producing still just as much power at the end of the race as it was at the start. So Guy Smith then leads Marino Franchitti by just 0.8 of a second with just over an hour and 9 minutes to go. In GT, Ollie Gavin leads Patrick Long by that much, which was 0.6 of a second at the line. Behind them, Joey Hand is in 3rd position. Then Jan Magnussen in 4th in the number 3 car, and they're separated by just on 18 seconds from 1st to 4th. But the main thing is, 1st to 2nd, less than a second at the corkscrew. And Pat Long determined not to let that GM Chevy Corvette get out of sight. They've taken the win. The Corvette, of course, at Mosport last year showed us some of the potential of that car. A work in progress, says Doug Feehan, the program manager. Wouldn't bet against them at Le Mans though, would you? 50th anniversary, and despite the fact they've never raced in GT2 before for a full season, they'll go to Le Mans as one of the favourites. They have the unerring ability to produce the goods when it matters.
But they do know that they have their work cut out for them too. That's one thing that they've been very honest about since they made the decision to come to go to GT2 and to go to GT2 at Le Mans, was that they knew that this was going to be one of the toughest years that they're going to ever have.
Just watch the different lines that these two cars stick as in comes the 3 GM Chevy Corvettes to the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on the lead battle though. Just watch the different lines that they're in traffic now, you might not see it, but Pat Long takes a much earlier turn in and drifts the car more gently The Porsche into the Apex. Here's the number 3 GM Chevy Corvette, and 0 driver change, but a new set of Michelin's ready to go on. Now watch these guys go to work. It's like a ballet. Oh, look at this! Pat Long goes for 2 wheels on the dirt, and he's got the inside here. He'll have to take to the grass. Oh, Patrick! You can't do that. You're going to lose second place. Here comes Joey Hand round the outside of Schwartz and gets it done. But now he's on the wrong side of the circuit. He's losing grip. And Pat Long gets the power down and takes it back round turn number 10.
Pat's very lucky he was able to hold on to that one, because as we heard Jamie Malo say earlier, when you go off track like that, it takes a little while to clean off those tires, and he was able to immediately be aggressive again with those Michelins.
And that just proves how great the tires and how consistent the tyres are. Pat will be kicking himself there. Had a little bit of an opportunity coming up the hill to that tricky little kink. Oh, and he's outbraked himself there as well. Looks up the inside tyre. And Joey Hand sees that and immediately thinks, oh, hang on a second, is he rattled? We might have a chance here. And at the same time, of course, the BMW driver wants to get back on terms with the Corvette, which at the moment, Jan Magnussen sees this scrap going on in his mirrors and says thanks very much to the gods of racing and tries to get away. Second and third in GT. Second and third in GT, heading up the hill. Just to give you an idea of how quick the temperatures are dropping here. At 6 o'clock, the temperature was 52 degrees in the air, 66 on track, 6:30, 50, and 64 on track, and it continues to drop. We are well inside the window now for the street soft tyres, as Michelin designate them. Now, let's get back to the GT battle. Now, this is a little bit confusing because we've got 2 Corvettes, but the second one of the 2, the one with the black shade band, is the leader. The one with the red shade band is Jan Magnussen. He's just come out of the pitch, and you saw him weaving back and forth there, trying to get some heat in the tyres. Now you can watch. See how Pat Long there came in on a much shallower curve to the Andretti turn. And watch him again. Watch this Porsche. He'll turn in and try and get the power on earlier. Not using as much road on the exit either. Again, when we come up to turn number 5, which is the next left-hander that they come to, under the Bosch bridge. Now watch the Porsche. He'll start turning in. There he is. Just going in a little bit earlier and trying to get the power on. He's got the worst job in the world there, with Joey Hand breathing up his tailpipes. And he's trying to pass the car in front of him as well. 12 wheels of GT. First, second and third are that close together. Now let's hope that Jan Magnussen doesn't play a part in this. I'm sure he wouldn't want to. He's already led the race. Doesn't want to unduly affect what's going on. Magnussen may well be fueled to the end of this race and might just be able to make it without another stop. So he doesn't want to lose too much ground here. But by the same token, the race officials will take a very, very dim view if he gets in the way. Oh, piece of debris there being thrown up by Magnussen right into the path of his teammate in the following GT battle. And here comes the leader as well. So here again, danger time for the 3 GTs and danger time for Guy Smith, who carves past Joey Hand in the BMW. Frank Kitty is only a second and a half behind him. Look for the green machine. There he is. And Guy Smith definitely held up. Here's Marino. Can he make advantage? Has to go offline there. Smithy gets past the Porsche. Now Marino will be thinking this is a good opportunity. He's got to squeeze past. Will he take the chance on the Corvette as well? No, he can't get it done. Has to drop in behind. And now there's a GTC car as well. Marino right on the edge of the track and drops 2 Michelins off on the left-hand side, but manages to find grip from somewhere. Pat Long sees an opportunity as well and dives down the inside, but he can't get it done. Joey Hand pushed wide, and look at the squirrely nature of the car as it drops down the hill to Schwann's curve. An hour and 2 minutes to go. Guy Smith leads by a second and a half from Marino Franchitti. Christophe Bouchard pulling away in the LMP2 battle. He's now 7 seconds ahead of Tom Sutherland. Ollie Gavin leading by just 0.3 of a second in the GT battle. With Patrick Long, well, in fact, there's barely a second between the first three in GT. Marino this time, they want to get held up. And there is that GT battle. Now, somebody tell me just once, again, that sports car racing, endurance racing over long distance is boring. And I just want to show you the tape of this race. There's barely been a moment where we've had a chance to take breath here. And we're into the last hour, and the gaps between the first class in LMP and the first class in GT, first and second, don't add up to a full second between the first two cars in each of the classes. As Pat Long again tries that move over the curb on the left-hand side. He's been both sides of the track there, and both times his efforts have been repelled by Ollie Gavin. And Joey Hand's having a little look down the inside. Not there, Joey, that's not the place to do it. Oh, he backed out of that just in time. That could have been a very, very big incident indeed. We've all tried that on the video games. It doesn't work. And look what's happened. Ollie Gavin has seen the opportunity and dived down the inside of a couple of cars and immediately breaks away by 2 or 3 cars lengths. He goes past the Jaguar and the Black Swan Racing Porsche. Joey Hand now beginning to think about second place, but there's no room down there. Pat Long not leaving enough room. Was there a touch there? Was there a touch again? Joey Hand making sure that Pat Long knows he's there, and I would say that Pat is fairly well aware of that at this stage. You listen to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. 1 hour to go. 2 seconds between Smith and Franchitti at the head of the field. 6.9 seconds between Bouchou and Sutherland in LMPC. And about the width of a phone book between the first 3 in GT. The American Le Mans Series, world class. Don't you just love it? This is the last race in America before we break for Le Mans. Many of these teams taking the very cars you are seeing now, including the 2 Corvettes, including that Flying Lizard Porsche. They're going to Le Mans within the week. Whichever way they come home today, someone's forgotten to tell the drivers. The Andretti hairpin, double apex, left-hander. As Gunnar Jeanette in 3rd place in LMPC closes in on this battle. The green prototype challenge car making its way through, and once again Laguna Seca proving that if we can get a long run without yellows, we get great racing. I just wish we could get rid of some of these large gravelled areas that the cars get stuck in. It's all technology, I'm afraid. It needs to be tarmacked off so that at least we can get cars recovered and they don't get stuck there. Because when we get long runs, look what we get, guys. And don't let anybody tell you it's for the motorcycles, because the FIM want rid of gravel traps as much as possible, and indeed Silverstone, having just been remodelled for motorcycling, have put gaps in between the side of the circuit and the gravel traps for the motorbikes, and they've been told it has to be done. So we want to see more tarmac around the edge of this circuit, and I guarantee you that will bring you better races and more green flag running. Franchitti has closed in to within a second at the head of the field, but the battle is still on in GT. Lap times at the head of the field, 1:14.9 by Guy Smith, 1:14.9, 1:14.6, and we're inside the last hour, by the way. 1:14.6 by Marino Franchitti. And Jeremy Shaw, this is getting towards the best sports car race I have seen. Full stop, period, end of paragraph. End of story.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic run race, and you know, if the full course course that we haven't had probably as many as we feared we might have, and they've kind of played into the ebb and flow of the race in actual fact, haven't they? Certainly, without that last one, we wouldn't have this have had this battle for the lead, and just 1.2 seconds between them, both of them there, 1:14s on that last lap. The pace is really running out here. Fantastic stuff. Just a quick call to the Autocon guys. The number 12 car was running really well earlier on. They've had a problem. It was a problem with the alternator lately, and so they're now just putting some batteries in there to get it around. They need to run, they reckon, another 4 or 5 laps to be classified under 70% distance.
Does that qualify as a hybrid now then?
Yeah, really.
Now, here are the LMP leaders. This is Guy Smith and Marino Franchitti, and once again they're on the same piece of racetrack, Jeremy. Now, Marino early on looked like he didn't have the pace. He was being a little bit circumspect through the traffic, but you can't blame him for that when you're leading the race. Yeah. Smithy set off like a scalded cat and chased him down, used the extra power of the turbocharged 4-cylinder Mazda engine in the cooler conditions that we've got now. It was amazing pass, amazing extra amount of power he had there, but Marino just working his way back, and if anything now, I think Marino a little better in traffic than Guy. Yeah, and I'm sure Guy is being, playing as conservatively as he can. He knows he's out in front, he knows he's in the catbird seat at the moment, but doesn't take anything for granted. And isn't this similar to the battle we had at Long Beach in the previous round? Because we had one car with a pretty big straight line speed advantage, that being the lower Aston Martin of Adrian Fernandez, and who was tucked in behind him, was slow on the straights but very quick through the corners. Yes, that car right there, the Patron Highcroft Racing HPD, and we've got the same sort of thing going on here. Tortoise, not really tortoise at the hair, but certainly one car with a big advantage on the straights, but can he fully take advantage of that? Last time out, he wasn't able to. This time, we'll see. So the young Scotsman, it's been a pretty good day for the Franchittis today. Dario, his brother, down at Indianapolis on the front row, outside front row for the Indy 500, and he's won that race from that position in the past. There is the GTC leader, the pole-sitting Black Swan racing car, which has developed its livery during the week. See, I think that looks pretty good. I like that green with the racing stripes over in the middle of it. That's been a pretty good run for those guys. Yeah, it certainly has. It's been a great weekend. The car was super strong at Long Beach. They were qualified provisionally on the pole, but then got thrown out. There was a problem that the car was underweight or something, whatever it was. They got thrown to the back, and of course that was a brand new car at Long Beach, so now they've had a chance to put a bit of colour into that car. I'll tell you what, another guy who's been a star of this race for me was Johannes van Overbeek for the Extreme Speed Motorsports car. I was trying to have a chat with him down there. I think Jamie might be with him now, I'm not quite sure, but if she is, maybe she can chime in here and have a word with Johannes. I mean, a hometown boy here from San Francisco, and doing a stellar job for that Extreme Speed Motorsports team. Well, we've lost all of our timing and pictures again here in the press centre, I'm afraid. So we're flying blind at the moment. We'll throw down to Jamie in the pit lane and see if she can pick up a couple of interviews for us. Jamie getting in towards the last knockings now, and it is considerably cold. I know it's been windy all day, but it's really chilly down there in the pit lane now. Yes, it has gotten much colder. You can see everyone buckled up and down pit lane this evening as things get a little bit cooler. We're going to see if we can grab a word with Johannes van Overbeek. Just as Jeremy was saying, was definitely one of the stars of the early part of this race. Johannes, this team has really come together. What made it so successful early on?
Well, dedication by a lot of talented people. There's a big reservoir of knowledge on the team from a variety of forms of racing, IndyCar and sports cars, and got to thank Patron for making it happen for us, and Scott Sharp for the dedication to put all the right pieces together so we could be successful, and to be able to start on the front row of a competitive series like this in our third race ever as a team says a lot about how we want to go racing.
Now, this isn't the first time that you've been involved in a startup team effort. You did the same thing over at Flying Lizard. How have you been able to help with this effort?
Well, the older I get, the more experience I get, and I just try to help where I can, and clearly Flying Lizard's been a very successful team, and to a large part, Seth Nyman's leadership, I've learned a ton from him, and whatever I can do to help here, I try to speak up when I think it's required.
We see a lot of competition between the Ferrari and the Porsche. You've now driven both. What is the difference?
This is the first proper racetrack I've ever driven it, and it's when it's right, it's just a little bit easier. There's a little less work, but at the end of the day, when you're really on it and really going for it, you're working hard.
Good job on a good set today. Congratulations on that.
Thanks, Jamie.
Jamie Howe in the Nissan 370Z pit lane. Patrick Long is back in the lead of GT in the Flying Lizard number 45. Behind him, the BMW is the second place car, Joey Hunt. The Corvette ahead of him is Jan Magnussen in 5th place, so don't get too confused about that. Oh, and that is again the Verx 2 Racing Porsche 911. This is the 69 car, Galen Beaker, who's had a very eventful race for Galen Beaker, actually. Every time we've seen that car, not always of its own volition being pointing in the right direction. It's been in other people's accidents as well, but I think it's always been Galen at the wheel. He's going to have a few stories for the bar later on. And we are fully restored to health in the booth with this fantastic battle. Now, Jan Magnussen into the pits comes the leader, Guy Smith, in the pit lane with 51 minutes to go. Oh, that's tight. Round here, that is going to be tight. And Jamie Howe is there. We'll wait for him to trundle along pit lane. Need to put the watch on this one, Jamie.
He has pulled to a stop in pit lane. Fuel is going in, as we've said over and over. No other work can be done to the car other than cleaning off the windshield. Fuel's still going in. This has been very, very calculated by these guys. They know exactly how much fuel they're going to need to be able to make it to the end of the race. They don't want to put in any more than that because they don't want to have to carry the extra weight. But they do have a fresh set of Dunlop tires waiting to go on. As soon as they are finished fueling, the car is now up on the jacks. The fresh set of Dunlops going on. Seems to be taking a little bit longer than what I would have expected. We don't have too much longer to go in the race. Rear tires are down. He's being held.
Franchietti's off! Franchietti's gone off and he's trying to pass the GT2 leaders, but he's managed to hold on to it. A glorious piece of driving by Marino. Put himself off track, but my goodness me, what a recovery. He's managed to hold on to it somehow. Can he hold on to the car? Round the outside of Schwann's curve, he needs to get his concentration back here, Jeremy.
Yep, he's being a little bit impatient there, is Marino Franchitti. I'm sure he's been told from the pit lane, look, the Dyson car is in the pits, we need a couple of quick laps here before we make our final pit stop of the evening. But that was a dive down the inside there at turn 6, which is a very difficult place to overtake, and particularly when you try to overtake the leaders in that GT battle.
The pit stop for the 16 car seemed to take a bit longer than I expected. Jamie, what was that about?
Yes, John, after they finished those tires, they also had to put some water back into the car, so it did take about an extra 10 to 15 seconds for that to happen, but he didn't get back out on track, and man, couldn't have asked for any better luck than Franchitti having some trouble at the same time, could he?
He's lost a lap to the leader as Marino Franchitti has gone through. And in and out for the third place GT car, number 4, Ollie Gavin. That's got to be his last pit stop. I reckon Marino's got a lap on the field here, Jeremy.
Yep, he has, but of course he does have to make another pit stop. So I think it's going to be a quicker pit stop now for the Patron Highcroft Racing team. That was certainly a longer stop than I'd anticipated.
Right, question, do you put new tyres on that? Or do you just fuel him and send him? He's got a lap.
He's got a lap, but yeah,
he's got a lap and a bit.
Yeah, you probably put fresh tyres on. Those tyres, did they change them at the last stop? I think they did. They're actually getting ready on the wall here in front of us at Patron Highcroft Racing. Certainly there's some fresh tyres going up onto the wall ready to go onto that car, perhaps.
Can afford to slip in the pit lane, though.
No, but then again, you can't afford to send him out there on badly worn tyres. I mean, you know, he's been off the road a couple of times. He was a bit wide there as well, so I think he's struggling a little bit now, Marino.
He's struggling for front-end grip. He's struggling for front-end grip out there. And you can just see that he's scrubbing off speed in the middle of the corner with understeer or push. Now see him as he comes to turn number 5. And there's an inordinate amount of rubbish on the road there as well. Yeah, I would say he's starting to lose a little bit of front end on that car. The most drivers nowadays prefer a car that's really good on the front end. Marino, easy son, as he goes by the 44 car. I'm trying not to be partisan here, because Guy Smith and Marino are both very good friends of ours. And this is a great battle. There's going to be a great party somewhere tonight, whatever happens, because we have witnessed, Jeremy Shaw, a motor race and a half, literally as well as metaphorically.
Yeah, indeed. 6 hours rather than the usual 2 3/4. And he has been a fantastic motor racer. It's still, 47 minutes to go. The race leader, Marino Franchitti, has a pit stop to come. It should be coming, I think, within the next couple or 3 laps, maybe even sooner than that. And there is, last time around for Marino was a 1:17.9, so that's a pretty good lap time for this stage. But the battle for the GT is heading up. Look at these two, but nose to tail again.
And that is Joey Hand and Patrick Long.
Yeah,
and Patrick's gone back
again.
through. So that was Joey Hand leading across the line, and Pat Long, by the time they got to the Andretti hairpin, it elbowed his way back in front again, which I don't think Joey was too pleased about. You wouldn't put your house on anything at the moment. Christophe Bouchou has managed to pull out about 11 seconds on Tom Sutherland. That was a great battle for a little while there, but I think they've both got pit stops before the end of the race, the 55 and the 36. And now Pat Long, every lap, we're seeing the guys having to make really split-second decisions. Which side of the car do I go to? Where do I make the pass? Can I squeeze a little bit more onto the curbing? As we're expecting Marino Franchitti in at 1:15.5 last time around on very, very used tyres. That's impressive indeed. So stand by your beds down in the pit lane. The Highcroft Tequila Patron team are ready to do their stuff, and the pressure really now, Jeremy, is on that pit crew.
Yes, it is. And again, I'm still surprised why the Dyson Racing guys should bring their man in that much sooner. I can understand you don't want to be pitting too much after the other car, but I'm sure they should have been able to go farther than the number 1 car before they made that final stop. So it certainly surprised me a little bit there. I'm just wondering whether perhaps he took a bit too much out of the tyres, having put them on at that last pit stop.
I think they needed the water rather than the fuel and the tyres.
Well, that's possibly because
that's a very good point from Jamie in the pit.
They topped up the oil as well during that last pit stop, which was only not even half an hour ago.
So stand by for the leader in the pit lane. It's starting to gather the gloom, and here comes Franchitti, Marino Franchitti. Listen to me and
nice straight shot in on the mark.
Listen to
Would you be ready to go? We might not do tires. We might not do tires. Copy. On the mark. Ignition off.
in goes the fuel hose. Nobody hurrying. Nobody hurrying. They know what they have to do. The Michelin guy looking at the tyres, you can see him there, and here comes Joey Hand from second place in GT. Where is Marino? Is he about to leave? There he goes! No tyres! No tyres!
We've got 40 minutes. We've got 40 minutes to make this happen.
We've got 40 minutes to make this happen, baby.
Much faster pit stop then for Patron Highcroft Racing. It probably, I would say, 15 or 20 seconds less than the Dyson Racing stop. So it's going to come out here with a handy advantage. I'm not even sure that Guy Smith has come past.
He hasn't. Joey Hand is also out. That was a very quick splash and go for the BMW. By the way, we should mention that Mark Goosens is still circulating in the Jaguar. And what did we say about that car as it gets ready for Le Mans? It's got to finish a race and it's got to be growing. And it is. It's in 12th place in GT. It's laps down, but it's doing laps and it's still running, despite the fact it's had some problems. Well done, them.
And there goes Guy Smith. He just went past the booth right now, past the start-finish line. So he's
45 seconds in the race.
It's best part of half a lap, basically, yeah. Now you see Miller comes down through the corkscrew as the Guy Smith was going into turn 2. I can't see any way he can make up that sort of advantage in just 40 minutes.
Guy Smith was here with you, he would kick you in the shins as you said that. Here's the GT2.
Think of a battle. It's a long time to make up, and again, you know, that's one of the downsides to making that pit stop before your rival. You show your hand, and that gives Patron Highcroft Racing the opportunity that they needed. You might be right, though. Jamie might be right here. If that stop at Dyson Racing was predicated by the fact they needed some more fluids in that engine, which wouldn't be a complete surprise, then then they probably had no choice. But otherwise, I wondered why. Well, I still wonder why they made that stop so early.
So not changing tyres on the Highcroft Patron racing car saves them a finite amount of time, an actual amount of time, because remember, when the fuel's going in, you can't do anything else. So if you change the tyres, it takes about another 10 seconds. These guys are good. Remember, it's only two guys with the wheel guns that are allowed to run the pit stop, and Guy has taken a bit of time out of Marino, but that is because Marino's back out again on cool tyres. Well, and he's got a heavy car, and look at how heavy that car is, because he's scraping the titanium skid plates all the way through Schwanzkopf. And I'm still not convinced here, Jeremy. You look at the front of this car, particularly coming out of the Andretti hairpin and going through 3 and 4, and just see how much push Marino is getting on the front wheels.
Yeah, but he certainly does seem to be pushing a little bit that car, a little bit of understeer there. But the main reason for that shortening of the gap between first and second was the fact that when Franchitti came out of the pit lane last time on, he was going at pit lane speed, so that was the gap. But you know, that was the speed that Guy Smith was able to carry on the main racetrack. That would explain that 6 or 7 seconds, and he was faster on that lap.
GT1 leader about to pit for their final stop. Final stop then for Flying Lizards. Pat Long, who has a reasonable gap in hand over Joey Hand in second position. He's just completed a very quick pit stop for a splash and go. So once the Flying Lizard is in and out, that means the 45, the 90 and the 92 are all good to the end of the race. So we'll keep an eye on that. And there is Pat Long coming down to the last third of the lap. He's got Marino Franchitti bearing down in him. That's GT leader and overall leader. Marino will get down the inside here. Pat not wanting to get right to the inside because he's going to peel off to his left. Oh, he hasn't. Well, we heard him to come in.
No, that was the 44.
That's the 44 car. My apologies. Thank you, Bubba. Thank you, Jeremy. Well, we know that Pat has been called into the pits. We'll keep an eye on him for this time. 36 seconds. That was the 44 car that went through, not the 45. Sorry to have misled you. He's got a 37 second lead, Patrick Long. He has not yet been through past the pit exit and entrance.
So the two BMWs now ahead of both of the Corvettes. So that's interesting how that last round of pit stops played out. Tommy Milner is a couple of seconds behind Joey Hand, the number 90 for Joey Hand, number 92 for Tommy Milner. And Oliver Gavin in the best of the Corvettes is another 11 seconds back, or 10 and a half seconds behind Tommy Milner. So the BMWs there made up a goodly amount of ground during that round of pit stops.
50-second stop for Highcroft, 88 seconds for Dyson. And let's not forget the last time, by the way, in GT, last time we had a Corvette versus Porsche battle. It ended in tears in the pit wall here at the end of last season. Oh, Marino once again drifts wide, coming out of 10. And once again, I'm saying to you, he's not got the front end bite on that car. The car's just not underneath him as it was. Mine, he's just done a 16-1. What will he have done last time around? A 16 flat with a little excursion and a bit of rally crossing. Guy Smith on a 15.3 is not gaining quick enough at the moment. Now you see Marino's is blindingly quick. Now that is great management of the driver from the pit wall of Tequila Patron there. You're doing great, you don't have to go any quicker. That's good, just keep it going.
Yeah, Rob Hill, a massive amount of experience, the team manager for Patron Highcroft Racing, as we see Christophe Beauchou making his final pit stop of the day, giving up the lead in LMP Challenge, the number 55 car, to the 36 of Tom Sutherland. the southern lap, one more pit stop to go. But Rob Hill, the team manager there at Patron Highcroft, he's been around the block an awful lot of times, worked with a lot of teams, and a huge amount of success. But it's his calm, level-headed approach that is so much appreciated by the drivers. Again, as you can see as he comes through turn 9 there, how the right front corner is dragging on that the front of the #1 car. Certainly isn't slowing him down, but he's turning nice consistent laps, and that is exactly what Rob Hill and the rest of those guys there in the Highcroft Racing pit want to see, consistent laps.
The American Le Mans Series Radio Network, powered by Porsche, coming to you live from Laguna Seca and Mazda Raceway, with just under 38 minutes still to go. The evening time is drawing in. The temperature, which has not been excessive today, it's been very windy, which has made it feel a lot cooler, but the track temperature now will be dropping very quickly indeed. And here's the situation. Let's start in GTC this time, because we can. Jerome Blinkermolen still leads that category by a full lap in the 54 pole sitting Black Swan Racing Porsche. Andy Lally is in second in the 63 car, and Ricardo Gonzalez in third in the 80 Alex Joe Racing Machine.
Yeah, because I think Lawson Aschenbach has just brought the number 88 car into pit lane, has he? Correct, for the last time perhaps.
And Shane Lewis is now in the car. There is your leader in GTC, and they have led pretty much. I can't think of them being beaten on the track. There may have been a couple of laps in the pit stop sequence when they didn't lead, but they started on pole position. And Black Swan, who have had a troubled early part of the season, have really stamped their authority on this race. And you know what? Fair play to them. Well done to the guys. Tim Pappas, Jerome Blinkermolen and Sebastian Blinkermolen have done a very good job in that attractive car. In LMP.C, well, Tom Sutherland at the moment is leading in the Genoa Racing prototype, and there he is, just being lapped again by Marino Franchitti, our overall leader. The red car has been there or thereabouts all day, chased down in the last hour or so by Christophe Bouchou, who has made his last pit stop. And at the moment, Tom Sutherland holds just over a lap, or just on a lap's lead between himself and Bouchou, but Sutherland, I reckon, owes us a pit stop before the end of the race.
Yeah, it's not quite as much a lap. I think it's sort of 34, 35 seconds, something of that order. So half a lap or so, as Bouchou he's just made that pit stop a couple of laps ago. And there is the gap. It's 52 seconds, in fact.
Now the big question for me, Jeremy, here is our GT leader, and this is Patrick Long. When does he have to pit? We thought he was coming in a couple of laps ago, but he was waved on by, and Bubba tells me fuel only at the end of this lap is what is being called for by Thomas Blom on the wall of the Flying Lizards, and the young American will be allowed to bring the car home for the last 34 minutes.
It's going to be pretty close. 37 seconds between them that time around, and 37 seconds, that's going to be pretty marginal as to whether you can come in, make it's more than a splash and go of fuel. It's a fair bit of fuel that they need on board that 45 car.
Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? The sun's come out on part of the circuit, and yet it's dark on others, and you can see the lights. Here he comes. 34 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Here's the GT leader. This is the last of the pit stops for the leading GT cars, and Patrick Long brings in the 45 Flying Lizard. 12 seconds of fuel. You heard the call from the radio on the pit wall. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight indeed. They'll clean the screen, but no tyres brought out. This is a timed fuel stop. You'll hear them tell the fueler at the front of the car to pull that, and then it will be fire up and go. The car must start under its own steam. Go! Come on, that was a bit slow. They lost a couple of seconds there, and that could be crucial. We're looking out on the pit lane. Where is Joey Hart? There he is. There's the BMW coming through. Now he's going to go the long way around the corner. Pat is now out of the restricted part of the pit lane, but we'll have to brake for the corner. Look how tight it is. It's going to be very tight indeed, but the BMW just gets through. Do you know, getting that hose out might have just cost him the lead.
Well, yeah, and getting the hose on there as well. was certainly, maybe a half a second at either end of getting that fuel hose on and off, but it's now down to Patrick. At least the tyres are still hot on that car, so he can press on with it, as if he hadn't made a pit stop. The tyres won't have cooled down too much, and he will get up to speed now very, very quickly.
Inadvertently, Nick Johnson in the 61 Krone Racing Racing Ferrari might be helping Pat out here, because Nick is pedalling pretty quickly in that bright green Ferrari as the leader in LMPC goes out of the pit, and there goes the second place car, Christophe Bouchou, just across the line. We have an exact replay of the GT running, with both of them heading down in the Andretti hairpin. Sutherland on the inside line and Christophe Bouchou going the longer way round. That is going to be uber tight as they come out of the Andretti hairpin and towards turn number 3.
Great battles here all the way through the field, really. We've still got at the lead, Marina Franchitti is turning very similar lap times now to Guy Smith as we see the GT leaders coming across the line. This is 205 laps completed now by Joey Hand. Across there goes Patrick Long in second place. There'll be a short gap also back, only 4 seconds back to Tommy Milner in third place in the number 92 car, and then a gap of about 5 seconds back to Oliver Gavin in fourth place in the first of the Corvettes. So there's about 12 seconds between the top 4 in GT after 5 hours and 28 minutes.
Not bad, huh? Good enough for you?
Yeah, it is.
Do you know, we've seen a lot of motor racing.
In GT Challenge, a minute 21 between the first and second place. It's almost a lap. It's been almost a lap for virtually.
That's only because Blake Mullen's just come into the pits for its last stop. The 54 car. So that's its last stop, and I think Lally will have to do a splash and go in the 63 car. If not, we've got a proper race there because they're now back on the same lap as well. But I've got a feeling that the 63 TRG car still has a little splash to go. Right, prototype challenge. Look at that. Sutherland's held on the lead, I think. No, there he is up the road. Just saw a dark coloured car behind him. So Sutherland is 2.3 seconds behind, and there is Christophe Bouchou. My goodness me, that was close as well. And I somehow, with due respect to Tom Sutherland, don't see him catching Bouchou unless Bouchou has a brain fade at this point.
Yeah, the red mist in the final stages of the race, unlikely for somebody...
Prove me wrong, Tom. Please, prove me wrong. Look at these pictures. Look at these pictures, Jeremy. People say, don't race into darkness. Why not?
Who says that?
Well, it's difficult to cover on television and the people don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, but it's not dark yet. It won't be really, really dark. It'll be just about dark, won't it, at the end. But, well, Christophe Bouchou, just a huge amount of experience, hasn't he, in all sorts of different classes and Formula, and he's won Le Mans as well. I mean, there's nothing that he hasn't won, really, but he's out in the lead of the class right now, but only by a couple or 3 seconds over Tom Sutherland, so it's very much the master against the youngster here.
There he is. 30 minutes to go as we race into the darkness, and racing into darkness is what you can be watching next weekend here in America, CBS 1:30. And check local listings for full details. An ALMS race like you've never seen it before. A look behind the scenes of the American Le Mans Series, as well as the story of this race. And my goodness me, we've got plenty of action. I pity the guys who've got to edit this together in the next 5 days and pick out the appropriate pieces to tell the story of this race, along with some of the background of the stars and cars of the American Le Mans Series. Now that is our GT leader, Joey Hand. It's been an up and down day for BMW, and particularly for that car, hasn't it?
Hasn't it? Just, it's been up and down day for just about everybody in the GT class. Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, there's been no telling what's going to happen next, and I'm sure the drama isn't over even now with 28 minutes to go. It's Joey Hand out in front there in car number 90, but Patrick Long only, almost 4 seconds behind him. A much quicker lap last time around by Joey Hand, extended that margin by about a second, so he's looking good. There is Patrick Long, though. Has he given up? Not a chance.
Patrick Long and given up? No, those two words don't exist in the same universe. sun just beginning to kiss the top of the horizon on the western side of the circuit. And all of a sudden, in the next 15 minutes, it's going to get quite dark round here. We saw on Thursday evening how quickly it can, the light diminishes here. And there's a further problem for drivers now as they come to the brow of the hill in that very tricky little section heading up with a corkscrew. What remains of the sun is actually right in their eyes, and dirty windscreens, particularly for the GT cars, means that the corkscrew, one of the most difficult corners in the world, is just being made a tad more difficult for them.
Yeah, we saw. I certainly was down in the Corvette pit when the number 3 car, I think it was, came in for its last stop, and there's a tear-off strip across that windscreen. They took off there on that car. And I'm sure the other guys know they've all got the experience here to do the same thing.
You can see how dark it's getting now, Jeremy. You can see the marker lights on the side of this Flying Lizard, two clearly visible, very bright lights on the side of the car. That corresponds to the fact that that car was in second place in category. All of the cars carry them. If one lamp is lit, then it's a leader in class. 2 second, 3 third. Andy Lally makes his pit stop, as I thought he might, in the 63 TRG, and that's why California is God's country. That is just a great sight here at Laguna Seca. There is the second place car in GT. For the moment, we've reached a tiny stalemate with 4.5 seconds between this Porsche and the lead BMW. What a couple of weeks it could be. What 6 days it could be for BMW with the sister cars to these Rahal Letterman machines winning the 24 hours of the Nürburgring last Sunday afternoon.
Wait a minute. What are you saying? You're not saying anything, are you?
Oh, yeah.
Hold that thought.
I'm not saying anything.
After what you've been saying earlier today.
Sorry, guys.
Let me just say that the number 6 car, Klaus Graf, has just taken over the wheel, just made their final pit stop. The muscle milk Porsche RS Spider. We haven't talked about it for a long time. They lost a lot of time with that gearbox issue after Miller did his spin. Sasha Masson was driving the car. He's just come in for the final pit stop. They got that car all the way back into 3rd place overall, which is pretty remarkable even of itself. I was looking down the charts here trying to find out where it was, and suddenly realised it was 3rd overall. And Klaus Graf will take the final stint in that car.
BMW.
Good championship points for them.
Oh yes, very good, and it's very important because there's extra points here with it being a longer race. Joey Ham then in the... See, they spelled his name wrong on the door, by the way. They left the E out on the... Joey. Notice. Joey is BMW. Joey, one of the slew of BMW drivers who are benefiting, and I certainly think they are benefiting from working with such a renowned talent as Bobby Rahal. As Bobby isn't known for GT racing, certainly his endurance credentials are not without some merits, and he's been even quite recently running an old Porsche at the Le Mans Classic event. He bought a 917 Porsche and raced it there a few years ago, and his wisdom is oh, that's the Smith car. That is Guy Smith. Guy Smith is off, and that is dead stick. That is the Dyson car, and it's expired. Well, it just holds into view as we come round that camera position, talking about Bobby Rahal's wisdom, and full course caution comes out with 24 minutes to go, and the Yorkshireman exit stage right. What a disaster for the team from Poughkeepsie. Now, you know what? I'll tell you now that Duncan Dayton doesn't want to win this race that way. Highcroft do not want to win this race with that car stricken. We had the basis of a great battle, and we've been robbed of it. I just wonder if that water or oil that we saw being added has become an issue for the Mazda Lola, and the pole-sitting car on Dunlop tyres. First ever pole position in the American Le Mans Series at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca for the Mazda engine car. What a story that has been this weekend, and that car's been quickest in pretty much every session, particularly with Guy Smith behind the wheel. They've got all the cards right, kept Guy to the end, put him in to chase down Marino, and it looks very much, Jeremy Shaw, as if that has brought their charge to the front to a cruel, cruel end.
Yeah, and that is a major disappointment for those guys. I mean, particularly here at Mazda Raceway, the car had been running beautifully. It appeared from the outside in this final stint of the race. They made their last stop before everybody else, but his last lap around was a 1:15.6, which is just a little bit quicker than Marino Franchitti was running. The gap between the first and second place cars, I think, was about 24 seconds. So, I'm sure they were still pushing on, hoping that it was the other car that was going to strike a problem, but in fact it is a number 16 car that has come to a halt there. It doesn't just look like he pulled the car off the racetrack.
Rocking it backwards and forwards, it's probably a transmission problem in that case. 2 lights on the side of the 16 car means the tragedy of giving up second position, and Klaus Graf will come round in about 3 or 4 laps time and take that position away from him.
It's 6 laps to go.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, if they manage to keep going for another maybe 10 minutes, or if they can get the car back out on track again, even to run around slowly for 2 or 3 more laps, that might be enough to hang on to second place, because you don't have to take the finish line in the American Le Mans Series.
Depends where they're parking now.
Yeah,
the GM Chevy safety team, the IMSA safety team, who do such a fine job, all volunteers, as with the corner workers. And let's just remember all of those volunteers here, the Scramp volunteers as well, who helped run the Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca operation here. Jill Campbell and the rest of her staff always pay tribute to them, because this is a racetrack run by the people, almost by the people for the people. There were the Yorkshire tones of Englishman Guy Smith, a real metallic-y type sound at the back, and lost power when I tried to accelerate. Well, that is a real shame, but that is why it's called endurance racing. You have to last till the end. Marino Franchitti, with the pressure very much off, will complete lap 223 with exactly 21 minutes to run. His major competition now is Klaus Graf, who is 8 laps adrift, or if you prefer, something in the region of 11 minutes, 12 minutes adrift. And that is the sight that no one, Jeremy, wanted to see. That beautiful Lola Mazda Coupe coming back on the end of a tow hook, and he's, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to, well, they've shortcutted him and pulled him across the track into the back of the paddock, just actually to the left-hand side of where we are now, as the pits have been open, but we are hearing it's a quickie yellow and we'll go straight back to green. Well, we may have been robbed of a grandstand finish at the head of the field, Jeremy, but what we still have is a battle in LMPC, because Bouchou, of course, has now given up that 20-second lead, and he's down to 1.7 seconds with Tom Sutherland. Gunnar Jeanette is in 3rd position, although a lap away from them. That's a good fight back by the 99 car. But then, mouth-wateringly, we have the BMW number 90 of Joey Hand, the 45 Flying Lizards Porsche of Pat Long, and just a little bit further back in the queue, the obscenely quick this weekend, Ollie Gavin, and the number 4 GM Chevy Corvette. And there are 3 leading cars still on the lead lap of GT.
Yeah, it's a shame that we went from sort of 6, 7 or 8 cars on the lead lap down to just 3 for this final shootout. But the Johannes van Overbeek, well, exactly right. You know, it's been a fantastic motor race, and both the two quickest Ferraris, the 01 car and the 62, they both made their pit stops about an hour and a half or so ago, right before the caution flag came out, and that cost them both a lap on the rest of the GT field. A couple of the other guys have had some problems as well. Jan Magnussen and Tommy Milner. How's Milner back in 5th place? How did he lose a lap?
Because he stopped. He had to stop.
Okay.
It's under 19 minutes as the green flag flies once again, and the world's best sports car teams, drivers and cars are unleashed on the picturesque Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca as we race into darkness here for the final laps and the final paragraphs of the stories that have been written by the journalists in the press room beneath our feet. Don't file any copy yet, guys. This one is not done, particularly in GT, as somewhere in amongst that gaggle is the GT leader. There it is, the BMW. It's the 92 car. No, that's Tommy Milner in 5th. We're looking for the one with the blue rear wing, and he's in there somewhere, trust me. Pat Long is the 2nd place car as they fight their way up the hill for the 215th time for the GT cars. There's the 88 of Shane Lewis, 5th place in GTC. All kinds of weird and wonderful lines and pieces of car being thrown about all over the place. As again the 92 car coming down the hill, looking to make up position, and he's after Jan Magnussen, who's only now a car ahead of him. And oh, where's the blue rear wing? There it is. He's right in the back of that group of cars. And he's diving down the inside of the 0-1 of Johannes van Overbeek in 7th position. So he has almost got a lap on all of the cars ahead of him there, Jeremy. And Pat Long goes through 2 seconds behind, and Ollie Gavin's right with him. So look in the background for Paul. My goodness, the leader's checked up as he's battling with Van Overbeek. Now, Johannes is 2 laps down on the leader.
Yeah, Patrick Long lost a fair bit of ground on that last lap. I'm not quite sure how or why that was, but he certainly, it was Joey Hanley Reid.
They just got cars between them.
Yeah, but I don't think they were going into the lap though.
There is the battle for 2nd position. Patrick Long, the young American road racing ace, has behind him Jan Magnussen. Has behind him Ollie Gavin, excuse me. The marathon running former Jackie Stewart recruit, Ollie Gavin. No, that was Magnussen as well. Ollie was a long-time driver of the safety car in Formula 1. Started his ALMS career in a prototype, and I remember at Road Atlanta managed to take Paul Newman out of one of the races when Paul was driving in a Porsche, and he was absolutely beside himself that he'd managed to put the great man off the track. But what a career he's had with Corvette.
It's the battle then for 2nd and 3rd, isn't it, between Long and Oliver Gavin. And so last time around, Patrick, his lap was a good bit slower than the other competitors there, the other major rivals in GT.
We're hearing that the Alex Job Racing 23 challenge car, Romeo Kupichka, has got a puncture, flat tyre for that car. I have completely cursed them since I mentioned them about 2 hours ago. So Joey Hand by 1.2 seconds from Pat Long, who's got 2/10. Oh, and the BMW 92, Tommy Milner, is turned around. 5th place in GT. And that may yet bring out another full course caution, you know. Well, that will allow, now this is crucial, to coin a phrase again, this is a crucial development because that will allow the Racing car back up into 5th position, and those are massive extra points for the championship. 1st, 2nd and 3rd down through the corkscrew. The BMW dives down the inside of the challenge class leaders. And now Pat Long has to pick a side, any side, goes to the right-hand side. And we're hearing that Ollie Gavin has a problem with the right front tyre. Oh, he might have locked in here. The yellow flags are out. Pits are closed, no overtaking. Full course caution. And Ollie Gavin reporting a problem with the right front tyre. He may have a flat.
Well, it's a pretty quick lap in that, if that's the case. He did a 27.3, he was actually quicker than the GT class leader Joey Hand on that time around. So if he does have a flat tyre, he's certainly putting up a fight with it.
The pits are closed at the moment, Jimmy.
The 3 car is now on pit road, John.
Excuse me, yes, I got my Corvettes mixed up. He's got a flat tyre and he's come in. My apologies.
They are doing a tyre change. I did not see the fuel hose go out. I think it was strictly just tires.
How quick did he get in, Jeremy?
Well, was there contact then between the Corvette and the BMW to put the BMW off in turn 4, perhaps?
They must have been pretty certain they were in before the pits were closed to work on that car. If they weren't, they could have just left the car and waited for the pits to be open.
Yeah, well, you're going to lose a lot more time, probably by then. What's the penalty for coming in when the pits are closed?
A minute.
A lap plus a minute.
So they'll get stopped for, I would think, 2 minutes, probably 3 minutes stop and go for that. That was the point we made at Sebring, wasn't it? When the Lizards couldn't work on their car and they sat not working on their car and lost more time than had they worked on it, sent it out, and then get the penalty afterwards.
Yeah, because the officials were slow in throwing out the yellow flag on that occasion. This time they were pretty quick, and unfortunately that cost the Chevrolet this time.
There's Tom Sutherland. LMPC. Now where is the little... There you are, just right in front, you see. LMPC split by that Corvette. Just one car between them, and that's, I see, Bouchier's got a bit of experience behind him, and you've got to say that he must be feeling the pressure just a little bit. Jimmy.
Yes, I have Dirk Mueller, who's been listening to the radio. Dirk, when we go back to green, does Joey have enough to hold off Pat Long in the Flying Lizard Porsche?
Is that the question? No, sure he has everything. He's well prepared. He knows how to race. He did a good job so far. It's the whole team. Rayoletta, man. We had perfect strategy all the way through, and I'm nervous. I'm really, really nervous right now.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Get in there and talk to the team. It's almost over. Just under 12 minutes now, guys.
Yeah, and it's going to be one more lap at least before we go back to green flag conditions. So let's go just recap at the front again. It's still Marina Franchini who leads commandingly now, a 7-lap lead over Klaus Graf, who has just moved into second place after passing the Guy Smith car. The number 16 has been officially retired, but it will be classified and it'll fall down several more laps, so it'll be outside probably the top 10 at the end of the race, but it still will be classified third in LMP. And that will move Christophe Beauchou up into third place overall. Tom Sutherland just 2 cars behind him on the road when we go back to the restart, and we'll have about 10 minutes to go in this race. In GT, let's recap again there. It's still Joey Hand from Patrick Long and Oliver Gavin, so BMW from Porsche, from Chevrolet Corvette. Then the next to the Corvettes, Magnussen is still shown in 4th place, but now 2 laps behind the 3 leaders. Jamie Mello and Jimmy Bruni in the Ferrari number 62 shown in 5th place. We have to see whether the number 3 Corvette will get a penalty later on. And in the GT Challenge, it's still that Black Swan Racing Porsche, the car number 54, Jerome Blakemolen at the wheel, and leading it has been for much of the day. Andy Lally in 2nd place, Ricardo Gonzalez in 3rd in GTC.
Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy Shaw there, along with Jamie Howe, who've been doing sterling work for us here at Mazda Raceway at Laguna Seca for the 3rd round of the American Le Mans Series 2010, presented by Tequila Patron. And you're listening to the American Le Mans Series Radio Network, presented by Porsche. Now, I'm trying to compose myself here because we have 9 minutes and 44 seconds to go. That is something in the region of 7 laps, possibly only 6, depending on when they cross the line. There the cars come down through Schwann's curve, and there is what's waiting for them. What we hope will be the last green flag of the evening as we get ready to unleash once again this hold of power. And there was the sound that all the drivers want to hear. It's full dark here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, and Marino Franchitti leads the hordes into the darkness for the last 9 minutes exactly. The GT battle is where it's at the moment, and Pat Long in the 45 Flying Lizard is down into the first corner with Joey Hand sitting very closely. Look at that, a real traffic jam. Patrick Long has taken it across the line. He was already in the lead, but as soon as the green flag is shown, you can overtake, of course. So Pat Long has got a fabulous restart as they head up to the far side of the circuit and begin the climb uphill. The number 4 of Ollie Gavin is being edged out onto the far side of the track. He won't want to be out there in the dirt. Let's pick up the leader. And there is the Flying Lizard, number 45 is there. Now that's a BMW in the pit lane. That must have been the 92 car, which has made it back and is back into the race. There is your leader, Patrick Long. And down in the Flying Lizard pit, there will be some very concerned faces. But there's 1, 2, 3 wide as they come down into the final corner, and we're hearing that the 3 car will be getting a 60-second penalty for working on the car with the pits closed. And Jan Magnussen brings the car along pit road immediately and shuts off the engine. Here is the battle at the front of the field. This is for second place. The white BMW squirming around under power as Ollie Gavin is putting pressure on. Behind is Wolf Hensler, who's in 7th for the Falcon Tyres Porsche. Now, he's not really in that fight, so he needs to be a little bit careful.
And he'll move up to the 6th place with that penalty for Jan Magnussen. So they've not had the best of weekends, the Falcon Tyres guys. They've not been as competitive as they would have hoped coming into the weekend. But it looks like they're going to come away with a solid finish, and they'll be delighted with that.
Round out some points, and that's good news for them.
Now, the second consecutive 6th place finish it'll be. It's not what they want, but it's certainly another step in the right direction.
Top of the hill. Leader. Second. Third. Now let's go back to the restart. Marino Franchitti brings them around. The Works 2 Porsche second in the row. Now watch for Patrick Long in this gaggle of cars. Green, green, green called. There's the BMW, and inside of him is Pat Long making the pass into turn 11. As we heard the call, now we delay the pit radios just a tad in case there is any slightly fruity language. So the moment that Pat Long hears green, 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 he can pass. And he's taken that opportunity, and that could be the move of the race right there. He leads now. And there is the second and third place battle following in his wheel tracks.
No doubt, and it was a stunning lap after they went green as well, also by Patrick Long. He pulled out a margin of about a couple of seconds over Joey Hand, and now Joey is trying to whittle that margin down again. He halved it on the last lap around. There was just about a second between the first and second place cars. It's less than that now.
And Joey Hand is trying the old trick of flashing the headlights, trying to distract the Porsche driver head. In fact, I think that's the 44 car. Is that the 40? It is the 44 car. He's riding shotgun. Well, this is great stuff from the Lizards. It's a team sport, of course. He'll not want to stand there for too long, but the 44 Flying Lizard has got Darren Law at the wheel, and he gives way there so as not to cause too much offence. But you know what? That could be really important. They're just those 2 or 3 corners there. Just could have squeezed out enough of it. Well, I was going to say a cushion. It's more of just a small blanket. I'm not sure it was upholstered enough to be a cushion. This is not over yet, Jeremy. No. Let's remind ourselves, Marino Franchitti leads by 3 laps. The number 1, Highcroft Racing, Patron HPD from the Muscle Milk Porsche. Oh, there seems to be a lot of people locking up down in the first corner there. Is that a bit of a problem? Somebody dropped some fluid, or is it just getting colder? Actually, the wind's turned round, and the wind now is blowing straight up the start-finish straight, and the drivers' faces, as it were, as they cross the start-finish line. May just be affecting the braking points a little bit. So Franchitti by 3 laps on Graf. Christophe Bouchou not able to really shake Tom Sutherland. He's eked it out to 4 seconds, but that's only 2 wheels on the dirt and a bit of a lift somewhere around here. Yeah, or getting held up by one of the slower, maybe GT Challenge cars. I mean, it doesn't take much to make up a 3 or 4 second deficit. Joey Hand in second place for BMW. Look at the brake discs glowing in the darkness. Our television camera's way better than the human eye. As Gunnar Jeanette's car was pulled off in the background there. At the hairpin, wasn't it? At the hairpin, absolutely. There is Marino Franchitti, who is leading That is Christophe Bouchou in third place. He'll stand on the overall podium, and he's leading LMPC3 for level 5 racing, albeit at the moment as a Cyclops. If he loses that other headlight, that will be a problem for him. He will be black flagged. GTC leader is still the Black Swan. Not in any way, shape or form today has that car been an ugly duckling. It has strutted its stuff. Will be their first ALMS victory in a torrid early part of the season.
And a big battle going on for third in that class as well. Andy Lally is on a lap on his own, I think, in second place in GT Challenge. But the battle for third, the number 80 car with Ricardo Gonzalez at the wheel, I think, have just overtaken his Alex Job Racing teammate Butch Leitzinger on that last lap.
Unbelievable. We're nearly 6 hours into this 6-hour race and still passes for position, and still Pat Long is under attack, and it's just half a second. Only half a second between Pat Long and Joey Hand, with Ollie Gavin just another 2 seconds behind. There they are. This is the battle for the top step of the GT podium. And the local team, Seth Nyman's Flying Lizards, he still refuses to tell where the names come from. We've thought about the pop group of the same name. Was it something to do with that? He refuses to let us know exactly why. But the Flying Lizards have become a fan favourite, and now Pat has a couple of miles to bring it home.
And the Sacramento, California native Joey Hand, they're tracking his wheel right behind him. They're less than a second as they come across the line. Just 6/10, you can see it. 2 or 3 car lengths between that Porsche and the pursuing BMW. Joey Hand, he's given up that lead at the restart, and he wants to get it back.
That's going to be a talking point at the end of this race. But for my money, green. And Patrick Long was gone. As soon as he heard that, he took the opportunity. And this has been a race where the smallest margins will have made the differences. The smallest opportunities have been seized by the best drivers. As Marino Franchitti will come through to see the white flag being held out by Dennis Paul on the starter stand. The Jaguar goes out to take the last lap as well. Mark Goosens will bring the big cat home. But all eyes around this circuit. And there's been a good crowd here all weekend. They love their sports car racing here at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca. All eyes on the GT2 battle. Coming down to turn number 11, this very, very slow and deceptively difficult left-hander. And Pat Long has got traffic. He's got one of the ESM Ferraris ahead of him. That's not going to be it's not going to be an easy car to pass there. And that is not what Pat wanted to see. You see him just drifting into the inside a little bit early, protecting the inside line. Highcroft Patron Racing with the HPT chassis that will make its Le Mans debut in a couple of weeks' time. It's going to come through and win. They'll take the points, but I'm sure they would have liked the battle with Dyson Racing. But a win, nevertheless, is a win.
Come on this side. Give us a big high five, my friend. We're off the Laguna Seca race. Congratulations.
Marino Franchitti brings it home for Patron Highcrofts. LMPC leader is Christophe Bouchou with a level 5 car. One headlamp on his wagon, but he comes through to take max points. Now Patrick Long is out there in the darkness with 3 corners left to go, and Joey Hand is almost within striking distance. Just 2 cars lengths between them as they come through the penultimate corner. Still traffic ahead of the Porsche. Joey Hand weaves to the left, trying to put Pat off. He's taken a huge amount of speed in the last corner. It's a drag race to the line, which is a long way away. But the Porsche, it's the Porsche. Stuttgart.
Oh my God, thank you guys.
2 California drivers battling it out on home ground. The GTC winner has been, well, actually, this is probably the least hardest fought in terms of battles, but the most well-deserved, because the Black Swan Racing team have bossed this from the beginning. Jerome and Sebastian Blekemolen, well known in Porsche Super Cup, and Tim Pappas, who's put this together, will come home to win GTC. That is a very, very well-deserved victory indeed. 6 hours of racing ends with Marino Franchitti winning it, but 0.3 of a second between Pat Long and Joey Hand, and less than 2 seconds further back is Ollie Gavin in third place for the GTs, as Marino lays big dark stripes of very expensive Michelin rubber up the pit lane. Let's go to Jamie Howe down in the pit lane. Jamie.
Well, I'm in a very congested but very excited Flying Lizard pit, trying to see if I could find Jörg Bergmeister. The amount of excitement and congratulations going on down here after this fantastic 6-hour Laguna Seca win is just very, very emotional for this team right now. Jörg Bergmeister still getting big high fives and handshakes from everyone on the team. Jörg, such a fantastic race out there. What does this mean to the team to be able to win at a home track?
I mean, coming from 8th place in qualifying, I mean, we had really a lot of bad luck, but the team did such an outstanding job in the pit stops. We pretty much gained all our positions during the pit stops, and perfect strategy. I mean, just amazing.
You can just hear the excitement in his voice, John.
Marvellous stuff down there in the Nissan 370Z. Patrick Long about to get out of the car. He has given everything. Marino Franchitti's already been up on his car. The home team here takes a home team victory. Jeremy Shaw is down in the pit lane.
I am walking down to the victory celebration here with David Brabham and Simon Pagenaud. And David and Simon, what a fantastic race that was.
Oh, it was a great race all the way through the field, wasn't it? I mean, it was just excitement all the way. Hats off to the Patron Highcroft racing team, because, you know, that was one hell of an endurance event. Not one thing went wrong. Fantastic strategy, pit stops. Feel sorry for the Dyson guys because they were really tough today. But we'll take it, and a great job by Simon and Marino. It's just fantastic for everybody. We had some great guests here from GE and Michelin, and they're fantastic partners. And Patron, of course, will be having a few tequilas tonight to having a little party atmosphere.
I'm sure he will. And Simon Pagenaud, that was fun, huh?
Yeah, what can I say after David? You know, it's the hardest part of my job, talking after him. He says it all. It was a great show today. I think, you know, the fans that were here, I hope they had a good time. Certainly had a good time in my stint coming back from the back of the field. Marino and David did a fantastic job. It's great to be part of this team, and great operation.
And Jamie Howe is with Patrick Long.
Patrick Long, such a fantastic battle there at the end. How much pressure were you feeling?
I can't even describe it. I've raced for over 20 years, and I've never had a race that came anything as close to that. I got to thank Flying Lizard and Porsche. That was a duel that any one of the cars, Ferrari, BMW, or Corvette, could have won. Ollie was racing me really hard and really clean, thanks to him. At the end, that was just... I don't know. Nice job. I don't know how to explain that, but it was a downright dogfight, and we just got him there on the restart. He bobbled a little bit in traffic, and I had to seize that moment and then run like the Dickens, because I had 0 tire left. I think we ran over an hour and 30 minutes with those Michelin tires, so that's a testament to those guys. Thank you to Larry, our Michelin engineer, and Vincent. Those guys have been hard at work. We've been testing every single race with new stuff, and unbelievable.
Go give your team congratulations. A hard-fought win for Flying Lizard Motorsports and Porsche Motorsports today.
And I'm with the winners in LMP Challenge, and Scott Tucker, Christophe Beaucheux, and Mark Wilkins. Scott, what a fantastic motor race.
It was a great race. It was a great race. It was there, you know, it was tough till the end, but, you know, fortunately it went our way today. But it was a great race.
Christophe, just tell us about those last few laps there. I mean, what, 5 laps to go when you go back to green, and Tom Sutherland's not far behind you.
Yes, it was really exciting, and we did the last hour on the maximum, like in qualifying, and everybody did well, and Level 5 Motorsport give a wonderful car, so it's a second win of the season. It's great.
Fantastic job by Level 5, and Jamie is with Marino Franchitti.
Not quite yet. Still waiting for Marino to get off of the car with his teammates. They're doing the photo ops right now. A lot of photographers getting in here, still taking their pictures. The team photos going on right now. We're going to get Marino just as soon as we can. You can hear the cheers here as this team prepares to go on to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Marino now about to climb off of the car. We'll see if we can grab him in just a second, John.
Stay with it, Jamie. Come on, we're live. No one else is. There you go. Time to push in.
Stepping off of the car. Classic victory today for Patron Highcroft Racing. It was a hard-fought battle there towards the end of the race, but it was all yours.
Yeah, I mean, the Dyson Mazda guys were so fast today, and you know they had the car that was the class of the field, but we stayed clean. The guys gave me a fantastic car, fantastic strategy. Simon and David did a great job, and when a team executes to that high level and does everything perfectly, it's great to get the victory. I'm kind of speechless to get an overall victory at the ALMS. It's awesome.
Is this a little bittersweet for you? That was your old team that you just beat.
Yeah, but you know we raced them really hard, really clean, and it was these guys are going to be here all year. They are going to be really hard to beat from here on out, and I know that they are going to get a victory. So it's bittersweet, but you know I'm a Patron Highcroft driver now, and I want to win for them, and that is for the whole team. Just fantastic.
A good, strong victory for you and the team today. What boost does this give you going into the 24 hours of Le Mans?
Well, the first thing is we can roll the car on the truck, that's the number one thing. It leaves for Le Mans on Friday. That makes the guy's job a lot easier, which I'm happy to do. It's just great. You know, we proved in a longer race again that we're working well and we're only improving. So Le Mans is going to be a new thing for us, but it's going to be great.
So the celebration at the Patron tent, can we come later?
You can come, yeah. There's going to be a lot of Patron going on tonight.
Congratulations.
Magnificent stuff. Brian, the team manager there, making sure that Marino was getting and there's Paul Ryan as well on the left, the PR guru for Highcroft Racing. These guys have worked so hard. Remember, this was the Cinderella team when Acura first selected their three teams. It was Fernandez Racing, Andretti Green Racing, and Highcroft. And everybody said, Highcroft? Who's Highcroft? A set of weird guys who run historic cars. And yet here they are, taking the brand and the chassis to Le Mans. And what a finale to the race. Let's quickly have a run back down to our two Nissan 370Z pit lane reporters. Jeremy Shaw, first of all, I'm not sure if you've got anybody else down there, but a quick summation of what we've seen over the last 6 hours. Where do you start?
Well, exactly, a sensational race. I'm trying to find the Black Swan guys, and I can't. I'm running now behind the pit. Well, yeah, there they are. They're back in the tech area already, I think, but on their way down to Victory Lane. But there was just a sensational motor race. I mean, all four classes were incredibly hotly contested, and we couldn't have asked for more than that. It was excitement from start to finish.
And Jamie, some final thoughts from you before I wrap it up here in the booth?
You know, I really have to agree with Jeremy on this one. Earlier in the weekend, I was thinking, this is my 8th year coming to Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca for the American Le Mans race, and I've never seen a race closer and harder fought than this one. So big congratulations to Flying Lizard Motorsports, Porsche, all of the teams today. They really deserve it. 6 hours, the first time here for the weekend. Now they all get to take a little bit of a break. Some of them go off to Le Mans, but we'll see them all again in the American Le Mans Series at Miller Motorsports Park.
My thanks to my co-commentators. You've been listening to RadioLeMans.com and watching for the first time as history's been made for the American Le Mans Series, as we've been simulcasting the video and the audio together, thanks to Todocast.tv and Intersport TV Productions. Well, it started with a bang, with Clint Field taking off into the distance. Hard to think that that was a quarter of a day ago, and we've gone through 237 laps of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, and in every single one of the 4 categories we've had battles at the head of the field. It looked at one stage as though pretty much everything was getting balanced and settling down, and then as sports car races and endurance races inevitably do, it all came back together for the run from sundown to the white flag. It's been a pleasure to watch this one and watch Marino Franchitti, Simon Pagenaud and David Brabham take the victory for Patron Highcroft Racing after a fabulous battle with Dyson Racing, among others. And bad luck to those guys, having lost the engine in their car, it seems, within sight of the final few laps of the race. The LMPCs, the challenge categories. Spec racing has never been this much fun, and the level 5 55 racing cars, Scott Tucker, Mark Wilkins and Christophe Bouchou have prevailed there. In GTC, Black Swan have prevailed today. Tim Pappas, Jerome Breaker-Molan and his younger brother have been absolutely outstanding, leading it from the beginning. But the real battle and the real excitement came down to a last 10-lap gasp between two local drivers, one in a local team. And although Joey Hand tried his best in the number 90 BMW, it was Pat Long and the Flying Lizards from just down the coast a little way. The 45 has taken it. 6 hours. 6 hours of racing that ended up in 0.3 of a second. That was racing into darkness here at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca and the American Le Mans Series, round number 3. I'm John Hindhaugh.